Section 28 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Park. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Tricks with Handkerchiefs, Part 3. There is another form of the same trick, in which the handkerchief plays only a secondary part, but, from its near relation to that last described, we insert it in this place. It is generally called the flying plume. For this trick you require two plumes, as nearly as possible alike in appearance. To the stem of each should be attached a loop of string or ribbon, 2 or 3 inches in length. You must also have a japanned tin tube, of about 20 inches long and 3 in diameter. On each end is fitted a cap, of about 2 inches in depth. One of these caps is perfectly plain, but within the other is an inner cap, made after the fashion of the middle compartment of the snuff-box vase. See page 217. The relative tightness of the inner and outer caps is such that, if in removing the outer one with the finger and thumb, some slight degree of lateral pressure is exerted, it nips the inner cap, which comes off with it. But if the outer cap is removed without pressure, the inner cap remains on the tube, forming a false top on it. Within this inner cap, which is internally about 1.5 inches deep, is glued the short end of a third plume, similar in color and appearance to the 2 others. The interior of the tube is divided into 2 parts by a longitudinal division, also of tin, running diagonally nearly from end to end. The tube is thus divided into 2 wedge-shaped compartments, the cap at one end giving access to the one, and the cap at the other end to the other, each being large enough to contain a plume. See Figure 112, representing a section of the entire tube, and Figure 113, giving a slightly enlarged view of the ends. The tube is prepared beforehand by filling the compartment, which is closed by the double cap, with bonbons of various kinds, the other compartment being left empty. One of the plumes is concealed in the left sleeve of the performer, as in the last trick. These preparations having been duly made beforehand, you come forward with a small shawl, or a large handkerchief, the tube, and the second plume. Laying the tube and plume upon the table, you request the audience to satisfy themselves that the shawl contains nothing. You then ask someone to step forward and take care of the shawl, which you meanwhile carelessly throw over your left hand, immediately after taking hold of its center with your right, as before described, and drawing the left arm away. It is needless to remark, to those who have followed the explanation of the last trick, that the hidden plume is thereby brought under the shawl, though, being held by the loop of ribbon, there is nothing to betray its presence. You hand the shawl in this condition to the person who has volunteered to hold it, requesting him to keep it at arm's length, still hanging down. Next, taking up the tube, you open it at the plain or unprepared end, and holding it mouth downwards, show that it is apparently empty, and ostentatiously place the plume therein, and put the cap on. In returning to your table, you take the opportunity to reverse the tube, and to lay it down in such a manner that the opposite end, i.e., that with the false top, may be turned towards the audience. Some performers do this by letting the tube fall, as if by accident, but this is, in our opinion, a clumsy and inartistic proceeding. By gesticulating a little with the tube, and announcing what you are about to do, so that the audience may, little by little, become less certain as to which end you have just opened, and by carelessly transferring the tube from the one hand to the other, just as you lay it on the table. You may make the change with scarcely a chance of detection, even by the keenest observer. You then say, "I shall now, ladies and gentlemen, make the plume which you have just seen me place in this tube travel into the shawl which that gentleman is holding, while the tube will be completely filled with objects of interest for the juvenile spectators." Here you may possibly hear, or if not, you pretend to hear, a murmur to the effect that the feather has already left the tube. "Pardon me," you say, "the plume has not yet left the tube, neither will it do so until I give the command." And so saying, you take off the cap, leaving on the false top. The audience see the little bit of feather within, which they naturally take to be the end of the genuine plume. Again you replace the cap, and after going through some appropriate magical ceremony, again remove it, but this time carrying off the false top with it. It should have been mentioned that the tube is japanned in such manner that the eye cannot detect any difference whether the false top is on or off. Placing the cap, with the false top within it, on the table, you come forward and pour the sweets from the tube, while the shawl is, on examination, found to contain the plume. Some performers, for the purpose of this trick, use a tube with a false top, as above described, but open from end to end without the diagonal partition above mentioned. Before placing the plume in the tube, which they do standing behind the table, they secretly remove the cap at the lower end, and allow the plume to fall through on the servante, where it remains. In this case there is no production of sweets, but the plume having been produced from the shawl, the performer removes both caps and hands the empty tube for examination. Cap magic laundry. There is very little brilliancy, either of invention or of manipulation in this trick, but it is nevertheless generally very well received. The performer requests the loan of half a dozen handkerchiefs, taking care to accept white handkerchiefs only. These he collects in a wooden box, having somewhat the appearance of a good-sized tea-caddy. Having got the required number, he places the box upon his table, and invites the attention of the audience to an ordinary tin or wooden pail. This he fills with water, and placing it in front of the stage, takes the handkerchiefs out of the box, and drops them in, steering them about with his wand, and making as much fun as he can by his pretended anxiety that they shall be thoroughly washed. Having kept this up as long as the audience appear to be amused thereby, he wrings out the handkerchiefs one by one, and throws them into a little shallow metal tub or pan, japanned and about 4 inches in depth, which his assistant at this moment brings forward for that purpose, together with a cover after the manner of a saucepan lid, and a pistol, both of which he places carelessly on the table. Having placed the handkerchiefs in this little tub, the performer announces that having washed them, he will now proceed to dry them, for which purpose he pours over them a little spirits of wine, to which he sets fire. After letting them blaze for a moment or two, he claps on the cover. "Your handkerchiefs are now dried, ladies and gentlemen," he says, "but I have still to fold and iron them. It does not take very long, as you will see." Taking up the pistol, he fires at the tub, and immediately removing the cover, comes forward to the audience, and requests them to identify their handkerchiefs, which are seen neatly folded, and apparently just washed and ironed, within it. The intelligent reader will have already guessed that the trick depends upon a substitution of handkerchiefs. The box in which the genuine handkerchiefs are received has within it a movable flap, between which and the back of the box the substitutes are placed. When the required number has been collected, this flap lets fall, releasing the substitute handkerchiefs, and at the same time covering the genuine ones. The substitutes having been dropped into the pail of water, The assistant carries off the box and behind the scenes damps and folds the borrowed handkerchiefs, pressing them flat with a hot iron if available, if not, with a cold one. The tub or pan which is used for the conclusion of the trick has an inner lining of a size as to fit tightly within it, but about an inch less in depth. The lid, again, fits within this, after the manner of a saucepan lid, but not quite so tightly as the lining itself fits within the outer pan. The folded handkerchiefs are placed within this lining, and the lid placed on, or rather in it, the two together as brought forward, having the appearance of a lid only. When the performer clasps the lid on the pan, the lining is thereby introduced, but when he again removes it, the lining is left in, exposing the folded handkerchiefs, while the substitutes remain concealed between the true and false bottoms of the pan. The performer, of necessity, accepts white handkerchiefs only, as a colored one would betray the secret, from the absence of its double among the substitutes. Some performers, in order to obviate the suspicion which might be suggested by an evident preference of white handkerchiefs, arrange that a colored one, of which they possess a duplicate, shall be offered by a confederate among the audience. This certainly heightens the effect of the trick, as it seems to negative the idea of substitution, and though in general we deprecate, as belonging to a low class of art, the employment of confederates, this is just the case in which the use of such expedient may for once be deemed admissible. The egg in the handkerchief. For this capital feat, which is generally identified with the name of Colonel Stodare, the following are the requirements: a glass goblet, 2 small handkerchiefs, generally of plain crimson silk and about 16 inches square, a larger silk handkerchief, to which is attached by a silk thread of about 4 inches in length, a blown eggshell, and a hollow metal egg made of zinc, enameled white, with an oval opening on one side of it, measuring about 1.5 inches by 1 inch, or a little more. The performer comes forward, having in his right hand the goblet and one of the red silk handkerchiefs. The larger silk handkerchief is thrown with apparent carelessness over the other hand, and upon it rests the blown egg, so placed that the thread may be out of sight, while beneath the egg, concealed in a fold of the handkerchief, lies the second red handkerchief, rolled up into as small a compass as possible. The metal egg is, meanwhile, placed in the left-hand secret pocket of the performer, who introduces the trick as follows. I have here, ladies and gentlemen, a drinking glass, a couple of silk handkerchiefs, and an egg, all, as you will perceive, of the most ordinary description. He passes quickly in front of the audience, as though tendering the articles for examination, taking care, however, to keep his right arm advanced towards the spectators, so that the glass and small silk handkerchief may bear the brunt of inspection, and finally places the glass and small handkerchief on a table or chair in full view. Pray observe, he continues, that not one of the articles is removed from your sight, even for 1 moment. Now, please follow me closely. I will place the egg in the glass, and cover it over with this handkerchief. This he does by one movement, for as the egg is already lying on the handkerchief, a mere turn of the wrist places the egg in the glass, and at the same time lets fall the handkerchief over it. And at the same time the smaller handkerchief, which was concealed in the larger, is released and falls into the glass with the egg. You have all seen me place the egg in the glass, at the same time shaking the glass, to show by the sound that the egg is still there, which I will not again touch. I shall now take this small handkerchief, the one which has remained on the table, and standing as far as possible away, I shall command the handkerchief to dissolve and pass into the glass, and the egg, which is now in the glass, to come into my hands. So saying, he holds up the handkerchief in such manner as to show indirectly that he has nothing else in his hands. Taking a few steps as though merely to get further from the glass, and holding the handkerchief hanging down between the finger and thumb of the right hand, he drops the other hand to his side, and secretly takes from his pocket the hollow egg, which he palms, keeping the opening outwards. He then, standing with his left side towards the spectators, joins his open hands as in Figure 114, the handkerchief hanging down between them. Requesting the audience to watch him narrowly, that they may be quite sure that there is no deception, he begins to wave his joined hands slowly up and down, the second and third fingers of the right hand, which, it will be remembered, is away from the audience, meanwhile gradually working the handkerchief into the hollow of the egg. He every now and then pauses to show that the handkerchief is gradually diminishing, and at last, when it is wholly worked into the egg, opens his hands and shows the egg lying in his palm, taking care, of course, that the opening is undermost. To all appearance, the handkerchief has changed into an egg. Here is the egg, he remarks. Let us see if the handkerchief also has obeyed my bidding. So saying, he lays the egg, still with the opening downwards, upon the table, and taking hold with the finger and thumb of the handkerchief, which covers the glass, lifts it daintily up, carrying with it, concealed in its folds, the eggshell attached thereto, and leaving the duplicate red handkerchief lying in the glass. It may sometimes, though not very often, occur that one or other of the spectators, suspecting some peculiarity about the egg, may ask to be permitted to examine it. This, of course, you cannot permit, while to refuse would destroy half the prestige of the illusion. Fortunately, there is a way out of this difficulty which absolutely enhances the effect of the trick. You would like to see the egg, you reply. By all means. It is a special feature of my entertainment that all articles used therein will bear the strictest examination. Here is the egg. During these few words, you have taken up the sham egg with the fingers of your right hand, taking care, of course, to keep the opening away from the audience, and have thence apparently transferred it to your left, with which hand you offer it to the too curious spectator. It is hardly necessary to remark that in the apparent transfer of the egg to the left hand, you have really palmed it in your right, and as you extend the left hand to the spectator, you quietly drop it from the right into the pochette on that side. The inquirer holds out his hand to receive it. Pray examine it closely, you say, opening your empty hand over his own. What? You have not got it? Ah, that is your fault. You are not quick enough. I always find that this experiment makes the egg excessively volatile. This unexpected denouement never fails to raise a laugh against the individual who has sought to embarrass you, while the impromptu disappearance of the egg will be regarded by many as the most marvelous portion of the trick. The same expedient will be equally available to prevent the examination at an awkward moment of other small articles. There is another method in which the trick is performed with handkerchiefs borrowed from the audience. In this case, two metal eggs, like that above described, are used, the blown egg being dispensed with. The performer commences the trick by borrowing two handkerchiefs, a lady's handkerchief and a larger one, preferably of silk. These he places on his table, secretly exchanging the smaller one for a substitute of his own, and retires for a moment to fetch a glass. He takes advantage of his momentary absence to insert the handkerchief, of which he has gained possession, into one of the hollow eggs, and returns with this egg lying, the opening downwards, on his left palm, the other hand holding the glass, while the second hollow egg is concealed in his left pochette. Coming forward to the audience, he picks up, and passing the larger handkerchief from the table, and handing the glass, as forming the principal portion of the apparatus for examination, throws the handkerchief over the hand which holds the egg, showing by its outline beneath the silk that it has not been removed, and meanwhile drawing out with the finger and thumb of the concealed hand the handkerchief hidden therein, which is ready to be placed in the glass along with the egg, under cover of the larger handkerchief. The rest of the trick proceeds as already described, save that in this instance, the egg not being attached to the outer handkerchief, it is necessary to clip it with the fingers through the handkerchief when the latter is removed. To do this easily and efficiently, it is well, in placing the egg in the glass, to place it with the opening upwards, the edges of the opening giving a readier hold than the unbroken surface of the opposite side. The hand box for vanishing a handkerchief. While discussing the subject of handkerchief tricks, we must not omit to mention the hand box, a clever little contrivance for causing the disappearance of a handkerchief. It consists of a little tin box, of the size and shape of the heel of a gentleman's boot, closed on all sides, save that which answers to the front portion of the heel, which is left open. See Figure 115. To one of its sides is riveted or soldered a steel spring, about an inch in length. The free end of this spring forms with the side of the box a sort of clip, by means of which the box can be attached, as shown in the figure, to the fleshy part of the hand, the opening being towards the fingers. Being within the hand, it is of course unseen by the audience. The manner of its use is much the same as that of the hollowed egg described in the last trick, save that the hand box is never exhibited. As soon as the handkerchief is fairly worked in, the left hand is closed, as if containing it, the effect being to the audience as if the handkerchief was merely rolled up and placed in the left hand. On opening the hand, the handkerchief is found to have disappeared, the performer having meanwhile plenty of opportunity to drop the concealed handkerchief, box and all, into the pochette on his right-hand side. The hand box may be made available in a variety of ways, as follows. The performer, having borrowed a handkerchief, secretly changes it for a substitute, which he leaves in full view on the table. Having made what disposition he pleases of the original, he returns, meanwhile placing the hand box in position, and causing by its means the disappearance of the substitute, orders the borrowed article to be found in such place as he may think proper. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Megan Clavey Parker. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Louis Hoffman. Tricks with dominoes and dice. Chapter 12. Tricks with dominoes and dice. To arrange a row of dominoes face downwards on the table, and on returning to the room, to turn up a domino whose points shall indicate how many have been moved in your absence. This is a capital drawing-room feat. You place a row of 20 dominoes face downwards upon the table, avoiding, as far as possible, the appearance of any special arrangement, but nevertheless taking care that the points of the first domino, commencing from the left, shall amount to 12, the points of the second to 11, and so on, each decreasing by 1 point till you reach the 13th, which will be the double blank. The points of the remaining 7 are a matter of indifference. You now propose to give the company a specimen of your powers of clairvoyance, and for that purpose leave the room, first requesting the company to remove during your absence any number of dominoes, not exceeding 12, from the right to the left hand of the row, in other respects retaining their order. On your return, you advance to the table, and address the company to the following effect: "Ladies and gentlemen, as I have already told you, I have the privilege of possessing the clairvoyant faculty, and I am about to give you a specimen of my powers. Now, it would seem at first sight sufficiently surprising that I should be able to merely tell you the number of dominoes which have been moved in my absence. But that might be easily effected by confederacy, or many other very simple expedients. I propose to do much more than this, and to show you not only that I know the number that you have just displaced, but that I can read the dominoes before you as readily in their present position as though they were lying face upwards. For instance, this domino," touching one of the row with your finger or wand, "represents the number which have been moved in my absence. Will some one please to say what that number was?" The answer is, we will suppose, 7. 7, you repeat, turning over the domino you have touched. You see that I was right. Would you like me to name some more? They are all equally easy. This, let me see, yes, this is a 2. This is a 9. This is a double 6. This is a double blank. Turning over each domino to show that you have named it right. This feat, which appears perfectly miraculous to the uninitiated, is performed by the simplest possible means. All that you have to do is to count secretly the row of dominoes as far as the 13th from the left-hand end, or, which is the same thing, the 8th from the right-hand end, the points of which will invariably be the same as the number moved from the right to the left of the row. You do not know, until the domino is turned up, what that number actually was, but you must by no means let the audience suspect this. You must boldly assume to know the number, and from that knowledge, aided by some clairvoyant faculty, to have selected a domino whose points shall represent that number. Thus, having selected the proper domino, you call upon the audience to state the number moved, after which the turning up of the selected domino is regarded by the audience merely as proof that you were correct in the previous knowledge for which they, without the smallest foundation, give you credit. After this domino has been turned up, it is easy, knowing the original order of the 13 of which it forms one, to name 2 or 3 on either side of it. In most instances, you will only know the total figure of a given domino, as 2 or 3 different combinations of points will give the same total. Thus a total of 7 may be represented by either 6 and 1, 5 and 2, or 4 and 3. But there are 2 or 3 dominoes of which, if you know the total, you know the points also. Thus a total 12 must always be double 6, a blank always double blank, a 1 always blank 1. By naming 2 or 3 of these, as if haphazard, you will prevent the audience suspecting, as they otherwise might, that your knowledge is limited to the total of each domino. It is obvious that this is a trick which cannot be repeated, as the necessary rearrangement of the dominoes would at once attract attention. You may, however, volunteer to repeat it in a still more surprising form, really performing in its place the trick next following, one of the best, though also one of the simplest, in the whole range of the magic art. To allow any person in your absence to arrange the dominoes in a row, face downwards, and on your return to name, blindfolded or without entering the room, the end numbers of the row. You invite the audience to select any one of their number to arrange the whole of the dominoes face downwards upon the table. This he may do in any manner he pleases, the only restriction being that he is to arrange them after the fashion of the game of dominoes, so that a 6 shall be coupled with a 6, and a 4 with a 4, and so on. While he does this, you leave the room, and, on being recalled, you at once pronounce, either blindfold, or, if the audience prefer it, without even entering the room, that the extreme end numbers of the row are 6 and 5, 5 and 2, etc., as the case may be. This seeming marvel depends upon a very simple principle. It will be found by experiment that a complete set of dominoes, arranged in a row according to domino rules, i.e., like numbers together, will invariably have the same number at each end. Thus, if the final number at one end of the row be 5, that at the opposite end will be 5 also, and so on, so that the 28 dominoes arranged as above form numerically an endless chain or circle. If this circle be broken by the removal of any domino, the numbers on either side of the gap thus made will be the same as those of the missing domino. Thus, if you take away a 5, 3, the chain thus broken will terminate at one end with a 5, and at the other with a 3. This is the whole secret of the trick. The performer secretly abstracts one domino, say the 5, 3. This renders it a matter of certainty that the row to be formed with the remaining dominoes will terminate with a 5 at the one end and a 3 at the other, and so on with any other domino of two unequal numbers. The domino abstracted must not be a double, or the trick will fail. A little consideration will show why this is the case. The removal of a double from the endless chain we have mentioned produces no break in the chain, as the numbers on each side of the gap, being alike, will coalesce, and a row formed with the remaining dominoes under such conditions may be made to terminate in any number, such number being, however, alike at either end. A domino of two different numbers, on the other hand, being removed, forces, so to speak, the series made with the remainder to terminate with those particular numbers. To change invisibly the numbers shown on either face of a pair of dice. Take a pair of ordinary dice, and so place them between the first finger and thumb of the right hand, see Figure 116, that the uppermost shall show the 1, and the lowermost the 3 point, while the 1 point of the latter and the 3 point of the former are at right angles to those first named, and concealed by the ball of the thumb. The enlargement at A in the figure shows clearly the proper position. Ask someone to name aloud the points which are in sight, and to state particularly, for the information of the company, which point is uppermost. This having been satisfactorily ascertained, you announce that you are able, by simply passing a finger over the faces of the dice, to make the points change places. So saying, gently rub the exposed faces of the dice with the forefinger of the left hand, and, on again removing the finger, the points are found to have changed places, the 3 being now uppermost, and the 1 undermost. This effect is produced by a slight movement of the thumb and finger of the right hand, in the act of bringing the hands together, the thumb being moved slightly forward, and the finger slightly back. This causes the two dice to make a quarter turn vertically on their own axis, bringing into view the side which has hitherto been concealed by the ball of the thumb, while the side previously in sight is in turn hidden by the middle finger. A reverse movement, of course, places the dice in their original position. The action of bringing the hands together, for the supposed purpose of rubbing the dice with the opposite forefinger, completely covers the smaller movement of the thumb and finger. After having exhibited the trick in this form once or twice, you may vary your mode of operation. For this purpose, take the dice, still retaining their relative position, horizontally between the thumb and second finger, in the manner depicted in Figure 117, showing 3-1 on their upper face, the corresponding 3-1, or rather 1-3, being now covered by the forefinger. As the points on the opposite faces of a die invariably together amount to 7, it is obvious that the points on the underside will now be 4, 6, while the points next to the ball of the thumb will be 6, 4. You show, alternately raising and lowering the hand, that the points above are 3, 1, and those below 6, 4. Again going through the motion of rubbing the dice with the opposite forefinger, you slightly raise the thumb and depress the middle finger, which will bring the 6-4 uppermost and the 3-1 or 1-3 undermost. This may be repeated any number of times, or you may, by moving the thumb and finger accordingly, produce either a 3-1 or 6-4, apparently both above and below the dice. The trick may, of course, be varied as regards the particular points, but the dice must, in any case, be so placed to have similar points on two adjoining faces. To name, without seeing them, the points of a pair of dice. This is a more arithmetical recreation, but it is so good that we cannot forbear to notice it. You ask the person who threw the dice to choose which of them he likes. Multiply its points by 2, add 5 to the product, multiply the sum so obtained by 5, and add the points of the remaining die. On his telling you the result, you mentally subtract 25 from it, when the remainder will be a number of 2 figures, each representing the points of one of the dice. Thus, suppose the throws to be 5, 2. 5 multiplied by 2 are 10. Add 5, 15, which, multiplied by 5, is 75, to which 2, the points of the remaining die, being added, the total is 77. If from this you mentally deduct 25, the remainder is 52, giving the points of the 2 dice, 5 and 2. But, you will say, suppose the person who threw had reversed the arithmetical process, and had taken the points of the second die, 2, as his multiplicand. The result must have been different. Let us try the experiment. Twice 2 are 4. 5 added make 9, which multiplied by 5 is 45, and 5, the points of the other die being added to it, bring the total up to 50. From this subtract 25 as before. The remainder, 25, again gives the points of the 2 dice, but in the reverse order, and the same result will follow, whatever the throws may be. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Walters. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Lewis Hoffman. The Cup and Balls, Part 1. The subject of the present chapter may be said to be the groundwork of all legerdemain, being, we believe, the very earliest form in which sleight of hand was exhibited. At the present day it is not very often seen, save in the bastard form known as thimble-rig, used as a means of fleecing the unwary upon race-courses and at country fairs. It is, however, well worthy the attention of the student of modern magic, not only as affording an excellent course of training in digital dexterity, but as being, in the hands of an adept, most striking in effect. It is by no means uncommon to find spectators who have received more elaborate feats with comparative indifference become interested and even enthusiastic over a brilliant manipulation of the cups and balls. The prestige of the illusion is heightened by the simplicity of the appliances used, consisting merely of 3 tin cups about 3 inches high, each in the form of a truncated cone, with a rim or shoulder round the base. See Figure 118. The ordinary wand, 4 little cork balls 3/4 of an inch or a little less in diameter and blackened in the flame of a candle, 3 larger balls of about 1 1/4 inches in diameter, and 4 more of such a size as to just fill the goblet. These last are generally stuffed with hair and covered with cloth. The number of balls may vary, according to the particular passes which the performer desires to exhibit, but the above will be found sufficient for most purposes. The performers of the olden time were accustomed to use the gibeciere, or apron with pockets already mentioned, and to perform at a table having no speciality, save that it was a little higher than those in ordinary use. But at the present day the gloussière is entirely discarded, their servante of the tables answering the same purpose. The arrangement of the table and apparatus is shown in Figure 118. The whole art of the cup and ball conjuring resolves itself into two elements. 1. The exhibition of a ball under a cup, where a moment previously there was nothing, and 2. The disappearance of a ball from beneath a cup, under which the audience has just seen it, or believe they have seen it, placed. The routine is as follows. A cup is lifted to show that there is nothing beneath it and again replaced, mouth downward, on the table. A ball is taken in the right hand, transferred to the left, and thence ordered to pass under the cup. The hand is opened, the ball is vanished, and, on the cup being lifted, is found beneath it. Again, the ball first exhibited in the right hand is thence openly transferred, either directly under the cup or first to the left hand and thence to the cup. All having seen it placed beneath the cup, it is now commanded to depart, and on again lifting the cup, it is found to have vanished. It will hardly be believed until proved by experiment of what numerous and surprising combinations these simple elements are capable. The sleight of hand requisite for the cups and balls is technically divisible into 4 different acts or movements. That is, 1. To palm the ball, 2. To reproduce the palmed ball at the end of the fingers, 3. To secretly introduce the palmed ball under the cup, 4. To simulate the action of placing the ball under the cup. These modes of effecting these objects will be discussed in due order. 1. To palm the ball. First method. We use the generic term palm for the sake of convenience, though in this first method, which is that most generally used, the ball is really concealed between the second and third fingers and not in the palm. Take the ball between the first finger and thumb of the right hand, slightly bend the fingers, see Figure 119, and at the same moment roll the ball with the thumb across the first and second fingers, till it rests between the second and third fingers, see Figure 120, which should slightly separate to receive it, again closing as soon as it is safely lodged. The ball will now be as shown in Figure 121, and will be found that the hand can be opened or closed with perfect freedom, and indeed be used in any manner without being in the least hampered by its presence. The student should practice palming the ball in this manner, both in the act of apparently transferring the ball to the left hand, and in that of apparently placing it under a cup. Second method. The second method is to actually palm the ball in the same manner as a coin. For this purpose the ball is, as before, taken between the first finger and thumb of the right hand, but is thence made by the thumb to roll between the tips of the third and fourth fingers, which immediately close into the palm, and again opening, leave the ball behind them. With a little practice, 2 balls in succession may be palmed in this way, and then a third by the first method. Third method. The third method is that which has been adopted by the celebrated Bosco, a most accomplished performer with the cup and balls. Being accustomed to use balls of a larger size than those above described, and therefore too bulky to palm by the first method, he used to hold them by means of a slight contraction of the little finger. See Figure 122. The necessary movement of the fingers to place the ball in position is nearly the same as by the first method. To reproduce the palmed ball at the end of the fingers. The mode of doing this will vary according to the method by which the ball is palmed. If, according to the first or third method, the ball is simply rolled back to the fingertips with the ball of the thumb exactly reversing the process by which it was palmed. But if the ball was palmed by the second method, it is, for the time being, not get-at-able by the ball of the thumb. In this case, the first step is to close the third and fourth fingers upon the ball, see Figure 123, and therewith roll it to the position shown in Figure 122, when the thumb is enabled to reach it, and to roll to the fingertips in the manner just described. 3. To secretly introduce the palmed ball under the cup. This is always done in the act of raising the cup with the right hand for the ostensible purpose of showing that there is nothing underneath it. The chief thing to be attended to is the position of the right hand, in which we are supposing a ball to be palmed by one or other of the methods above mentioned, in raising the cup. This should be done with the hand spread almost flat upon the table, and grasping the cup as low down as possible, between the thumb and the lowest joint of the forefinger. In the act of raising the cup, the fingers naturally assume the position shown in Figure 124, whereby the ball is brought into close proximity to, and slightly under, the edge of the cup. If the ball be palmed by the first method, All that is necessary in order to release it is a slight backward movement of the second and a forward movement of the third finger, made just before the cup again touches the table. This will be found to drop the ball immediately under the cup. If the ball be palmed by the third method, its introduction under the cup is a still easier matter, as by the act of raising the cup it is brought directly underneath it, and is released by the mere act of straightening the third and fourth fingers. If the ball is palmed by the second method, it becomes necessary, before taking hold of the cup, to close the third and fourth fingers slightly, see Figure 123, and bring the ball to the position shown in Figure 122. From this point, the operation is the same as if the ball had been originally palmed by the third method. It is sometimes necessary to introduce a ball between two cups. It will be remembered that each cup is made of a cylindrical rim or shoulder. The purpose of the shoulder is that, when two cups are placed upon the other, see Figure 125, there may be a space between them sufficient to receive a ball or balls. To further facilitate the introduction of the ball, the top of each cup is made not flat, but concave. When it is desired to introduce a ball between two cups, that object is effected as follows. Having the ball ready palmed in the right hand, the performer takes up a cup in the same hand, and with it covers the second cup at the same moment, introducing the ball beneath it in the ordinary manner, but with the addition of a little upward jerk, rather difficult to describe, but easily acquired with a little practice. The ball is thereby thrown to the top of the uppermost cup, and, in again falling, is received by the concave top of the lowermost cup. 4. To simulate the action of placing a ball under a cup. This may be done in two ways. The first is to raise the cup with the left hand, apparently placing the ball underneath it with the right, but really palming it. Care must be taken that the edge of the cup shall touch the table at the very moment the fingers of the right hand are removed. The second and more common method is to apparently transfer the ball to the left hand, palming it in transit, and then bringing the closed left hand close to the cup on the table, raising the cup with the other hand, and immediately replacing it with a sort of scraping movement across the fingers of the now opening left hand. When the student has thoroughly mastered the various operations above described, he will have little to learn save the combination of the various passes, a matter of memory only. There are, however, one or two subordinate sleights with which he should make himself acquainted before proceeding to publicly exhibit his dexterity. To produce a ball from the wand. The wand is supposed to be the reservoir whence the magician produces his store of balls, and into which they vanish when no longer needed. The mode of production is as follows. The performer, holding the wand in his left hand and drawing attention to it by some remark as to its mysterious power of production and absorption, secretly takes with his right hand, from the servante or elsewhere, a ball which he immediately palms, preferably by the first method, daintily holding the wand by either end with the left hand, in such manner as to show that the hand is otherwise empty. He slides the thumb and fingers of the right hand, the back of which is naturally toward the audience, lightly to the opposite end, at the same moment rolling the ball with the thumb to the ends of the fingers as already described. See Figure 126. The ball thus comes in sight just as the hand leaves the wand, the effect to the eyes of the spectator being that the ball is, by some mysterious process, squeezed out of the wand. To return a ball into the wand. This is the converse of the process last described. Taking the wand in the left hand as before, and the ball between the thumb and second joint of the forefinger of the opposite hand, the performer lays the end of the wand across the tips of the fingers and draws the hand gently downward along it, at the same time palming the ball by the first method. To pass one cup through another. This is an effective sleight, and by no means difficult of acquirement. Taking one of the cups, mouth upward, in the left hand, and holding another in a similar position in the right hand, about a foot above it, the performer drops the right hand cup smartly into that in the left hand, which latter should be held very lightly. If this is neatly done, the lower cup will be knocked out of the hand by the concussion, while the upper one will be caught and held in its place, the effect to the eye of the spectator being as if the upper cup had passed through the other. The lower cup may either be allowed to fall on the ground or table, or may be caught in the right hand in its fall. The successive appearances and disappearances of the balls underneath the cups are known by the name of passes. the particular combination of such passes being governed by the taste and invention of the performer. The series most generally in use is derived from a work dating from the last century, the Recréations mathématiques et physiques of Guyot, and Guyot, we believe, borrowed it from a German source. The series given below, which will be found very effective, is derived mainly from that of Guyot, as improved by Poncin, a later and very ingenious writer on the art of prestidigitation. The cups and balls require, even more than conjuring generally, a running accompaniment of talk. Each pass should have its own boniment or patter, carefully prepared and frequently rehearsed. It would be impossible to give, within any reasonable limits, appropriate patter for each of the passes. This each performer must arrange for himself, so as to suit the style and character in which he performs, as it is obvious that the low comedy style of a mountebank at a county fair would be utterly unsuitable in an aristocratic drawing-room, and vice versa. We shall, however, give a specimen or two in the course of the various passes. The burlesque introduction next following is a paraphrase of a similar address quoted by Robert Houdin. Introductory Address. Ladies and gentlemen, in an age so enlightened as our own, it really is surprising to see how many popular fallacies spring up from day to day and are accepted by the public mind as the unchangeable laws of nature. Among these fallacies, there is one which I propose at once to point out to you, and which I flatter myself I shall very easily dispose of. Many people have asserted, and among others the celebrated Erasmus of Rotterdam, that a material object can be in only one place at one time. Now I maintain, on the contrary, that any object may be in several places at the same moment, and it is equally possible that it be nowhere at all. I must beg you to observe, in the first place, that I have nothing in my hands, except my fingers, and that between my fingers there is nothing save a few atoms of the mysterious fluid which we call the atmosphere, and through which our jolly old earth spins so merrily along. But we must leave the commonplace regions of astronomy and return to the mysteries of hermetic science. I have before me, as you will have noticed, 3 little cups or goblets. The metal of which these are composed is an amalgam of costly minerals, unknown even to the most profound philosophers. This mysterious composition, which resembles silver in its solidity, its color, and the clearness of its ring, has over silver this great advantage, that it will at pleasure become impalpable as air, so that solid bodies pass through these goblets as easily as they would through empty space. I will give you a curious illustration of this by making one goblet pass through another. This the performer does in the manner already described, and after a moment's pause continues taking up his wand in his left hand and secretly palming a ball in his right. This little wand, you are possibly aware, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Jacob's rod. Why it is so called I really don't know. I only know that this simple-looking wand has a faculty of producing various articles at pleasure. For instance, I require for the purpose of my experiment a little ball. My wand at once supplies me. He produces a ball from the wand and lays it on the table. With this or some similar introduction, the performer proceeds to exhibit Pass 1. Having placed a ball under each cup, to draw it out again without lifting the cup. Having produced a ball from the wand as last described, and having laid it on the table, the operator continues, Allow me to show you once more that all the cups are empty. He raises them one by one and replaces them, and that I have nothing in either of my hands. I take this little ball, he picks it up with his right hand, and apparently transfers it to the left, really palming it in the right, and place it under one of the cups. Here he raises the cup with his right hand, and simulates the action of placing the ball under it with the left. I draw another ball from my wand, this is really the same ball which remained palmed in the right hand, and place it in a like manner under the second cup. He goes through the motion of transferring to the left hand and thence the cup as before, but this time actually does what on the former occasion he only pretended to do, and leaves the ball under the middle cup. I produce another ball. He half draws the wand through his fingers, but checks himself halfway. I think I heard one of you assert I have a ball already in my hand. Pray satisfy yourselves, showing the palms of his hands, the fingers carelessly apart, that such is not the case. A lady suggested just now, by the way, it was only said in a whisper, but I heard it, I didn't really put the balls under the cup. It was rather sharp on the part of the lady, but you see she was wrong. Here are the balls. Footnote. The reader will understand that nobody has in fact made any such observation, but the overhearing of an imaginary objection is often of great use, as enabling the performer to do some necessary act, which he could not well have done without such pretext. Thus, in this instance, the performer wants a plausible excuse, first for altering his apparent intention of immediately producing a second ball from the wand, and secondly, for lifting the middle cup, and so regaining possession of the ball. A conjurer thus addressing an imaginary objector is said in French, parler à la postillonnade, but the phrasing has no precise equivalent among English performers. End footnote. So saying, the performer lifts up the middle cup with his left hand, and picking up the ball with his right, holds it up that all may see, immediately replacing it under the same cup. The last movement is simulated only, the ball being in reality palmed in the supposed act of placing it under the cup. We have now a ball under each of these two cups. We want only one more, and here it is, apparently producing a third ball, but really the same again, from the wand. We will now place it under this last cup. He actually does so. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 cups and 3 balls, one under each cup. So far, I admit that I have not shown you anything very surprising, but now comes the puzzle, to take the balls from under the cups. Perhaps some of you sharp gentlemen will say there isn't much difficulty in that. Lift the cup and pick up the ball. He suits the action to the word, lifting up the third goblet with the left hand and picking up the ball with the right. A very good solution, but it doesn't happen to be the right one. The problem is to draw out the balls without lifting the cups. Here, he replaces the cup, apparently placing the little ball beneath it, but really palming it as already described in the case of the middle cup, and then returns to the first or furthest cup, touching the top of the goblet. He lets the palmed ball drop to his fingertips and immediately exhibits it, saying, "This is the way I take balls out of the cups. The ball being no longer needed, I return it into the wand." This he does as described at page 277, immediately afterwards, if desired, handing the wand for examination. "In like manner I draw out the second ball," and he repeats the same process with the middle goblet, "and pass that also into my wand. I need not even handle the goblets. See, I merely touch this third goblet with my wand, and the ball instantly appears on the top." The company, of course, cannot see any ball on the end of the wand, but a ball nevertheless is taken thence by the process already described, and letting go of the palmed ball to drop to the tip of the fingers as they come in contact with the wand. "I pass this also into my wand. Stay, though on second thoughts I shall want a ball for my next experiment, so I will leave it here on the table." We have given a somewhat elaborate description of this first pass in order to give the reader some idea of the various feints and artifices employed in relation to the cups and balls. It would be impossible, from considerations of space, to do as this for each of the passes, and the reader must therefore remember the descriptions following give merely the essential outlines, which must be worked up to dramatic effectiveness by the ingenuity of the individual performer. Where practicable, we shall allow the few words put into mouth of giving the performer to indicate the actions accompanying them, only giving special stage directions in cases where the performer does not suit the action to the words. For the sake of distinctness, we shall indicate the goblets, reckoning from the left hand of the performer, as A, B, and C. See Figure 118. Pass 2. To make a ball travel invisibly from cup to cup. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch very closely, you will be able to see the ball travel from one cup to another. I take the ball, transfers it apparently to left hand, and place it under this cup C. You all see it, there's nothing under this one, B. In raising B with the right hand, he introduces under it the palmed ball. I shall now command the ball, which I have just placed under the first cup, C, to travel under this one, B. Attention! You will see it pass. He makes a motion of the wand from one cup to the other. There it goes! This cup, C, as you see, is empty, and under this one, B, is the ball. I will replace it under the same cup, B. He, in reality, palms it. There is nothing under this cup, A. He secretly introduces the ball under A. Now observe again. Pass. Did you see it? No? Well, I don't much wonder at it, for I can't always see it myself. Here it is, however. Lifts A. And this cup, B, is empty. He replaces the cups on the table and lays the ball beside them. End of section 30. Recording by April Walters. Section 31 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Walters. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. The Cups and Balls, Part 2. Pass 3. Having placed a ball under each of the end cups to make them pass successively under the middle cup. Before commencing this pass, the performer, while placing the goblets in line or otherwise engaging the attention of the audience with his left hand, takes from the servante with his right and palms a second ball. He continues, "For my next experiment, ladies and gentlemen, I shall require 2 balls. I need hardly remark that I could instantly supply myself from the wand, but there's a curious faculty about the balls themselves. They have a constant tendency to increase and multiply. For instance, without having recourse to the wand, I can instantly make this 1 ball into 2. He takes up the ball on the table in his left hand, taking care to hold it that all may see that there is nothing else in his hand. And the most curious part of the matter is, that, though mathematicians insist that the whole is always greater than its part, in this case, each of the parts will be found precisely equal to the whole." As he speaks, he takes the ball from the left hand with the fingers of the right, at the same time dropping the palmed ball into the left hand, and now taking care to so hold his right hand as to show that it contains the 1 ball only. He then again replaces this ball in the palm of the left hand, where it lies side by side with the second ball. Rubbing the left palm with the second and third fingers of the right with a circular motion, he gradually lifts the fingers and shows the single ball apparently transformed into 2, both of which he places on the table. "You will observe that there is nothing under this cup, C. I will place it under this ball." He really palms it. "Neither is there anything under either of these 2 cups, B and A." He lifts the cups, one with each hand, and secretly introduces the palmed ball under B. "I take this second ball and place it under this cup, A." He really palms it. "We now have a ball under each of these 2 cups, A and C. I draw the ball out of this one, C." He touches the top of the cup and produces the ball last palmed at his fingertips. "I order it to pass under this middle cup, B." He apparently transfers it to the left hand, really palming it, and then makes a motion with the left hand as if passing it into B. "It has passed, you see." He raises B with his right hand, showing the ball under it, and in replacing it secretly introduces the second palmed ball. "Now I order the ball in this cup, A, to pass in like manner." He waves his wand from A to B, and then lifts B. "Here it is, and these 2 outer cups," turning them over with his wand, "are perfectly empty." Pass 4. Having placed 2 balls under the middle cup to make them pass under the 2 outer ones. "You have just seen these 2 balls pass under the middle cup. Now, by way of variety, we will make them pass out of it. I will take the 2 balls and place them under the middle cup." He really so places one only, palming the other. "You observe that there is nothing either under this, A, nor under this, C." Here he secretly introduces the palmed ball beneath C. "Now I order one of the balls under the middle cup to pass under one of the outer cups. Let us see if it has done so." Lifts middle cup with left hand. "Yes, see here, only 1 left." He takes it up and shows it with his right hand, then makes the gesture of replacing it, but really palms it. "Let's see where it has gone to." Lifts A with right hand, and in replacing it secretly introduces the palmed ball under it. "It is not under this one, then it must be under this." He lifts C. "Yes, here it is. Now I command the other ball in like manner to leave the middle cup, and pass under the other, A. Pass. Here it is, you see, and this one, B is entirely empty. Pass 5. To pass 3 balls in succession under 1 cup. So far, ladies and gentlemen, what I have shown you has been mere child's play. He drops the right hand carelessly to the servante and picks up 2 more balls, one of which he holds between the fingers and the other in the palm. The real difficulty only begins when we begin to work with 3 balls. Now, which of these 2 balls, taking up the 2 balls from the table, is the largest? This one I fancy has the advantage, so I will pinch a little piece off to make a 3rd ball. He goes through the motion of pinching the ball with the fingers of both hands, at the same moment letting fall the ball in the palm to the fingertips of the right hand. Yes, this will do. It isn't quite round, but that is easily rectified. He rolls it between the fingers. That is better. Now watch me closely, ladies and gentlemen. He places the balls upon the table, with the exception of the 4th, which remains concealed between the fingers. You see that there is nothing under either of the cups. He raises all 3 and introduces the 4th ball under the middle one, B. He then picks up one of the balls on the table and apparently transfers it to his left hand, really palming it. I command this ball to pass into the middle cup. It has passed, you see. Raising the cup with his right hand, and in replacing it, introducing the ball now palmed. The operation is repeated in like manner until 3 balls have been shown under the cup, the 4th finally remaining palmed in his right hand. Pass 6. To place 3 balls, one after the other, upon the top of one of the cups, and to make them fall through the cup onto the table. At the conclusion of the last pass, the performer had brought 3 balls under the center cup B, a 4th remaining concealed in his hand. In lifting B to exhibit the 3 balls, and in replacing it beside them, he takes the opportunity of introducing beneath it this 4th ball. He next takes one of the 3 balls thus exposed, and placing it on top of this same goblet, B, covering it with the 2nd goblet, A. Making any appropriate gesture he pleases, he commands the ball to fall through the lower goblet onto the table. He then overturns, without separating, the 2 goblets, their mouths being toward the spectators, when the ball which he had secretly introduced will be discovered, and will appear to be that which the spectators have just seen placed on top of the goblet, and which really still remains between the 2 goblets, and picks up the 2 goblets together, mouth upward, with his left hand, and with the right hand takes out that which is now uppermost, B. He turns both the goblets down upon the table, placing A over the ball which he has just shown. If this is neatly done, the other ball, which has remained in A, will not be discovered, but will, as it falls, be covered by A, which will now have beneath it 2 balls. The performer now places one of the remaining balls on top of A, covering it with either of the other goblets, and again goes through the same process till he has shown the first 2, and then 3 balls under the cup, the 4th remaining at the close of the pass between the 2 cups last used. Pass 7. To pass 3 balls in succession upward through the table into one of the cups. You concluded the last pass, we will suppose the reader to represent for the time being the performer, by lifting 2 cups together to show 3 balls beneath the undermost. Holding 2 cups in the left hand, you turn them over mouth upward. Taking with the right hand that which is now uppermost, you place it on the table in the ordinary position, still retaining the other, in which, unknown to the spectators, a 4th ball still remains. You continue, ladies and gentlemen, you may possibly imagine that there is some trick or sleight of hand in what I have shown you, but I am now about to perform an experiment in which that solution is clearly inadmissible. I propose to pass these 3 balls, one after the other, through the solid table into this empty goblet. Pray watch me carefully. I take away one of the balls. You take in the right hand one of the 3 on the table, and hold it beneath the table thus. My left hand, as you will observe, is perfectly empty. I have only to say, pass. You palm the ball in the right hand at the same time giving a gentle tap with one finger against the under surface of the table, and immediately bring up the hand, taking care, of course, to keep its outer side toward the spectators. Then gently shake the cup which you hold in your left hand, and turn the ball out upon the table. Here it is, you see. Now I will put it back in the cup. You pick up the ball with the right hand and drop it into the cup, secretly letting fall with it the palmed ball. And take another ball. You repeat the process. Show 2 balls in the cup, and then again, each time dropping in the palmed ball. And show 3, retaining the 4th ball, still palmed in your right hand. Pass 8. To pass 2 balls in succession from one cup to another without touching them. You again place the 3 cups in a row on the table, secretly introducing under the right hand cup C, the ball which remained in your right hand at the close of the last pass, and then openly place the other 3 balls on the tops of the 3 cups. You then proceed. I will take this ball, that which is on B, and place it under this same cup, B. You really palm it. I take this other ball, that which is upon A, and place it under this cup, A. You secretly introduce with it the ball which you have just palmed. I take this last, that upon C, and place it under this goblet, A, or stay. I will pass it invisibly to this one, C, really palming it. It has passed, you see. You lift C and show the ball which is already there, and in again covering the ball with the cup, you secretly introduce that which you last palmed. You now have in reality 2 balls under each of the end cups, and none under the center one, but the spectators are persuaded that there is 1 ball under each cup. We now have 1 ball under each cup. Now I shall command the ball that is under the center cup to pass into either of the end ones at your pleasure. Which shall it be? Whichever is chosen, suppose C, you raise and show the 2 balls under it. You then ostensibly replace the 2 balls under C, but really replace the one only, palming the other. You then raise the middle cup, B, to show that it is empty, and in replacing it, introduce the ball you have just palmed under it. Now I shall next order one of the 2 balls you have just seen under this cup, C, to go and join the one which is already under this one, A. Pass! Here it is, you observe. You raise A to show that there are 2 balls under it. You also raise C to show that it now only contains 1 ball, and leave all 3 balls exposed on the table. Pass 9. To make 3 balls in succession, pass under the middle cup. At the conclusion of the last pass, 3 balls were left in view, while a 4th, unknown to the audience, was hidden under the middle cup. You proceed, picking up a ball with the right hand. I take this ball and place it under this cup, C, in reality palming it. I now order it to pass under the middle cup. Presto! Here it is, you see. You raise the middle cup to show that the ball has obeyed your command, and, in again covering the ball, secretly introduce with it that which you have just palmed. I take this one, you pick up another, and place it under this cup, A. Here you palm it as before, and order it also to pass under the middle cup. You raise the middle cup and show that there are now 2 balls under it, and, in again covering them, introduce the ball which you last palmed. I take this last ball and place it under this cup, C, palming it, whence I shall command it to again depart and join its companions under the middle cup. This time it shall make the journey visibly. You take your wand in the left hand, and with it touch the cup C. Here it is, you see, on the end of my wand. You don't see it? Why, surely it is visible enough. Look. You pretend to produce the palmed ball from the wand and exhibit it to the company. You can all see it now. You lay down the wand and go through the motion of transferring the ball to the left hand, really palming it in its passage. Now then, pray watch me closely, and you will see it pass under the cup. 1, 2, 3. You make the gesture of throwing it through the middle cup, and open the hand to show it empty, immediately turning over the goblets to show that there are 3 balls under the middle and none under the outer ones. Pass 10. The multiplication pass. For the purpose of this pass, it is necessary to borrow a hat, which you hold in the left hand. You then place the 3 balls in a row upon the table, and cover each with one of the cups. It will be remembered that a 4th ball remains palmed in your right hand. You now lift up the right-hand goblet, C, and place it on the table close beside the ball which it lately covered, and, as you do so, secretly introduce beneath it the palmed ball. You pick up, with the right hand, the ball which you have thus uncovered, and go through the motion of dropping it into the hat, really palming it in the moment during which the hand is concealed inside the hat, and at the same moment simulating, by a gentle tap against the inside, the sound which the ball would make if actually dropped into the hat. You next lift B in like manner, introducing the ball just palmed beneath it, and go through the motion of placing the second ball, which is thereby left exposed, in the hat. You do the same with the third cup, then return to the first, which the spectators believe to now be empty, and from which they are astonished to see you produce another ball, continuing till you have raised each cup in succession 8 or 10 times, and on each occasion of lifting a cup to uncover a ball, introducing beneath it the ball which you had just previously palmed. To the eyes of the spectators, who believe that the balls are really dropped into the hat, the effect will be exactly as if new balls, by some mysterious process of reproduction, came under the cups at each time of raising them. When you think your audience are sufficiently astonished, you remark, "I think we have about enough now, the hat's just getting rather heavy. Will someone hold a handkerchief to receive the balls?" When the handkerchief is spread out, you carefully turn over the hat, and the general astonishment will be intensified at discovering that it contains nothing. There is, of course, a ball left under each of the cups, and a fourth palmed in your right hand. This latter will not again be wanted, and you should therefore, while attention is drawn to the hat, drop it upon the servante or into one of your pochettes. Pass 11. To transform the small balls to larger ones. While the attention of the spectators is still occupied by the unexpected denouement of the last pass, you should prepare for this one by secretly taking with your right hand from the servante and palming, by either the second or third method, the first being only available for the small balls, one of the larger balls. You then address the spectators to the following effect: "Ladies and gentlemen, you see that I have little difficulty in increasing the number of balls to an unlimited extent. I will now repeat the experiment in another form, and show you that it is equally easy to make them increase in size. You will observe that, notwithstanding the number of balls which I have just produced from the cups, there is still plenty more to come." Here you raise C, and show that there is a ball still under it. You replace it on the table at a few inches distance, and, as you do so, secretly introduce under it the larger ball, which you have just palmed. Taking up the small ball in your right hand, you say, "To make the experiment still more surprising, I will pass the ball upward through the table into the cup." So saying, you place the right hand under the table, dropping as you do so the little ball which you hold on the servante, and taking in its place another of the larger balls. "Pass!" you exclaim, and at the same time giving a gentle rap on the under surface of the table. You bring the hand up again as if empty. You do not touch the first cup, but repeat the operation with the second, B, and again with A, on each occasion passing the hand under the table, exchanging a small ball for a larger one, and immediately afterward introducing the latter under the cup next in order. The last time, however, you merely drop the small ball on the servante, without bringing up any other in exchange. You have now, unknown to the audience, one of the larger or medium-sized balls under each of the cups. And if you are about to end with this pass, you would merely lift the cups and show the balls, thus apparently increased in size, underneath. We will assume, however, that you propose to exhibit the pass next following, one of the most effective, in which case the necessary preparation must be made in the act of raising the cups, and we shall therefore proceed at once, while the balls still remain covered, to describe Pass 12, to again transform the balls to still larger ones. The last pass having reached the stage we have just described, that is, a large ball being under each cup, but not yet exhibited to the audience, you secretly take in your left hand from the servante one of the still larger balls. These balls should be soft and elastic, and of such a size that, if pressed lightly into the cup, they shall require a slight tap of the cup on the table to dislodge them. Having taken the ball in the left hand, you hold it at the ends of the fingers behind the table, as near the top as possible, consistently with its being out of sight of the spectators. Then saying, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, I must ask for your very closest attention." You raise C with the right hand, and with the same movement lower it for a moment behind the table and over the ball in the left hand, which remains in the cup of its own accord. All eyes go instinctively to the ball on the table, whose increased size is a new phenomenon. Not 1 in 100 will, in this first moment of surprise, think of watching the cup, which is naturally supposed to have, for the moment, concluded its share of the trick. You then replace the cup on the table lightly, so as to not loosen the ball, meanwhile getting ready another ball in the left hand, and repeat the operation with B. With A, you make a slight variation in your mode of procedure. Taking a third ball in your left hand, you hold it as before, but, as if through carelessness or clumsiness, allow it to be seen for a moment above the edge of the table. When you raise the third cup, you move it behind the table as before, and make a feint of introducing the ball which the spectators have just seen, but really let it drop on the servante and replace the cup empty. A murmur from the audience will quickly apprise you that they have, as they imagine, found you out. Looking as innocent as you can, you inquire what is the matter, and are informed that you were seen to introduce a ball into the cup. "I beg your pardon," you reply, lifting up, however, not A, which you have just replaced, but C, which is the farthest remote from it. There really is a ball in this cup, but having been pressed in and fitting tightly, it does not fall. The audience, seeing you raise the wrong cup, are more and more confirmed in their suspicion. "Not that one, the other!" they exclaim. You next raise B, the ball in which also does not fall, for the reason already stated. "No, no!" the audience shout. "The other cup, the end one!" "You really are very obstinate, gentlemen," you reply, "but pray satisfy yourselves," turning over A as you speak, and showing the inside, which is manifestly empty, and your critics rapidly subside. Meanwhile, you drop your left hand to the servante, and secretly take from it 2 similar balls. Then, addressing the audience, you say, "Surely, gentlemen, you don't imagine that if I wanted to place a ball under a cup, I should set about it in such a clumsy fashion as this?" As you say this, you place your left hand in your left pocket, as if taking a ball from thence, as it obviously would not do to give the audience cause to suspect the existence of a secret receptacle behind the table, and bring out again the 2 balls, but only allow one to be seen, keeping the other concealed in the palm. Bringing the cup over the hand, you squeeze in both balls as far as you can, when the innermost will remain, but the outermost, not having sufficient space, will drop out again on the table. The audience, not knowing that there are 2 balls, believe the cup, which you now replace on the table, to be empty. You continue, "No, gentlemen, when I pass a ball under the cup, you may be sure that I don't let anybody see me do so." As you speak, you take the ball on the table in your right hand, and make the movement of transferring it to your left, really palming it by the second method, and holding the left hand closed and high, as if containing it, and keeping your eyes fixed thereon, you carelessly drop your right hand till the fingertips rest on the table, when you are able to let fall the ball upon the servante. You continue, "I will now pass this ball under either of the cups which you like to name. Indeed, I will do more. I will cause this ball invisibly to multiply itself into 3, one of which shall pass under each of the cups. First, however, let me show you that there is nothing under the cups at present." You raise each in turn. "Nothing here, and nothing here." The balls still adhere to the sides of the cups, which therefore appear to be empty. But you replace each with a slight rap on the table, and thereby loosen the ball within it. "Now then!" You bring the 2 hands together and gently rub them over each cup in turn, finally parting them and showing that both are empty, and then lifting the cups to show the 3 large balls underneath. Some performers, in lifting each cup with the right hand, introduce a fresh ball held in the left, as already explained. The effect is the same as in the multiplication pass already described, with this difference, that on each occasion of uncovering a ball, the ball remains on the table, which thus becomes gradually covered with an ever-increasing number of balls. Some again conclude this apparently producing from the cups apples much larger than they could naturally contain, e.g. large apples, Spanish onions, etc. This is effected in the same manner as the introduction of the large balls just described, save that in this case the object, which cannot really go into the cup, is merely held against its mouth with the 3rd finger of the right hand, and dropped with a slight shake, as if there was a difficulty in getting it out. There are many other cup and ball passes, but the series above given will be found as effective as any. If any reader desires to follow the subject further, we would refer him to Récréations mathématiques et physiques of Guyot, already quoted, or another old work under the same title by Ozanam, in which this branch of prestidigitation is treated at considerable length. End of section 31. Recording by April Walters.
Section 32 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shelley Stephen, Farmington Hills, Michigan, ShelleyStephen.com. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Section 32. Chapter 14. Ball Tricks Requiring Special Apparatus. Before proceeding to the description of the tricks which form the subject of this chapter, it may be well to mention one or two principles of sleight of hand, not yet noticed, which have a special application to ball tricks and are also useful with regard to oranges, apples, eggs, etc. The pass called the tourniquet or French drop, described already in relation to coin, will be found equally applicable to balls up to a couple of inches in diameter, but is not available for objects of larger size. Balls of larger diameter are best palmed by one or other of the methods following. First method. Taking the ball in either hand, the performer tosses the ball from palm to palm at a few inches distance 4 or 5 times, finally making the motion of tossing it from the right hand to the left, but really retaining it in the right by a slight contraction of the palm, and at the same time closing and elevating the left hand and following it with the eyes, as though it contained the ball. It is obvious that a ball of this size now under consideration, say of 2 to 3 inches in diameter, would not admit of the hand containing it being perfectly closed, and this must be borne in mind in the position of the left hand, the fingers of which must not be tightly closed, as they would if apparently containing a coin or other very small article, but merely curved inward, the palm, of course, being turned toward the performer's own body so as not to disclose the secret of its emptiness. Where the hand of the performer is small, or the ball is of such a size as not to be readily retained in the right hand by the contraction of the palm, the thumb may be used to assist in supporting it. Second method. Taking the ball between his open hands, the performer rolls it round and round between his palms as though it were a lump of clay which he was molding into a spherical form, and in doing so gradually turns his hands until the back of his right hand is undermost, when, with an inward movement of that hand towards himself, he palms the ball therein, and at the same time closing and elevating the left hand as described for the last method. To vanish a large ball with the aid of the table. First method. Standing behind his table, the ball being some 6 or 8 inches from its hinder edge, the performer places both hands round it, apparently picking it up and bringing it forward between his 2 hands, from which, however, the ball is, on examination, found to have vanished. Its disappearance is effected as follows. At the moment when the performer encircles the ball with his hands, he gives, with the little finger of the hand which is innermost, and therefore unseen by the audience, a quick jerk to the ball, which is thereby made to roll towards the hinder edge of the table and drop upon the servante, on which there should be a padded box or basket to receive it. The action is wholly concealed from the spectators by the hands, which, with the exception of the finger which does the work, should remain motionless. Second method. Standing behind his table, as in the last case, the performer tosses up the ball and catches it again 3 or 4 times, keeping the hands low so as to be near the edge of the table. The hands naturally sink in the act of catching the ball, and after having caught it once or twice, the performer, as he lowers them, drops it on the servante, immediately raising them again with the action of throwing up the ball, taking care to follow it with the eyes in its imaginary flight. If this is done neatly, the eyes of the spectators will instinctively travel in the same direction, and the effect to them will be as if the ball vanished at its highest point of its upward flight, instead of disappearing as it really does at the moment of reaching the hands in its fall. This method may also be employed for objects other than of spherical shape. Third method. The performer, standing behind his table as before, and placing the ball thereon, covers it with the right hand and rolls it round and round in circles, each time bringing it nearer and nearer to the hinder edge of the table till it finally rolls over and drops upon the servante. He continues the motion of the hand for 2 or 3 turns as though the ball were still under it, gradually working back towards the center of the table, the effect to the spectator being as if the ball melted away under the operator's fingers. Fourth method. This is generally employed to apparently pass one object into another, say a small ball into a large one. The performer, standing a little behind his table, with his right side slightly turned to the spectators, takes in his right hand the small ball, and in his left the large one. The latter he holds about shoulder high, keeping his eyes fixed upon it, and remarking, "I shall now pass this small ball into this large one." He draws back, and lowers the right arm as though to give it impetus, as one naturally does in the act of throwing. This brings the right hand just over the padded box or basket on the servante, and allows him to drop the small ball therein. Without any pause, he brings the right hand smartly up to the left, describing a tolerably wide arc in its transit, and then separating his hands, shows that the smaller ball has vanished, having apparently passed into the large one. This sleight is not confined to objects of spherical form, but may be used with any article of convenient size. With this introduction, we shall now proceed to describe a few of the more popular ball tricks. The ball box. The leading idea of most of the tricks which we are about to describe is the magical appearance or disappearance of a ball. So far, they resemble the cup and ball tricks described in the last chapter, but with this difference, that in the case of the present series, the main effect is produced by mechanical means, any sleight of hand employed being rather an accessory than the leading feature. The oldest and simplest of the mechanical appliances for this purpose is that known as the ball box, consisting of a box 2 to 6 inches in height of the shape shown in Figure 127, and containing a ball which just fills it. The box consists of 3 portions: the lower portion, or box proper, A, the lid, C, and an intermediate portion, B, being a hollow hemisphere colored externally in imitation of the ball, and so fitted with reference to the box and lid that it may be either lifted off with the lid, leaving the box apparently empty, or may be left upon the box when the lid is removed, the effect to the eye being as if the ball had returned to the box. The ball box is generally of turned boxwood and is scored with concentric circles which serve to disguise its double opening. Simply stated, its effect is as follows. The solid ball is first shown in the box and then openly taken from it and the box covered with the lid. The ball is then got rid of in one or other of the modes before described, and a pretense is made of passing it invisibly into the box. The lid is removed without the intermediate portion B, and the ball appears to have returned to the box. Again, the lid is replaced and again removed, but this time B is removed with it, and the box again appears empty. The trick in this form is to be found in every toy shop, is so well known as to produce scarcely any illusion, but its transparency may be considerably diminished by previously palming, in the right hand, the movable shell B, the convex side being inward, and then handing round the remaining portions and solid ball for inspection. When they are returned, the performer apparently places the ball in the box, but really makes a secret exchange and places B in the box instead. Upon again removing the lid, and with it B, the ball has disappeared, and as the audience have, as they believe, inspected the whole apparatus, the mode of its disappearance is not quite so obvious as in the first case. At best, however, the ball box in this its pristine form is a clumsy and inartistic contrivance, and has long been relegated to the juvenile and country fair school of conjuring. There is, however, an improved apparatus for producing a similar effect, which is generally worked in couples under the name of the red and black ball vases. The receptacle for the ball is, in this case, made in the form of a neat vase, without any of the telltale grooves which disfigure the older ball box. See Figure 128. Like its prototype, it is in 3 parts, which we will distinguish as before by the letters A, B, and C. The portion B, however, in this case goes completely within the lid C, within which it fits just tightly enough to be lifted off with it. When, however, the performer desires to leave B upon A, he presses down, in the act of lifting off the cover, a movable button or stud at the top. This pushes out the shell B from the cover, and when the latter is lifted, leaves it upon A. When used in pairs, the ball vases are usually made with 1 red and 1 black ball, the shells B of each vase being also 1 black and 1 red. The balls are first offered for examination, after which the red ball is placed in the vase containing the black shell, and the black ball in that which contains the red shell. The vases are then covered, and on the covers being again removed, leaving the hollow shells upon the vases, the red ball being covered by the black shell, and the black ball by the red shell. The effect to the spectator is as if the 2 balls had changed places. By leaving alternately the one or the other shell over its respective vase, the ball in the opposite vase being left uncovered, the vases may be made to appear as if both containing red balls or both black balls, the genuine balls being finally again exhibited as at first. There is yet another form of ball box, also frequently worked in pairs, and designed to simulate the apparent passage of a ball from the one box to the other. The vase in this case consists of 2 parts only, the vase proper A and the cover B, but the latter is of such a height as to completely contain the ball, and of such a size internally that if the ball be jerked up into the cover, it will not again fall unless a slight shake be used to displace it. See Figure 129. Each vase has its own ball, and the mode of use is as follows. One of the vases is prepared beforehand by jerking up the ball into the cover, which may then be removed, showing the vase apparently empty. Or both may first be shown empty, and the ball then introduced secretly under the cover, after the manner of the cups and balls. The remaining vase and ball are offered for inspection, and when they are returned, the ball is placed within and covered over, after which the closed vase is placed upon the table. But in the act of doing this, the performer gives the apparatus a slight upward jerk, thereby causing the ball therein to rise into the cover where it remains. The second vase is once more shown as empty, but replacing it on the table, the performer puts it down sharply, thereby causing the ball to drop from the cover into the cup. He now orders the ball, which the company have seen placed in the first vase, to pass invisibly into the second, and on again opening the 2, this transition will appear to have taken place, and by a repetition of the process, the ball may be made to travel backwards and forwards from one vase to the other. Morison's pillbox. In this trick, called by French conjurers la pilule du diable, the device of the shell is carried still further. The box in this case is spherical, standing upon a thin stem, see Figure 130, and each part box proper and lid, contains a half shell, the edge of one having a rebate or holder so as to fit into the other, the two conjoined having the appearance of a solid ball. The genuine ball is of such a size as to just fill the hollow shells when thus joined. The lower shell fits loosely in the box, and the upper one a little more tightly so as not to fall out unless pressed down by the button on the top of the lid, which not only loosens it from the lid, but presses it into the union with the lower shell. The mode of using the apparatus is as follows. It is first brought forward with the one half shell in the box and the other in the lid, the true ball, which is of the same color as the shell, generally black, being placed within the lower shell. The ball is ostentatiously removed and the box closed. The box is then either placed in some piece of apparatus adapted to cause its disappearance, or is made to vanish by sleight of hand in one or other of the modes already described. The ball is now ordered to return to the box, which, for greater certainty, is once more shown empty. The performer again closes it, pressing as he does so the button on the top of the lid, thus compelling the two half shells to coalesce. On again reopening the box, the ball has, to all appearance, returned as commanded. The ball box now under consideration has this great advantage over the single shell vases, that the sham ball can be completely removed from the box and shown on all sides, thus, apparently, negativing the possibility of its being a shell only. The trick may also be worked very effectively by using a genuine ball of a different color to the shell, with the addition of a duplicate of each. Thus, if the shell be black, you must be provided with a solid ball of the same color and two red balls. One of the latter, as also the solid black ball, should be of such a size as to go inside the shell, the remaining red ball being of the same size as the shell in its complete condition. The half shells being in their place in the box, the performer brings it forward together with the smaller red and black ball, keeping the remaining red ball concealed in his palm. Borrowing a handkerchief, he wraps, apparently, the black ball therein and gives it to someone to hold, really substituting the palmed red ball and getting rid of the black ball as soon as he can into one of his secret pockets. He then places the remaining red ball in the box and, having covered it over, commands the black ball in the handkerchief to change places with the red one in the box. Upon examination, the change has apparently taken place, the red ball in the box being now enclosed within the hollow shell and thus having all the appearance of the solid black ball. The ball which changes to a rose. This is little more than an enlarged edition of the apparatus just described, the ball in Morrison's pill box being generally of about 1.5 inches in diameter, while in the present case the ball is nearly double that size. See Figure 131. The only other difference is the addition of a short pin, about 1/16 of an inch in length, projecting from the bottom of the cup, and fitting into a corresponding hole in the lower shell. The addition of this pin enables the performer, after having pressed the stud at top, and thus caused the ball to appear in the previously empty box, to again cause its disappearance. This is effected by opening the box with a slight lateral pressure, when the pin acts as a stop or check to hold back the lower shell, and the shells, which are in this instance made to fit rather more loosely together, are thus forced to separate again, the lower being left in the cup and the upper in the lid as before. This apparatus is generally used with a solid black ball and a couple of artificial rosebuds, as nearly alike as possible. The apparatus is brought forward empty, and with the solid ball and one of the rosebuds is handed to the audience for inspection. The two half shells, joined together so as to form a hollow ball, with the second rosebud within, are placed ready to hand in one of the pockets of the performer. The audience having duly examined the apparatus, the performer returns to his table, secretly exchanging as he does so the solid for the hollow ball. This latter he places openly in the cup, taking care that the hole in the lower shell duly corresponds with the pin at bottom, and puts on the cover. He now announces that the ball which he has just placed in the cup will at command fly away, and that the rosebud which he holds shall take its place. The disappearance of the visible rosebud is effected in any way that the invention or the appliances at command of the performer may suggest. And on the box being opened, so as to part the two shells, the ball has apparently disappeared and the rose has taken its place. By again closing the box, and this time pressing the stud on the top, the flower may again be made to vanish, and the ball to reappear in its original position. The popular trick of the flower in the buttonhole, which will be described under the head of miscellaneous tricks, may be used in conjunction with this apparatus, the ball being found in the place of the flower, while the latter is made to appear in the buttonhole. A similar apparatus to the one above is sometimes made in metal and of a size sufficient to enclose a cannon ball, which being made to disappear, its place is supplied by a variety of articles which have been otherwise disposed of at an earlier period. The obedient ball. This trick is of Japanese origin, and from that circumstance is sometimes known as the Japanese ball. It is performed with a large black wooden ball about 5 inches in diameter, with a hole bored through it from side to side. A piece of stout rope, 4 or 5 feet in length, with a knot at one end, completes the apparatus. The performer commences by passing the rope through the ball and the hands both for examination. The ball is found to run loosely upon the rope, and both are manifestly quite free from mechanism or preparation. The articles being returned, the performer places his foot upon the knotted end of the rope, and taking the other end in his right hand, holds it in a perpendicular position. The ball is raised as far as the length of rope will admit, and on being again released, immediately runs down again, as would naturally be expected. The performer now announces that, in obedience to his will, the laws of gravity will be in this particular instance suspended. Accordingly, on his again raising the ball to any portion of the rope, it remains stationary at that height until released by his command, when it instantly runs down. Other persons are invited to come forward and to place the ball at any height they please, the ball again remaining stationary until released by the word of the operator, when it slowly descends, stopping, however, in its course, and remaining fixed whenever commanded by the performer to do so. The secret lies in the fact that the hole in the ball is not made straight from end to end, but curved with an angle or break in the middle. See Figure 132. So long as the rope is slack, it runs through easily enough, but as soon as it is drawn taut, and thus forced into a straight line, it is clipped by the opposite angles A, B, and C, creating an amount of friction which would support a much greater weight than that of the ball. The performer has, therefore, only to draw the rope taut when he desires the ball to remain stationary, and to slacken when he desires it to run down. There is another form of the obedient ball, designed for drawing room use. The ball in this case is about 2½ inches in diameter, and the bore is straight, but tapering from 1/4 inch at the one opening to about 1/2 inch at the other. The cord used is a thin piece of whipcord, and the ball therefore runs quite loosely upon it. There is, however, in this case, an additional element in the apparatus, consisting of a little black wooden plug, about 1 inch in length, and tapering so as to fit midway into the bore of the ball. See Figure 133, in which A represents a nearly full-size view of the plug in question. The plug is bored after the manner of the large ball, the hole being of such a size as to just allow the cord to run through it. This plug is secretly threaded upon the cord before commencing the trick. The cord, which in this case has a tassel instead of a knot at one end, being passed through it from the larger end. This plug is kept concealed in the hand of the performer, and the string being allowed to dangle down on either side of it. The ball is handed round for examination, and when returned, the cord is passed through it from the side which has the larger opening. The ball is then allowed to drop quickly to the full extent of the cord. As it runs down, it encounters the plug, which is thereby placed in position within the ball, and both run down together until stopped by the tassel. From this point, the working of the trick is the same as with the larger ball. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Almeida. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Chapter 15, Hat Tricks. The present chapter will be devoted to those tricks in which a hat plays a special or prominent part. Borrowed hats have been used in the course of many of the tricks already described, but the part played by the hat has been of an incidental and subordinate character. In the tricks next following, the hat is the principal article employed. The majority of hat tricks are different modifications of the same broad idea, viz. The production from a borrowed and apparently empty hat of various articles in size and number much exceeding what any hat could in the natural way contain. One of the best is that of the cannonballs in the hat. The earliest and simplest form of this trick is limited to the production of a solid wooden globe, blacked to resemble a cannonball. The introduction of the ball into the hat is effected as follows. The ball, which has a hole of about 2 inches in depth by 1 in diameter bored in it towards its center, is placed on the servante of the performer's table in such manner that the hole above mentioned shall slant upwards and outwards at an angle of about 45 degrees. To keep the ball steady and to prevent its rolling off, some performers have a slight circular hollow scooped in the surface of the servante itself. A more convenient plan, however, is to use an India rubber ring, such as is given to infants teething. This may be placed on any part of the servante and makes a capital rest or bed for the ball. A bit of 1/2 inch rope with the ends joined so as to form a ring will answer the same purpose. When the performer desires to introduce the ball into the hat, which we will suppose to have been borrowed for the purpose of some previous trick just completed, he takes the hat with his thumb outside and his fingers inside the brim, and holds it up with its mouth towards the spectators, so as to show indirectly that it is empty. See Figure 134. Carelessly lowering his hand, he brings the hat mouth downwards on the table, and, drawing it towards him, slips the second finger into the hole in the ball. See Figure 135, when the mere action of crooking the finger brings the ball into the hat. He then, still holding the ball supported by the finger, walks away from the table towards the owner of the hat with the apparent intention of returning it. Just before reaching him, however, he pretends to notice that it is somewhat heavy, and looking into it says, "Dear me, sir, there is something rather peculiar about this hat. Are you aware that there is something in it?" The owner naturally professes ignorance of the fact, and the performer, after keeping the audience in suspense for a moment or two, turns the hat over and lets the ball fall out upon the stage. The performer may in some degree heighten the effect of the trick by making it appear that the ball is wedged very tightly in the hat, as the difficulty of introducing it becomes thereby presumably the greater. This is managed by holding the hat with both hands, as shown in Figure 136, when the extended fingertips will prevent the ball from falling as long as may be desired, however much the hat may be shaken. The trick, as above described, is of very short duration. In order to lengthen, and at the same time to diversify it, a second ball is sometimes employed, of similar appearance, but of different construction. This second ball, see figures 137, 138, the latter representing a section of the ball, is a strongly made hollow sphere of tin or zinc, with a circular opening of about 3½ inches across, closed by a sort of sliding door, A, also circular, working on two curved arms, BB, which move on two pivots, CC, at opposite sides of the ball on the inside. In this door is a hole an inch in diameter, answering the same purpose as the hole bored in the solid ball. The ball is filled beforehand with bonbons, small toys, or any other articles suitable for production. Thus loaded, it is placed upon the servante and introduced into the hat as above described. The performer goes through the ceremony of pretending to discover something in the hat, but does not, as in the last case, at once produce the ball. Slipping back the sliding door, he brings out one by one the articles contained in the ball, not hurriedly, but with deliberation, as he thereby produces the effect of greater quantity. Having emptied the ball, he again closes the circular slide, remarking that the hat is now quite empty. As a proof that it is so, he turns the hat mouth downwards, as above directed, preventing the ball from falling with the tips of his fingers. Again he moves towards the owner, as if to return the hat, and again pretends to find something in it. This time, however, he does not allow the ball to fall on the ground, as, being hollow, it will not bear rough usage, but lifts it out with his left hand, taking care that the door side shall be downwards, next his palm. Observing that he will have the ball packed up for the owner of the hat to take home with him, he returns to his table and places it thereon. As the ball was in his left hand, the right is still holding the hat, and this gives him the opportunity to introduce the second, i.e. the solid cannonball, which should be placed in readiness at the opposite corner of the servante. This also is produced in due course, and, being manifestly solid, naturally leads the audience to infer that the other was so also. What are known as multiplying balls are frequently used in conjunction with the cannonballs. These are cloth-covered balls of about 2½ inches in diameter. In appearance they are solid, but in reality are mere outer coverings of cloth, kept distended by spiral skeletons of wire. See Figure 139, and may be pressed quite flat, in which condition they occupy an exceedingly small space, though they immediately regain their shape on being released. A large number of these may be packed in the hollow cannonball, and when taken out, produce a pile extending far above the mouth of the hat, the cannonball lying hidden beneath them. The hollow ball may also be filled with soft feathers, of which what will seem an incredible quantity when spread out may be compressed into a very small space. Feathers are, however, objectionable in a drawing-room, from the difficulty of collecting them from the carpet. The 100 goblets from a hat. The goblets used for this purpose are of polished tin, about 4 inches in depth, and made without ornament or projection of any kind. Being all of the same size and slightly tapering, a large number of them may be fitted one within the other, and yet occupy little more space than a single one. The goblets thus packed are placed in a bag of black alpaca, just large enough to receive them, and concealed on the servante or in one of the profondes of the performer. When it is desired to introduce them into the hat, they are grasped in either hand, the back of the hand being turned towards the audience, and thus covering them. The hand is now carelessly placed in the hat as though to take something out. Once introduced, the goblets are produced one by one and placed mouth downward on the table, their number giving an appearance of bulk which seems to exclude the possibility of their having been all contained within so small a space. 2 or 3 parcels of goblets may be introduced successively and brought out one by one with little difficulty. We may here mention a little expedient which will be found of great assistance where the performer desires to introduce into a hat a bundle of goblets or any similar article from either of his secret pockets. We will suppose that the article in question is in the right hand profonde. Taking the empty hat in the opposite hand, the left, he stoops a little, and holding it down near the floor with its mouth toward the company, gently moves it round and round in circles, gazing at it intently, as though anticipating some important result. This draws all eyes to the hat, and enables him to drop his right hand to the profonde, and bring out, under cover of the hand and wrist, the article to be introduced. Continuing the motion, he gradually brings the mouth of the hat upwards so that the company can no longer see into it, and suddenly plunges his right hand into it, as though merely to take out the article or articles which he, in fact, thereby introduces. This may be repeated from the profonde on the opposite side, and thus 2 successive packets of articles may be produced without even going near the table. A dozen babies from a hat. Among the various objects available for production may be enumerated dolls, of which a dozen, each 8 or 9 inches in height, may be produced from a borrowed hat. The dolls for this purpose are of colored muslin, stretched over a framework or skeleton of spiral wire, after the fashion of the multiplying balls. See Figure 140. And may be compressed vertically to a thickness of about 3/4 of an inch. A dozen of them may be packed within the hollow cannon ball described above, resuming their shape as soon as they are released. The magic reticules. This is one of the most modern hat tricks. The reticules, which are of cardboard covered with leather, are, when expanded, as shown in Figure 141. They are, however, constructed so as to fold into a very small compass, in manner following. The ends, AA, are only attached to the reticule at their lower edges, which form a kind of leather hinge, and may be folded inwards flat upon the bottom of the reticule. See Figure 142. The ends of the ribbon B, which forms the sling or handle of the reticule, run freely through 2 holes, CC, in the upper side of the reticule, and are attached to the ends AA at the points DD. The ends being folded down, as in Figure 142, the reticule becomes a hollow oblong, open from end to end, as in Figure 143. The angles, being made of soft leather, are flexible, and by pressing the sides in the direction indicated by the dotted lines, see Figure 143, the reticule is brought into the condition shown in Figure 144, and, on being again folded, into that shown in Figure 145, in which condition it is little larger than a pocketbook. Half a dozen reticules thus folded and packed in a bag of black alpaca, or held together by an India rubber ring, form a small and compact parcel, and are easily introduced into the hat. The performer, having got them out of the bag, has only to unfold each so as to bring it into the condition shown in Figure 144, when the mere act of lifting the reticule out of the bag by the ribbon B raises the sides and ends and restores it to the shape shown in Figure 141. The drums from the hat. In this trick, the performer generally begins by producing from the hat a number of the multiplying balls described at page 307. He next produces a miniature drum, prettily ornamented, then another, then a third and a fourth, each being a shade larger than its predecessor, and the last of such a size as barely to be containable within the hat. With the reader's present knowledge, he will readily conjecture that the drums are so constructed as to fit one within the other, the multiplying balls being packed within the smallest of the four. One end of each drum is loose and falls inwards upon the opposite end, upon which it lies flat, thus giving space for the introduction of another drum a size smaller. Across the loose end, and parallel to it, is fixed a wire, forming a handle whereby the performer may lift the drum out of the hat, the act of doing so raising the end into its proper position, and a wire rim round the inside of each drum, preventing the loose end being drawn out altogether. Each drum is taken out with the loose end upwards, but the performer, in placing it on the table, turns it over, thus bringing the solid end up. In default of this precaution, the loose end would fall back again to its old position, and so betray the secret. The drums are usually made oval rather than round, as they are thus better suited to the shape of a hat. The bird cages from the hat. Not content with cannonballs, drums, and ladies' reticules, the public of the present day requires that bird cages and living birds should be produced from an empty hat. The bird cages used vary in their construction. Some are made to fit one within the other, after the fashion of the drums just described, save that the bird cages, unlike the drums, are lifted out by the solid and not the loose ends, which fall down of their own accord. Those in most general use, however, are of the shape shown in Figure 146, and are alike in size, measuring about 6 inches in height by 5 in breadth and depth. The bottom is made to slide upwards on the upright wires which form the sides. When it is desired to prepare the cage for use, a canary is first placed therein, and the bottom is then pushed up as far as it will go. See Figure 147. The sides, which work on hinges at AAAA, being folded one by one upon the bottom, the cage finally assuming the shape shown in Figure 148. It is in this condition that the cages, generally 3 in number, are introduced into the hat, either from the servante or from inside the vest of the performer, and in the act of lifting out, which is done by the wire loop at top, the sides and bottom falling down, the cage again becomes as in Figure 146. The cake, or pudding, in the hat. This is an old and favorite hat trick. The necessary apparatus consists of 2 parts. First, a round tin pan A, see Figure 149, 4 inches in depth and tapering from 5 inches at its greatest to 4½ inches at its smallest diameter. It is open at each end, but is divided into 2 parts by a horizontal partition at about 2/3 of its depth. Second, a larger tin B, japanned to taste, 5½ inches in depth, and so shaped as to fit somewhat tightly over the smaller tin. In the larger end of the latter is placed a hot cake or pudding, and in this condition it is placed on the servante of the table, projecting a little over the edge. The performer borrows a hat, and in passing behind his table, tips cake and tin together into it. The chances are that the tin will fall small end upwards, the opposite end being the heaviest. But if not, the performer turns the tin so as to bring it into that position. Placing the hat mouth upwards on the table, he announces his intention of making a cake in it, for which purpose he takes one by one and mixes in the tin B a quantity of flour, raisins, eggs, sugar, and the other ingredients for a cake, adding water enough to make the mixture into a thick batter. This he pours into the hat, holding the tin with both hands, at first high above it, but gradually bringing it lower and lower, till at last, as if draining the last drop of the mixture, he lowers the mouth of the tin right into the hat, and brings it well down over the smaller tin. On being again raised, it brings away within it the smaller tin and its liquid contents, the cake being left in the hat. He next proceeds to bake the cake by moving the hat backwards and forwards at a short distance over the flame of a candle, and after a sufficient interval exhibits the result, which is cut up and handed round to the company for their approval. As the batter round the sides of B is apt to cause A to stick pretty tightly into it, a folding ring is generally fixed inside A in order to facilitate its removal after the close of the trick. The Welsh Rabbit. This is a trick of a comic character, and in the hands of a spirited performer is sure to be received with applause, particularly by the younger members of the audience. Its effect is as follows. The performer brings in one hand a saucepan, fancifully decorated, and in the other a plate with bread, cheese, pepper, etc. With these ingredients he proposes to make a Welsh rabbit, and to give the audience, without extra charge, a lesson in cookery, chopping the bread and cheese together in a burlesque fashion, and seasoning with pepper and salt to a degree which no palate short of a salamander's could possibly stand. He shovels all into the saucepan and claps the lid on. For a moment he is at a loss for a fire, but this difficulty is quickly conquered. Borrowing a gentleman's hat and a lady's pocket handkerchief, he requests permission to use them for the purpose of the experiment. This is readily accorded, but the respective owners look on with consternation when the performer proceeds to set fire to the handkerchief and, dropping it still blazing into the hat, to cook the Welsh rabbit by moving the saucepan to and fro over the flames. Having done this for a minute or two, he extinguishes the flames by lowering the saucepan for a moment into the hat. Then, again removing it and taking off the lid, he brings it forward to the company and exhibits not the expected Welsh rabbit or rarebit, but a genuine live rabbit, every vestige of the cheese and other ingredients having disappeared. The secret of this ingenious trick lies mainly in the construction of the saucepan, which consists of 4 parts, designated in the diagram, figure 150, by the letters A, B, C, and D. A is the lid, which has no speciality, save that the rim round it is rather deeper than usual. B is a shallow tray or lining of the same depth as the lid, fitting easily within the top of the saucepan. A, on the contrary, fits tightly within B. C is the body of the saucepan and has no speciality. D is an outer sheet or covering, loosely fitting the lower part of the saucepan, and, like it, is japanned plain black, the upper part and lid being generally of an ornamental pattern. For our own part, we much prefer either plain black or polished tin throughout, as savoring less of mechanism or preparation. The presence or absence of D does not alter the general appearance of the saucepan, and cannot therefore be detected by the eye. It should be mentioned that D is so made that between its bottom and the bottom of the saucepan is a space of about ½ an inch in depth, and in this space, before the apparatus is brought forward, is placed a substitute handkerchief, sprinkled with a few drops of spirits of wine, or eau de cologne, to render it more inflammable. Within the saucepan is placed a small live rabbit, after which B is put in its place and pressed down. The performer is now ready to begin the trick. He brings forward the saucepan, holding it as in figure 151, in which position the pressure of the first and second fingers on D prevents it falling off, as, being loose, it would otherwise do. Placing it on the table, he mixes the bread, cheese, etc. on the plate, and then pours all into the saucepan, where, of course, they fall into B. As B is comparatively shallow, it is well to place the saucepan in some tolerably elevated situation, so that the audience may not be able to see into it, or they may perceive that the bread, etc., do not fall to the bottom. The lid is next placed on the saucepan. The hat and handkerchief are borrowed, the latter, which is to serve as fuel, being dropped into the hat. The performer, as if bethinking himself of a possible difficulty, carelessly remarks, "We mustn't have the stove too small for the saucepan," and so saying lifts the latter, as shown in figure 151, and lowers it for a moment into the hat, as though testing their relative sizes. In that moment, however, he relaxes the pressure of his fingers on D, and so leaves it within the hat, placing the saucepan on the table beside it. When he again takes out the supposed handkerchief and sets light to it, it is, of course, the substitute that is actually burnt, the genuine handkerchief meanwhile remaining hidden beneath D in the crown. The effect of the flames rising from the hat, in which the audience cannot suppose any preparation, is very startling, and yet, unless the substitute handkerchief is unusually large, or the spirit has been applied with a too liberal hand, there is no real danger of injuring the hat. The performer moves about the saucepan above the blaze at such a distance as not to inconvenience the animal within, and, after a moment or two, brings the saucepan sharply down into the hat, for the ostensible purpose of extinguishing the flames, but in again lifting it out, he brings with it D, and places all together on the table. Nothing is now left in the hat but the borrowed handkerchief, which may be restored in any manner which the performer's fancy may suggest. When the lid of the saucepan is removed, as it fits more tightly within B than the latter fits within the saucepan, it naturally carries B with it, thus causing the disappearance of the bread, cheese, etc., and revealing in its place the live rabbit. Some fun may be created by selecting beforehand an assistant from the juvenile portion of the audience, and dressing him up with a pocket handkerchief round his head, and another by way of apron, to act as assistant cook. A guinea pig or small kitten may be substituted for the rabbit, the performer accounting for the wrong animal being produced by supposing that he must have made some mistake in mixing the ingredients. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stacy Colon. Modern Magic, a practical treatise in the art of conjuring by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 1. Under this head we propose to describe such tricks as do not come within either of the preceding categories. We shall make no attempt at classifying them, save that we shall, as far as practicable, describe the best known and simplest feats first, and thence proceed to the more complicated. Stage tricks, i.e., tricks adapted to the stage only, will be treated in the chapter next following. We will begin with the cut string restored. This is a trick of such venerable antiquity that we should not have ventured to allude to it, were it not that the mode of working which we are about to describe, though old in principle, is new in detail, and much superior in neatness to the generally known methods. After having offered the string, which should be about 4 feet in length for examination, the performer takes the ends, pointing upwards, between the first and second finger and thumb of the left hand, and the first finger and thumb of the right hand, letting the remainder of the string hang down in a loop between them. Now, bringing the right hand close to the left, he draws that portion of the string which is held in the right hand toward himself between the first and second fingers of the left hand, thus crossing at right angles that end of the cord which is held in the left hand, continuing to pull until half the length of the string has passed the left hand, and at the same time slipping the third finger of the left hand between the two parts of the string, which will thus be as shown in figure 152, in which, for convenience of reference, the 3 lines in which the string now hangs are marked A, B, and C, and one half of the string is shown black, and the other half white, though, of course, there would be no such difference of color in the original. The first finger and thumb of the right hand, still retaining the end which they already hold, sees the portion B at the point marked with that letter. The third finger of the left hand at the same time drawing back the portion A towards the palm of the hand. The string will thus be brought into the position shown in figures 153 and 154, in the latter of which, for the sake of clearness, the thumbs are made transparent. The part now held horizontally between the 2 hands, which appears to be the middle of the string, really being only the immediate continuation of the end held in the left hand. The whole operation of arranging the string in proper position, though tedious to describe, does not take half a second in practice. The performer next requests some person to cut the string, thus arranged in half, and this being, apparently, done, he transfers the string all together to the right hand, keeping the point of junction of the crossed pieces hidden between the finger and thumb. See figure 155. He now gives either end to someone to hold, and placing his open left hand near to the end thus held, winds the string rapidly round it, sliding off as he does so the short piece, which as soon as it is clear of the longer portion he presses with his thumb between the second and third fingers of the same hand. On again unwinding the string from the left hand, it is found apparently whole as at first. The principle of the trick being very generally known, you will frequently find some one of the audience proclaim his acquaintance with it, and declare that you have merely cut a short piece off the end of the string. "Pardon me," you reply. "My dear sir, that method of performing the trick has long since been exploded. I will at once show you that I do not make use of any such shabby expedient. Of course, if a piece was, as you suggest, cut off the end, the string would be that much shorter after the operation. Will someone be kind enough to measure it? While this is being done, you secretly double in a loop the little piece which was cut off on the former occasion, and which has still remained in your right hand. When the string is returned to you, you double it in half and allow it to hang down between the first finger and thumb of the right hand, drawing up immediately above it the little loop you have just formed. See figure 156. You now ask someone again to cut the string, which he apparently does, in reality merely dividing the little loop. You go through any magical gesticulations you please, and ultimately again conceal the cut ends between the fingers, and produce the string once more restored. On being measured, it is found to have lost nothing of its length. The trick in this second form being performed by wholly different means, the repetition will puzzle even those who knew, or believed they knew, the modus operandi in the first case. My grandmother's necklace. The trick which bears this title is also a very old one, but is little known in the improved form we are about to describe. In its older shape, it is performed with 3 perforated wooden balls or beads, threaded on a couple of tapes whose ends are held securely by 2 of the spectators. The problem is to detach the beads without breaking the tapes, and this is effected as follows. The tapes, which should be from 4 to 6 feet in length, are beforehand doubled in the middle and slightly joined at the bend of each with fine cotton or silk of the same color. The tapes are thus really middle to middle, though to a casual observer they appear to be merely laid side by side. The performer comes forward with the tapes thus prepared, thrown over his left arm, taking care that the point of junction shall be on the side towards his body, and therefore concealed, and with the beads in his hands. These latter, which are mere wooden balls, from 1 to 2 inches in diameter, perforated so as to freely admit the tapes, he hands for examination. When they are returned, he threads them one after another upon the tapes, holding the latter in a loop so that the balls may sink down to the middle, and so cover the point of junction. He next requests 2 of the company to come forward and hold the tapes, and hands 2 ends to one and 2 to the other. Each person believes that he holds one end of each tape, though in reality each has both ends of the same tape. The performer now takes from each one of the ends which he holds, and crossing the tapes in the manner shown in Figure 157, gives to each the end which the other previously held. Holding a hat below the balls, he requests each person to pull smartly at the word 3. The word of command is given, 1, 2, 3, and the thread breaking, the balls fall into the hat, though the ends of the tape still remain in the hands of the holders. The improvement to which we have alluded consists in the use of 6 balls, 3 red and 3 black. The red balls having been first threaded on the tapes, and the 2 ends having been crossed and returned to the holders in manner already described, the black balls are in turn threaded on the tapes at either end, and the performer holding the hat beneath, and addressing one of the persons who hold the tapes, says, "Which will you have, sir? The red balls or the black?" Whichever the answer, the result is the same, for the red balls only can come off the tapes, the black remaining still upon them. But in either case, the performer is able to satisfy the choice which has been made. If the red balls have been chosen, he says on their falling, "You chose the red, I think." You see that your commands are at once obeyed. If, on the other hand, the black are chosen, the performer says, "You prefer the black? Then I will take the red," which he does accordingly. The audience, having heard the choice freely offered, and not being aware of the subterfuge by which the implied undertaking is fulfilled, naturally believe the performer was able to take off or leave on the tape whichever group of balls he pleased. The bonus genius, or vanishing doll. While upon the subject of old-fashioned tricks, we may briefly notice that known under the name of the bonus genius, which has puzzled many generations of our forefathers, and though now rarely exhibited by professional performers, is still a great favorite with juvenile audiences. The bonus genius is a little wooden figure of a man, 4 to 6 inches in height, and more or less grotesque in color and design. A little cloak made small above and full below, like the skirt of a doll's dress, and with no opening save where the head of the figure passes through, completes the apparatus. There are, however, 2 points about the doll and his cloak which are unknown to the spectators. First, the head of the doll is movable, a wooden peg forming the neck and fitting somewhat tightly into a corresponding hole in the body. Secondly, there is stitched on the inside of the cloak just below the opening for the neck a little pocket of the description known among tailors as a patch pocket, and of such a size as to contain the head easily. The performer holding up the figure and introducing it to the company as his flying messenger, warranted to outstrip the electric telegraph, covers it with a cloak, so that nothing but the head is seen. Grasping the figure under the cloak with his right hand, the performer holds a burlesque conversation with him, finally entrusting him with a message to be immediately delivered to the President of the United States, the Shah, or any other individual at a distance. The figure does not move. "Well, sir, are you not going?" asks the performer. The figure shakes his head from side to side, an effect easily produced by turning the body backwards and forwards under the cloak. "You won't, eh? Why not? I should like to know." "Oh, I see what you mean. I haven't given you your traveling expenses." As he says the last words, he grasps the figure and cloak from the outside round the neck with the left hand, and draws away the right from beneath the cloak, secretly carrying with it the body, and putting his hand in his pocket, as though in search of money. He leaves the body of the figure in his pocket, and brings out the hand again empty, but in the position of holding a coin between the finger and thumb. "There, sir," he says, "there is a shilling for you," making the gesture of giving it. "You don't see the coin, ladies and gentlemen, but the fact is, what I have just given him is fairy money. The weight of the ordinary coinage would interfere with the rapidity of his flight. Now, sir, make haste. You have nothing to wait for now." The performer has meanwhile again put the right hand under the cloak, and with 2 fingers holds the little pocket open for the reception of the head. As he says the last words, he gives the head a sharp downward rap with the fingers of the left hand, and lets it fall into the little pocket, the effect being as if the figure has suddenly vanished. The performer shakes the cloak and turns it inside out to show that it is empty, taking care always to grasp it by that part which contains the head, when all other portions of the cloak may be shown freely, and as the audience are not aware that the figure is divisible, and supposing it to be indivisible, it would be clearly much too large to be concealed in the closed hand. There is nothing to lead them to guess the secret. If it is desired to make the doll reappear, the head is pushed up again through the opening of the cloak, the hand beneath supporting it by the peg which forms the neck, and it may thus be made to vanish and return any number of times. With tolerable skill in palming, the little pocket may be dispensed with, the head being simply held in the hand. This mode of working is, in our own opinion, to be preferred, as the cloak may then be handed for examination, without giving even the infinitesimal clue which the pocket might suggest. Some performers, to still further hoodwink the spectators, make use of two figures, the first which is handed round for inspection being solid, and being afterwards secretly changed for its counterpart with a movable head. Others again use only one figure which is solid throughout, but are provided with a separate head, whose existence is of course not suspected by the spectators, and having handed round the solid figure for examination, conceal this and work the trick with the head only. The Dancing Sailor. The Dancing Sailor is a figure cut out of cardboard 8 or 9 inches in height, and with its arms and legs cut out separately and attached to the trunk with thread in such a manner as to hang perfectly free. The mode of exhibiting it is as follows. The performer, taking a seat facing the company, with his legs slightly apart, places the figure on the ground between them. As might be expected, it falls flat and lifeless, but after a few mesmeric passes it is induced to stand upright, though without visible support, and on a lively piece of music being played, dances to it, keeping time and ceasing as soon as the music ceases. The secret lies in the fact that from leg to leg of the performer, at about the height of the figure from the ground, is fixed, generally by means of a couple of bent pins, a fine black silk thread of 18 or 20 inches in length. This allows him to move about without any hindrance. On each side of the head of the figure is a little slanting cut, tending in a perpendicular direction and about ½ an inch in length. The divided portions of the cardboard are bent back a little, thus forming 2 hooks, so to speak, at the sides of the head. When the performer takes his seat as before mentioned, the separation of his legs draws the silk comparatively taut, though against a moderately dark background it remains wholly invisible. When he first places the figure on the ground, he does so simply, and the figure naturally falls. He makes a few sham mesmeric passes over it, but still it falls. At the 3rd or 4th attempt, however, he places it so that the little hooks already mentioned just catch the thread. See Figure 158, showing the arrangement of the head. And the figure is thus kept upright. When the music commences, the smallest motion or pretense of keeping time with the feet is enough to start the sailor in a vigorous hornpipe. The Bottle Imps. These are miniature black bottles, about 2 inches in height, with rounded bottoms and so weighted that, like tumbler dolls, they rise of their own accord to the perpendicular, and will not rest in any other position. The proprietor, however, has a charm by which he is able to conquer their obstinate uprightness. For him, and for him only, they will consent to be laid down, and even to stand at an angle of 45 degrees, though they again rebel if any other person attempts to make them do the same. The little bottles are made of papier-mâché or some other very light material, varnished black, the bottom of each being a half bullet, spherical side downwards. The center of gravity is therefore at the bottom of the bottle, which is thus compelled always to stand upright. The performer, however, is provided with 1 or 2 little pieces of iron wire, of such a size and length as just to slip easily into the bottle, one of these being held concealed between the finger and thumb. It is a very easy matter, in picking up the bottle, to slip it in, and the slight additional weight neutralizing the effect of the half bullet at the foot, causes the bottle to lie still in any position. Having shown that the bottle is obedient to the word of command, the performer again picks it up with the neck between the first and second fingers and thumb, carelessly turning it bottom upwards, and thus allowing the bit of wire to slip out again into the palm of his hand. When he is able to again tender the bottle for experiment, partaking of the nature of a puzzle as well as a conjuring trick, this little toy has amused thousands, and if neatly manipulated, may be repeatedly exhibited even before the same spectators with little fear of detection. The vanishing gloves. This is a capital trick with which to commence an entertainment. When coming as it should do, unannounced, and before the performance proper has commenced, it has an air of improvisation which greatly enhances its effect, and at once awakens the attention of the audience. The performer comes forward in full evening dress, while saying a few words by way of introduction to his entertainment. He begins to take off his gloves, commencing with that on his right hand. As soon as it is fairly off, he takes it in the right hand, waves the hand with a careless gesture, and the glove is gone. He begins to take off the other, walking as he does so behind his table, whereupon his wand is laid. The left-hand glove being removed is rolled up into a ball and transferred from the right hand to the left, which is immediately closed. The right hand picks up the wand, and with it touches the left, which being slowly opened, the second glove is found to have also disappeared. The disappearance of the first glove is effected by means of a piece of cord elastic attached to the back of the waistcoat, and thence passing down the sleeve. This should be of such a length as to allow the glove to be drawn down and put on the hand, and yet to pull it smartly up the sleeve and out of sight when released. It is desirable to have a hem round the wrist of the glove, and to pass the elastic through this like the cord of a bag, as it thereby draws the wrist portion of the glove together, and causes it to offer less hindrance to its passage up the sleeve. Upon taking off the glove, the performer retains it in his hand, and lets it go when he pleases. He must, however, take care to straighten his arm before letting it slip, as otherwise the elastic will remain comparatively slack, and the glove will, instead of disappearing with a flash, dangle ignominiously from the coat cuff. The left-hand glove is got rid of by palming. The performer standing behind his table, as already mentioned, rolling the glove between his hands and quickly twisting the fingers inside, so as to bring it into a more manageable form, pretends to place it in his left hand, but really palms it in his right. He now lowers the right hand to pick up his wand, and as the hand reaches the table, drops the glove on the servante. He now touches the left hand with the wand, in due course opening the hand and showing that the glove has departed. Some performers vanish both gloves by means of elastic, one up the right sleeve, the other up the left, but in doing so they offend against one of the cardinal precepts of the art, viz. Never to perform the same trick twice in succession by the same means. The audience, having seen the manner of the first disappearance, are all on the alert, and are not unlikely on the second occasion to guess the means employed. If, on the other hand, the performer adopts the plan indicated above, the two modes of producing the effect being different, each renders it more difficult to discover the secret of the other. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Modern Magic, a Practical Treatise on the Art of Conjuring by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 2. The Egg Bag. This is a very old-fashioned trick, but if performed with address, it is by no means ineffective. It was exhibited in a modified form by the Japanese jugglers who visited London a few years ago. We shall first describe it in the simple form adopted by them, and shall then proceed to explain the older and more elaborate version. The Japanese egg bag is about 8 inches in depth and 6 in breadth, and is made of alpaca, tammy, or some similar opaque material. Its only peculiarity is that one of its sides is double, the stuff being folded down inwards from the mouth of the bag to about 2/3 of its depth, and stitched at the sides, but left open at its lower edge. The effect of this arrangement is to make a sort of pocket, mouth downwards, inside the bag. If any small article, such as an egg, be placed within the bag, and the bag be turned upside down, the article will not fall out, but will fall into the pocket, which, in the reversed position of the bag, will be mouth upwards. This will enable you to conceal the presence of any article in the bag, as you may turn it upside down and even inside out without any fear of the article falling. And so long as you take care to keep the pocket side of the bag towards yourself, the spectators have not the least reason for suspecting that the bag is otherwise than empty. The uses to which this little bag may be put are various. Amongst others, it is available either to produce or cause the disappearance of an egg, and may thus, in combination with other apparatus, be made useful for many tricks. We shall content ourselves with describing one only of the modes of using it. The performer comes forward having in his hand the bag, in which is beforehand placed a small egg. He turns the bag upside down and inside out, thus proving to all appearance that it is perfectly empty. Holding the bag for a moment with his teeth, he pulls back his coat cuffs to prove that he has nothing concealed in that quarter, taking care as he does so to show clearly that his hands are empty. Taking the bag in his left hand and imitating, if he can, the clucking of a hen, he dips his right hand into it and produces an egg, or rather the egg. This he places in his mouth, letting all see that he does so, then making a gesture of swallowing, he again dips his hand in the bag and produces a second egg, of which he disposes in the same way, repeating the operation until a dozen or more have been apparently produced and swallowed. With the reader's present knowledge, it is hardly necessary to suggest to him that the egg, though fairly placed in the mouth, is, under cover of the hand, instantly pushed out again with the tongue and palmed, rendering it a very simple matter to produce, apparently, another egg from the bag. Although so absurdly simple, the trick is effective, and, if neatly performed, produces a complete illusion. The bag, which is more generally known as the egg bag, is a much larger affair, measuring 18 to 20 inches in width by 14 or 15 in depth. In its most approved form, one side of the bag is made double, the double side being stitched all round, save for about 4 inches at one corner of the bottom of the bag. The little opening thus left affords therefore the sole access to the space between the double sides. Between these double sides and immediately below their upper edge is stitched a broad band with a row of a dozen or more little pockets, each capable of holding an egg, and upwards. Each pocket covers about 2/3 of the egg, which is prevented from falling out spontaneously by a little piece of elastic round the edge of the pocket, though it will slip out and fall into the space between the double sides on the slightest pressure being applied to it. The bag is prepared for use by placing an egg in each of the little pockets we have mentioned. The eggs used are either blown shells or imitation eggs of wood or tin, with one real one, for the performer to break as a specimen, and so lead the audience to the belief that all are equally genuine. The bag being brought forward is turned upside down, of course nothing falling from it. The performer then, thrusting his arms down to the bottom and seizing the bag by the corners inside, turns it inside out, taking care, however, to keep the double side towards himself. Having thus conclusively proved its emptiness, he again brings back the bag to its normal condition, and in the act of doing so, squeezes with his finger and thumb, through the stuff, the genuine egg out of its pocket. It falls into the space between the double sides, and by gently sloping the bag downward in the direction of the opening at the corner, he brings the egg into the outer bag, whence he produces it, and breaks it to show its genuineness, as already mentioned. Again he turns the bag inside out, shaking and twisting it, and again produces an egg from it as before, repeating the operation until the supply of eggs is exhausted. Sometimes he varies his proceedings by trampling or jumping on the bag, which he lays for that purpose on the floor with its lower edge towards the audience. The eggs are thus on the side remote from the spectators, and in trampling on the bag it is very easy for the performer to avoid that particular line in which he knows them to be. It was formerly the fashion, after bringing out a number of eggs, as above described, to finish by producing the hen which is supposed to have laid them. This was done by an adroit exchange of the bag just used for another containing a hen, hung in readiness behind a chair or some other convenient cover. This latter bag, having no double side or other preparation, might safely be abandoned to the inspection of the most curious spectator. Where it is not intended to produce the bird, it will still be well to have the second bag, so as to be able to make an exchange and to hand the bag for inspection. It is a great improvement to the egg bag to have the lower portion, say the last 3 inches of its depth, made of network, so that the spectators can at once see each egg as it falls into the bottom of the bag. It is hardly necessary to observe that, in this case, the inner lining of the double side must terminate where the network commences. To produce eggs from a person's mouth. While upon the subject of eggs, we may notice this, though it has always appeared to us a rather disagreeable trick. It is rarely exhibited as a separate feat, but generally as a prelude to some other illusion, for the performance of which 3 or 4 eggs are necessary. The performer, requiring eggs, sends his assistant to fetch a plate. On his return, he places him, holding the plate with both hands in front of him, facing the company. The performer is seen beside him, and gently patting him on the head, an egg is seen to appear between his lips. This is taken from him and placed on the plate. The performer, passing behind him, now stands on his other side, and again patting his head, another egg is produced in like manner. This is repeated until the requisite number of eggs is procured, the assistant, as each fresh one is produced, simulating increasing difficulty, as though the eggs were forced up from the stomach by a powerful muscular effort. This effect is produced as follows. We will suppose that 5 eggs are to be produced. One is placed beforehand in the mouth of the assistant, and 4 more are placed in the pochettes, or tucked under the waistband of the performer, 2 on each side. Having placed his assistant in position, the performer secretly takes one of these latter into his right hand and palms it. Patting the assistant on the head with his left hand, he waits until the egg appears between the teeth, and immediately on its appearance raises his right hand as if to receive it, thus bringing up the palmed egg opposite the mouth, while the egg that is already in the mouth slips back under cover of the hand out of sight. The palmed egg is laid on the plate, and the performer, in the act of passing behind his assistant, palms a second egg in his left hand. The same pantomime is again gone through, save that, in this case, the right hand pats the head and the left hand is held to the mouth to receive the egg. After 4 eggs have been produced in this manner, the 5th, which has been all along in the mouth, is produced apparently in like manner, but the performer takes care that in this instance it shall be seen beyond a doubt that the egg really does come from the mouth, which being manifestly the case in this instance, the audience are pretty sure to jump to the conclusion that all were produced in an equally bona fide manner. The Pillars of Solomon and the Magic Bradawl. There is a very old-fashioned apparatus, sometimes called the Pillars of Solomon, for apparently uniting a piece of cut string. It consists of 2 slips of wood, each about 4 inches in length by 5/8 of an inch square, laid side by side. At about an inch from one end of each, a transverse hole is bored, and through this, passing through both slips, a string is passed, and may be drawn backwards and forwards from side to side. The apparatus having been shown in this condition, the performer passes a knife between the 2 slips, thus apparently dividing the string, but the string is notwithstanding still drawn backward and forward through the holes as sound as ever. The secret lies in the fact that the string does not, in reality, go straight through the 2 slips of wood from side to side. A glance at Figure 160 will enlighten the reader as to its real course. Instead of passing straight through from A to D, as it appears to do when the 2 pillars are laid side by side, which is the condition in which they are first exhibited to the spectators, it passes down the length of the first pillar from A to B, out at B, and into the second pillar at C, whence it passes upwards and emerges at D. The passing of the knife between the 2 points A and D does not therefore affect the string in the least. It is obvious that in this form of the apparatus the 2 pillars, being joined by the cords at the points B and C, cannot be completely separated, and the fact of their always being kept close together at the lower end is quite sufficient to betray to an acute observer the principle of the trick. There is, however, an improved form of the same apparatus, in which, after the apparent cutting of the cord, the 2 pillars are held wide apart, one in each hand of the performer, and yet, when they are again placed side by side, the string runs backwards and forwards merrily as ever. The pillars are, in this instance, of the form shown in Figure 161. They are about 6 inches in length, of light and elegant shape, having at each end a ball or knob of about 1 1/4 inches in diameter, flattened on one face to allow of the pillars being laid closely side by side. The cord, as in the former case, passes down the first pillar from A to B, but instead of passing out at B, it is rolled round a little pulley working in the lower knob of that pillar. See Figure 162, which gives a sectional view of the lower portion of each pillar. A similar cord is passed down from D in the second pillar to C, and is there rolled round a second pulley, but in the opposite direction to that of the first cord, so that, if both pulleys move in the same direction, the cord on the one will be wound, and the cord on the other unwound. Each pulley is of one piece with its axis, the axis of the one terminating in a little square tenon or nut, and that of the other in a corresponding mortise or hollow, so that when the two pillars are placed side by side, their axes fit the one into the other, and whichever of the two pulleys is set in motion, the like movement is communicated to the other. The effect of this is as follows. If the cord at A be pulled, it unwinds that portion of the cord which is wound on the pulley at B, and by the same movement winds up the cord on the other pulley, and vice versa. We have omitted to mention that there is glued into a little hole on the flat side of each of the upper knobs, exactly opposite the points A and B, a very minute piece, say 1/8 of an inch in length, of similar cord, these greatly heightening the appearance of reality upon the apparent cutting of the cord. The pillars are brought forward side by side, the nut of the one pulley fitting strictly into the hollow of the other. The performer shows, by drawing the cord backward and forwards, that it fairly traverses the two pillars from side to side. Taking a knife, he passes it between the two pillars, and to all appearances cuts the cord, immediately taking the pillars one in each hand and showing the cut ends, really the short bits on the inside, to prove that it is fairly cut through. Again bringing the pillars together, taking care that the mortise and the nut correspond as before, he commands the cord to be restored, and again pulls it backwards and forwards as at first. Some little fun may be created by placing the upper knobs of the pillars pincer fashion, one on each side of a person's nose, the cord being thus apparently made to run right through the nose. An air of greater probability may be given to this curious effect by first piercing the nose with a magic bradawl. This is in appearance an ordinary bradawl, but the blade is so arranged as to recede into the handle on the slightest pressure, again reappearing, being in fact forced forward by a spiral spring in the handle, as soon as the pressure is removed. A duplicate bradawl of ordinary make is first handed round for examination, and the trick bradawl being adroitly substituted, the performer proceeds therewith to bore a hole through the nose of any juvenile volunteer who will submit to the operation. Holding a piece of cork on one side of the nose, he apparently thrusts the awl through the nose, the sinking of the blade into the handle exactly simulating the effect of a genuine perforation. Some performers make use of a sponge moistened with some liquid resembling blood, by which a little pressure is made to trickle down from the imaginary wound, but this is a piece of realism which we think is better omitted. The nose being thus apparently pierced, the imagination of the spectators is in a measure prepared to accept the phenomenon of the restored cord running through it as already described. The magic coffers. These are round tin boxes, japanned to taste, and made generally about 5 inches in depth by 3 in diameter, though they are sometimes larger. The only specialty about them is a movable portion, A, which may either be removed with the lid or left upon the box, according as the lid is lifted with or without lateral pressure. This movable portion is bottomed with a grating of parallel wires, 1/8 of an inch apart. The coffers are generally worked in pairs, the effect produced by them being the apparent transmission of the contents of the one to the other, and vice versa. They may be worked with various articles. For our present purpose, we will suppose that the performer desires to change white haricot beans to coffee berries, both of which suit the apparatus very well. He beforehand fills the one coffer with beans, and the movable compartment belonging to it with coffee berries, doing exactly the reverse as to the second coffer. The coffers are now brought forward, and the performer, removing the lids with the movable compartments, allows the spectators to satisfy themselves that each coffer is full to the bottom, and that the contents are nothing more or less than what they appear to be. This being established, he returns to his table and again puts the lids on the coffers, taking care that that which contains the beans shall be placed on the coffer containing the coffee berries, and vice versa. He now requests 2 of the younger spectators to step forward and assist him with the trick. A couple of volunteers having been procured, they are made to salute the audience, and are then seated upon chairs at each side of the stage, each being entrusted with one of the coffers, which, that all may see, they are requested to hold with both hands above their heads. The performer standing between them says, "Now, young gentlemen, I must caution you to hold tight, or the electrical forces which are rapidly generating in these magic coffers will carry them clean away, and possibly you along with them. Now, first please tell me, just to start fair, which coffer is it that you have got, sir, the one with the beans or the one with the coffee berries?" The chances are 10 to 1 against the extempore assistants remembering which was which, and the majority of the audience will be equally uncertain. The professor pretends surprise and disappointment. "Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot possibly appreciate the beauty of these philosophical experiments unless you follow them carefully from the commencement. I will open the coffers once more." So saying, he opens first the one coffer and then the other, taking care, however, to lift the lids only, so that the one which really contains the coffee berries shows the layer of beans, and that which contains the beans the layer of coffee berries. In each case he takes up a handful and lets them flow back from his hand into the coffer, the better to impress upon the audience the contents of each, finally placing a bean in the hands of the youth who holds the supposed coffer of beans, and a berry in the hands of the holder of the supposed coffee berries. Again closing the lids, he requests the person holding the bean to throw it into the closed coffer held by the other. The juvenile, looking foolish, replies that it can't be done, and a similar reply is received from the youth holding the other coffer. The performer, addressing the company, asks someone else to make the attempt, but equally without success. He continues, "Gentlemen, among this large and brilliant audience not one person can be found who will undertake to throw this little bean into one of those coffers. Imagine then the difficulty of passing the whole of the beans which this coffer contains into the other, not dropping even one on the way, and at the same moment transferring the whole of the berries in this coffer into that which, a moment before, was full to the brim with beans. But it must be done. Young gentlemen, will you be kind enough to repeat with me 1, 2, 3? At the word 3, by the way, you had better close your eyes, or they might possibly be injured by the shower of beans and berries. Are you ready, Mr. Beans? Are you ready, Mr. Berries? Now then, 1, 2, 3. Did you feel them pass? I hope they did not hurt you. Now let us once more open the coffers. I have kept my word, you see. Mr. Beans has the coffee berries, and Mr. Berries has the beans. Will you please step forward and show the company that the coffers are, as at the first, full to the very bottom?" The lids containing the movable compartments he meanwhile places carelessly upon his table. Some performers make the change more than once, and it is obvious that the contents of the coffers may be made to apparently change places any number of times. If this is done, however, the secret of the false tops is apt to be suspected, whereas in the method above described the audience have, as they believe, proved the coffers full to the bottom, both before and after the trick, and this greatly increases the difficulty of accounting for the transposition. The object of having the false tops bottomed with open wire work instead of with tin is to be prepared for the expression of a suspicion on the part of the audience as to the existence of a false top. In such case the performer, borrowing a penknife, passes it well down through the upper layer of beans, etc., and through the wire work, thus proving apparently that the coffer is open to the bottom. In the trick as above described, however, the expression of such a suspicion is a very remote contingency. The trick is sometimes performed with sweetmeats in one or both of the coffers, and in this form has an added charm for a juvenile audience, who complete the trick by swallowing that portion of the apparatus. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 3. The Bran and Orange Trick. This trick is performed with a single coffer, in appearance very similar to those used in the last trick, but slightly different in construction. The false top is, in this case, bottomed with plain tin. The bottom of the coffer is movable, being soldered to a circular rim or shoulder of tin about 1/4 inch in depth, over which the coffer fits pretty tightly, though the projecting edge of the bottom enables the performer to remove it without difficulty. The performer must also be provided with an ordinary oblong wooden box. Its precise dimensions are unimportant, save that it should be a good deal larger than the coffer, but about an inch or so less in height. This box is filled with bran, as also is the false top of the coffer. A couple of oranges, as much alike as possible, must also be provided. One only of these is produced to the audience, the other being beforehand placed on the servante of the table. The performer begins by placing upon the table the coffer and the box of bran. Removing the lid, with the false top, he brings forward the coffer and shows that it is perfectly empty. In returning to his table, he loosens, though without removing, the movable bottom and replaces the coffer on the table. He next brings forward the box of bran, showing that there is no preparation about it, and in replacing it on the table, places it in front of the coffer, which, however, being the taller, remains visible behind it. He next introduces the orange, either palming it from one of his pochettes, and magically producing it from some person's nose or whiskers, or by the more prosaic method of having it brought in by his assistant. He now returns to his table, and, standing behind it, proceeds to fill the coffer with bran. This he does by placing the coffer upright in the box, holding it with one hand, and ostentatiously pouring in bran with the other until it is full. In placing the coffer in the box, however, he takes it up quite without the bottom, so that he is, in reality, only filling an open tube. Meanwhile, he secretly picks up, with his disengaged hand, the second orange from the servante, and places it upon the bottom, which remains behind the box. Having filled the coffer, and remarking, "Pray observe that it is quite full," he, before removing it from the box, covers it with the lid, and then lifting it out, again places it behind the box in such a manner as to go neatly over the bottom and the orange upon it. Of course, in the act of lifting the coffer, all the contents run back again into the box. Having now got the second orange within the coffer, and having, by a gentle pressure, again settled the bottom in its place, the performer places the coffer on a second table or a chair close in front of the audience. He then says, "I am about to order the bran with which this coffer is filled," here he raises the lid without the false top, and the coffer therefore appears full of bran, "to pass back again into the box from which it was taken, and this orange," here he passes behind his table, and holding up the orange, replaces it 6 or 8 inches from the hinder edge, "to pass into the coffer in place of it. Now, first for the bran. 1, 2, 3, pass!" Did you see it fly from the coffer into the box? You didn't? Well, at any rate, you shall see the orange pass. I take it up so. Here he places his two hands round it, and rolls it onto the servante in manner described at page 294, coming forward with the hands together, as though still containing it, and holding them over the coffer at a few inches distance. And squeeze it smaller and smaller in this manner until it becomes small enough to pass right into the coffer, as you see. Here he separates his hands, showing them empty, and immediately taking off the cover with the false top, rolls out the orange, and shows that the coffer is otherwise empty. The trick as above described is susceptible of a good many variations. If the performer uses a trap table, the orange may be made to pass through a trap instead of being rolled off at the back of the table, though the latter method, if neatly executed, can hardly be surpassed in elusive effect. A more substantial improvement may be made by causing the bran, instead of simply disappearing as above mentioned, to reappear in some other quarter. There are many pieces of apparatus which may be used for this purpose, perhaps as good as any being the improved sweet bag, see page 248. This should be previously filled with bran and hooked to the back of the table. The performer in this case borrows a handkerchief, which he carelessly spreads on the table, and a gentleman's hat, which he places mouth upwards beside it. Instead of announcing that the bran will return from the coffer to the box from whence it was taken, he states that it will, at command, pass into the handkerchief which he holds, and which as he speaks he picks up, with the bag beneath it, holding it without apparent intention just above the hat. At the word "pass" he slightly turns his wrist, thereby releasing the flap of the bag, and a shower of bran is instantly seen to pour down into the hat. This little addition greatly enhances the effect of the trick. The Rice and Orange Trick. In this feat, rice and an orange are made to change places, but by wholly different means from those last above described. The apparatus in this case consists of 3 japanned tin cones, about 10 inches in height by 5 at the base, and each having a brass knob at the top, and an ornamental vase of tin or zinc, standing about the same height as the cones, and having a simple metal cover or top. Of the cones, all of which are open at the bottom, 2 are hollow throughout, but the third has a flap or movable partition halfway down, enclosing the upper half of the internal space. This flap works on a hinge, and is kept shut by a little catch, which is withdrawn by pressure on a little button outside the cone, when the flap drops down, and lets fall whatever has been placed in the enclosed space. See Figure 164. The cone is prepared for the trick by filling this space with rice, and closing the flap, and the 3 cones are then placed in a row on the performer's table, the prepared cone being in the middle. The vase (see Figure 165) is constructed as follows. Its depth inside is less by about an inch than its depth outside, leaving therefore between its true and false bottoms an empty space, A. A circular hole is cut in the inner or false bottom, but this hole, in the normal condition of the vase, is kept closed by a circular disc of metal, B, exactly fitting it. This disc is soldered upon an upright wire rod, passing through the foot of the apparatus, and terminating in another disc, C, somewhat smaller in size. Round this rod is a spiral spring, whose action tends to press it down, and thereby to keep the disc or valve normally closed, though it rises and thereby opens the valve, as shown by the dotted lines in the figure, whenever upward pressure is applied to C. The face of the upper disc, B, is slightly concave, corresponding with the rest of the interior of the vase. The vase is prepared for the trick by placing an orange in it, and in this condition it is brought forward and placed on the table by the performer or his assistant. A small paper bag full of rice is brought in at the same time, and completes the preparations. With this introduction, we proceed to describe the trick as worked by Herman. The performer begins by borrowing 2 hats, and places them one on the other, the mouths together, on a chair or table. He then, by palming, produces an orange from the hair or whiskers of a spectator, and places this on another table. He next brings forward and exhibits the vase, filling it as he advances with rice from the paper bag, and thus concealing the orange which is already placed therein. He calls attention to the genuineness of the rice and the simplicity of the cover, and finally putting on the latter, places the vase on the ground, or elsewhere in view of the audience. He pretends a momentary hesitation as to where to place it, and in the slight interval during which he is making up his mind, he presses up the button within the foot. This opens the valve, allowing the rice to escape into the space A, and leaving the orange again uncovered. The audience is, of course, unaware that such a change has taken place. Leaving the vase for the moment, he requests the audience to choose one or other of the 3 cones on the table. The choice almost always falls on the middle one, which, it will be remembered, contains the concealed rice. This he places on the top of the upper hat. He next asks the audience to select one or other of the remaining cones, and places this over the orange upon the table, showing by rattling his wand within it that it is hollow throughout, and, if desired, handing round the remaining one for inspection. At this point we hasten to anticipate an objection which will probably occur to the reader. We have said that the audience, when called upon to choose one of the 3 cones, almost always select the middle one, and we have proceeded on the assumption that they do so. But suppose, says the acute reader, that they don't choose the middle one, but select one of the end ones. The trick is spoiled, as neither of the others will produce the rice. By no means, O acute reader. If we had requested the audience to choose which of the cones should be placed upon the hat, there might have been a little difficulty, no doubt, but we did nothing of the kind. We merely asked them to choose one of the cones. If their first choice falls on one of the end ones, we hand it round for examination, and finally place it over the orange. Then, standing behind the table, we ask the audience to make their choice between the 2 remaining cones, right or left. Whichever is chosen, we are safe, for as we have already had occasion to explain in connection with the trick of the half-crown in the orange, see page 171, the right of the audience is our left, and vice versa, so that by taking their reply in the sense which suits our purpose, we are certain to be right. We therefore, in any case, take the cone containing the rice as being the one designated, and place this on the hat, sending round the other for inspection. As the audience have, to all appearance, been allowed perfect freedom of choice, and have actually examined 2 out of the 3 cones, they are very unlikely to suspect any preparation about the remaining one. The trick is now all but complete. Once more the performer raises the cone placed on the hat, to show that there is nothing underneath it, and as he replaces it presses the button, thereby letting the flap fall, and the rice pour out upon the hat, though it remains still concealed by the cone. He next lifts up the cone under which is the orange, and holding the latter up, replaces it, but in again covering it with the cone, makes a feint of removing and slipping it into his pocket. Then noticing, or pretending to notice, a murmur on the part of the company, he says, "Oh, you think I took away the orange, but I assure you I did not." The company being still incredulous, he again lifts the cone and shows the orange. "Here it is, you see, but as you are so suspicious, I won't use the cover at all, but leave the orange here in full view on the table." He again places the orange on the table, but this time on what is called a wrist trap. Leaving it for the moment, he advances to the vase, and holding his hands together cup fashion over it, but without touching it, he says, "I take out the rice, so, and pass it under this cover," walking towards the cone on the hat, and making a motion of passing something into it. "Let us see whether it has passed." He raises the cover, and the rice is seen. Perhaps you think, as you did not see it, that I did not actually pass the rice from the vase to the cover. At any rate, you will not be able to say the same about the orange. I take it up, before your eyes, so. He places his hands round it on the table, and at the same moment presses the lever of the trap, which opens, and lets it fall through the table, closing again instantly. Keeping his hands together, as though containing the orange, he advances to the vase, and, holding his hands over it, says, "Here is the orange which has not left your sight, even for a single moment. I gently press it, so," bringing the hands closer and closer together, "and make it smaller and smaller, till it is reduced to an invisible powder, in which state it passes into the vase." He separates his hands, and shows them empty, and then opening the vase, rolls out the orange, and shows the vase empty, all the rice having disappeared. The mechanism of the wrist trap will be explained in the next chapter. If the performer does not possess a trap table, he can cause the orange to disappear in the manner referred to at page 337. The Magic Whistle. The student will not have proceeded far in his magical experience before he meets with an often recurring nuisance, in the person of some individual, old or young, who knows, or pretends to know, the secret of all his tricks, and whose greatest delight it is, by some mal a propos question or suggestion, to cause the performer embarrassment. The magic whistle is especially designed to punish, and if possible, to silence an individual of this kind. It is of turned boxwood, and of the shape shown in Fig. 166, and yields a shrill and piercing note. The performer, bringing it forward and blowing through it, announces that this little whistle, so simple in appearance, has the singular faculty of obeying his will, and of sounding or not sounding at his command alone. The loquacious gentleman is pretty sure to question the fact, or is on some pretense selected to make trial of its truth. The performer places him directly facing the audience, and after himself once more sounding the whistle, hands it to him in order to try his skill. He blows vigorously, but in vain. Not a sound can he produce, but his mouth and lips gradually become obscured with a white or black dust. He finally retires to his seat amid the laughter of the audience, and generally much less disposed to make himself prominent during the remainder of the evening. The secret lies in the fact that there are two whistles. One is a perfectly ordinary instrument, but the other, though similar in appearance, does not sound, but is perforated round the inner side of the head, see the figure, with a number of small holes. The head unscrews, and is beforehand filled with finely powdered chalk or charcoal, which, when the whistle is blown, is forced through the holes and settles round the mouth of the victim. With the present knowledge of the reader, the necessary exchange of the two whistles will not be regarded as offering any difficulty. There is a larger appliance for the same purpose in the shape of a flageolet. Another apparatus of like effect, though differing a little in detail, is called the magic mill. This is a little mill of the form shown in Fig. 167, and 5 or 6 inches in height. It is made of zinc or tin, and consists of two portions, the upper part A and the base B. See Fig. 168. The former sliding over the latter, as shown by the dotted lines in Fig. 167, and fitting easily upon it. A is hollow throughout. A and BB are hollow tubes open at each end, a third little tube c springing at right angles from a. The base, big B, is a hollow chamber, closed on all sides save at the openings d and ee. This chamber is beforehand fitted with powdered chalk or charcoal, after which A is placed in position over it. If, under these circumstances, any person blows smartly through the tube a, the effect will vary according to the position of B within A. If B be so turned that the three holes D and EE correspond with tubes A and BB, the breath entering AD will force out the contents of B through the tubes BB, and powder the lips of the person blowing, as in the case of the magic whistle. But if, on the contrary, B be turned ever so little to the right or left, the three openings in B no longer corresponding with the tubes, the latter will be closed, and the breath having no other outlet, will be forced upwards through the upright tube C, thereby setting the little vein of F in rapid motion. The latter is the condition in which the apparatus is brought forward by the performer. Blowing through A, he sets the mill in motion, and invites others to do likewise, in which, of course, they succeed without difficulty. But when the turn of the intended victim arrives, the performer gives A slight twist around, in such manner as to bring the openings of B in correspondence with the three tubes, with the result already explained. We have omitted to mention that there is on the under surface of B a little raised point, corresponding in position with the opening d, so that the performer is able to tell instantly by feel whether B is or is not in the required position. As a matter of convenience, we shall, before proceeding further with the explanation of individual tricks, describe 2 or 3 pieces of apparatus of general utility, to one or other of which we shall have frequent occasion to subsequently refer. The drawer box. This is a piece of apparatus of very frequent use in the magic art. In appearance it is an ordinary drawer, with an outer box or case of walnut or mahogany (see Fig. 169), and is made of various dimensions according to the size of the articles with which it is intended to be used, and which may range from a pack of cards to a live rabbit. Its use is to produce or to cause the disappearance of a given article, the drawer having the faculty of appearing full or empty at pleasure. The first step towards the comprehension of the apparatus will be to completely take out the drawer, which, however, even when removed, does not at first sight indicate any specialty. On a closer examination it will be found that the drawer is in reality double (see Fig. 170), consisting of two parts, A and B, the latter sliding backwards and forwards freely within the former, which is, in fact, a mere case or shell open at one end. If any object, suppose an orange, be placed in B, and A and B together be placed in the outer case, it is obvious that, upon drawing out A, B will come with it, and the orange will be seen. But if B be held back, A will be drawn out alone, and the apparatus will be apparently empty. For the means of retaining A at pleasure, it will be necessary to examine the outer case, which will be found to have a groove or mortise cut in its under surface (see Fig. 171), along which lies a spring or tongue of wood, fixed by a screw at one end, the other, or free end, being provided with a catch or stud C, which, upon pressure, is forced through an opening in the bottom of the outer case, and made to sink into a little hole or notch in the bottom of B, being again withdrawn by the action of the spring as soon as the pressure is removed. The bottom of the outer case is covered with velvet, ostensibly as a finish, but really to conceal the wooden tongue. When it is desired to draw out A without B, the apparatus is held as shown in Fig. 171, and a gentle pressure applied by the finger through the velvet upon the free end of the wooden tongue, thus forcing the catch upwards, and keeping B back. If A be drawn out without this pressure, B will come with it. The upper edge of A is turned over all round, so that a casual observer is not likely to detect any difference in the thickness of the sides of the drawer, whether it is drawn out with or without its inner casing. Some drawer boxes have a different arrangement for holding back the inner drawer, consisting of a little wire bolt lying loosely in a cylindrical cavity in the hinder end of B, corresponding with a similar cavity in the side of the outer case. As long as the drawer box is kept in its normal position, this pin offers no obstacle to the withdrawal of B with A. But if the box be turned over on the side in which is the bolt, the latter drops partially into the hole in the outer case, thus bolting B to it, until, by again turning over the apparatus, the bolt is made to drop back again into its original position. The arrangement is rather difficult to explain in writing, but will become quite clear upon an examination of Figures 172 and 173, both representing a section of the hinder end of the drawer box, the one on its upright and the one on its turned over position. The necessary turning over of the box is plausibly accounted for by the performer's desire that the audience shall, for greater fairness, have a full view of the top of the apparatus. There is an ingenious addition sometimes found in drawer boxes of French make, whereby B may be at pleasure bolted to A, and the two may thus be handed for examination, with little chance of their secret being detected. The bolting and unbolting is effected by a slight movement up or down of the knob in front, thereby raising or depressing a kind of hook of bent tin, working in the thickness of the front of A. Figure 174 shows this hook in its raised or unhooked, and Figure 175 in its depressed or hooked condition. The drawer box, as above described, is available to produce or disappear, but not to change articles. With a slight modification, however, it may be made available for changing also. The inner drawer B is in this case made only half the depth of A, or even less, and thus, when closed, there is left between the bottom of B and that of A a considerable space, so that A and B may in this case each be made to hold a given object, and an apparent transformation be effected. Thus, for instance, B may be filled with bran, and any small article, such as a borrowed pocket handkerchief, be placed in A. The drawer is first pulled out with B, and shown filled to the brim with bran. But on being closed and again reopened, without B, the bran is apparently transformed into the handkerchief. End of section 36. Section 37 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 4. Another modification of the drawer box is known as the dissecting drawer box. This is, in general appearance, not unlike the ordinary drawer box already described, but with this difference, that the outer case has a raised top, somewhat of a sarcophagus shape. See Figure 176. The drawer is partially drawn out to show that it is empty, is again closed, and on being once more drawn out, proves to be full to the brim with flowers. These having been distributed, the performer, to prove the perfect emptiness of the apparatus, not only takes the drawer completely out, but takes the outer case, which is constructed accordingly, the sides, top, and bottom being hinged to the back, apart, as shown in Figure 177. Notwithstanding this, upon again reconstructing the case, and replacing and reopening the drawer, it is once more found filled with flowers. The reader, being acquainted with the ordinary drawer box, will have no difficulty in accounting for the first harvest of flowers, but the second may possibly puzzle him a little. The secret lies in the top of the outer case, which, as we have already mentioned, is slightly pyramidal in form, allowing a considerable space between its inner and outer surface, and in this space is packed the second supply of flowers. This space is closed on its underside by a flat wooden slab, A, of the same area as the inside of the drawer, held in position by a thin wooden slip or bead at either end. The hindmost of these beads, B, is so arranged as to yield to pressure, and, when the drawer is pushed slightly in, gives way just enough to release the slab before mentioned, which thereupon falls flat upon the bottom of the drawer, and upon it the hitherto concealed flowers, which, spreading as they fall, completely fill the drawer. The changing card drawer. This is a smaller variety of the drawer box, designed specially for use in card tricks. The inner drawer is just large enough to contain a pack of cards, which may thus be produced or vanished by its means. Between the bottoms of the true and false or outer drawer is a space of about 1/8 of an inch. This makes the apparatus available not only to produce or vanish, as above mentioned, but to transform one card into another. The card to be changed is for this purpose placed in the outer drawer, which, when closed, carries it under the bottom of the inner drawer, and in this latter is placed the card for which it is to be changed, or vice versa. There is an improved form of the card drawer, with a double change, effected on the principle of the dissecting drawer box. This is just as above described, with the addition that when the two drawers are pressed smartly home, the action releases a thin slab of wood forming apparently part of the inner surface of the case, and exactly equal in area to the bottom of the inner drawer, into which it falls. When required for use, a card is placed above this slab, which, falling when required, covers the card already in the box, and exhibits instead that which has been concealed above it, as in the case of the changing card boxes, described in the chapter devoted to card tricks. The uses of such an apparatus will be obvious, but we will describe, by way of illustration, one very good trick which may be performed with it. The apparatus is prepared beforehand by placing a given card, say the knave of spades, above the movable slab, and another, say the 8 of diamonds, in the outer drawer. The performer invites 2 persons to each draw a card, and forces upon them the knave of spades and the 8 of diamonds. The cards being replaced in the pack, he, if he has used an ordinary pack, brings them to the top by the pass, and palms them, or if he has used a forcing pack, exchanges that pack for an ordinary one from which those 2 cards have been removed. Leaving the pack on the table, he exhibits the card drawer, taking out both drawers together, and showing, apparently, that case and drawer are absolutely empty. Closing the drawer, he announces that he will make the drawn cards leave the pack and pass into the drawer. One of the cards, the 8 of diamonds, is named, and pulling out this time the outer drawer only, he shows that it contains that card, which is taken out and handed to the person who drew it. Again the drawer is closed, being this time pushed sharply home. The second card, the knave, being now named, the drawer is again opened, and this card shown. The drawer being again taken wholly out, and the drawer and case turned in all directions for inspection, as before, the operator only taking care to hold the drawer with one finger inside, that the movable slab may not, by falling out, betray its presence. Changing caddies. These are of various kinds. We will begin with the simplest, thence proceeding to the more complicated. The conjurer's caddy, in its most elementary form, is an oblong box about 6 inches in length by 5 in height and 4 in width. See Figure 178. One half of its interior, which is divided into 2 compartments by a transverse bar across the top, is occupied by a drawer or movable compartment so arranged as to slide freely backwards and forwards from end to end, according as the caddy is allowed to slope in one direction or the other. See Figures 179 and 180. Each compartment has its own lid, the caddy sometimes, but not always, having an outer lid in addition. We will suppose that it is desired to produce any article from the caddy, first shown empty. The article in question, say an egg, hard boiled for safety, is beforehand placed in the movable compartment, which we will suppose to occupy for the time being the space under lid A, as shown in Figure 179. The performer takes off the opposite lid B, and shows the space beneath empty. Before removing the second lid, he slopes the caddy in the opposite direction, so as to bring the movable compartment under lid B, see Figure 180, and thus is enabled to show the space under A also empty. He then proceeds with the trick, and at the right moment produces the article from the caddy. It is obvious that the caddy above described is only available for appearances and disappearances, and not for transformations. To obviate this defect, the majority of caddies are now made with 3 compartments, see Figure 181, with a sliding drawer occupying 2 of them. The caddy in this form may be used to change objects in the manner following. The sliding drawer being as shown in Figure 181, the article to be ultimately produced, say an orange, is placed in B. The 3 compartments are now shown empty, beginning with C and allowing the sliding drawer to assume the position shown in Figure 182, before in turn uncovering A and B. The article to be changed, say a watch, is now placed openly in compartment B. The performer closes the lid, and, after a moment's interval, reopens it, but in that interval slopes the caddy so as to again bring the sliding drawer into the position shown in Figure 181, when the orange is again brought under B, and, on removing the lid, is disclosed. To show that the watch has really disappeared, the caddy may again be shown, apparently empty, in the same manner as at first. There are a good many varieties of caddies made. One is known as the skeleton caddy, from the fact that the bottom is made to take out, so that the company can look through all three compartments. The sliding drawer in this case is bottomless, and is so arranged as only to slide when the performer releases it by pressing upon a particular spot in the ornamental moulding round the bottom of the caddy. This pressure withdraws a little pin, which normally rests in a little hole in the side of the sliding drawer, and thus renders it for the time being a fixture. In some caddies, again, the sliding drawer does not run up and down by its own weight, but is moved backwards and forwards from below by means of a projecting pin passing through a slit in the bottom of the caddy. The caddy in this case does not require to be inclined one way or the other, and is on this account preferred by many to the other make. The trick next described will introduce to the reader a changing caddy of another and special construction. The Magic Vase and Caddy. To make peas change places with a handkerchief. For this trick, two special pieces of apparatus are necessary. The first is a tin vase of the shape shown in Figure 183, and generally of about 10 inches in height. It consists of three parts, the vase proper A, the cover B, and a movable compartment or well C, which is constructed upon a principle which we have had frequent occasion to notice, the cylindrical portion of A passing between the inner and outer wall of this movable compartment. It is colored exactly similar to that portion of A which it covers, which therefore looks exactly the same to the ordinary spectator, whether C be in its place or removed. The internal depth, however, of C is little more than half as deep as that of the actual vase, A. The cover B exactly fits over C, and by means of a little appliance called a bayonet catch, will either lift C with it when removed, or release C and leave it upon A. As this bayonet catch is of constant use in magical apparatus, it will be desirable to describe it somewhat minutely. A rectangular cut or slit, see the enlarged view in Fig. 184, is made in the lower edge of the cover B. Its perpendicular arm is about 1/4 inch in length, and its width about 1/8 inch. A small pin or stud, about 1/8 inch in length, projects perpendicularly from the lower edge of C, at such a height that when B is placed over C, the upper or horizontal arm of the slit shall be just level with it. If the upright arm of the slit be brought immediately over this pin, the latter will, as the cover sinks down, travel upward along the opening as far as the junction with the transverse portion of the slit. If the cover be now again lifted, the pin will, of course, offer no obstruction to its removal. But if the cover be first slightly turned to the right, the pin will become engaged in the transverse portion of the slit, and upon then lifting the cover, it will carry with it the pin, and all connected with it. When it is desired to lift off the cover alone, it will only be necessary to turn the cover a little to the left, thus bringing the pin again over the upright portion of the slit. The second piece of apparatus is a caddy, Fig. 185. In appearance not unlike an ordinary tea caddy, with 3 equal-sized compartments, each having its own lid. Upon close inspection it will be discovered that the internal depth of these compartments is somewhat shallow in comparison with the external measurement of the caddy, leaving a space about 1 inch deep between the inner and outer bottoms. A sliding drawer, working from end to end of the caddy, as already explained, occupies the space of 2 compartments. Supposing this for the moment removed, it would be found that the external caddy, in the space occupied by the 2 end compartments, A and C, has a false bottom covering the hollow space we have already mentioned, but that the space occupied by the middle compartment B has none. Of the 2 movable compartments, which together constitute the sliding tray already mentioned, see Fig. 186, the one D has a bottom, The other E has not. When the sliding drawer is in its proper position in the caddy, and is pushed as far as it will go towards the one or the other end, the result is as follows. If it is pushed to the right, the bottomless compartment E occupies the space at that end, under lid C, while the opening in the false bottom of the caddy is for the time being closed by the bottom of D, which now occupies the middle space. If the sliding tray is pushed to the opposite end, i.e. to the left, D will occupy the space A at that end, while the bottomless compartment E, being over the opening, gives access to the space beneath. The caddy is prepared for the purpose of the trick by placing in the space between the true and false bottoms a white handkerchief, and the sliding tray is then pushed to the right, so as to bring compartment D to the middle, and thus close the opening. The vase is prepared by filling both divisions with peas. The two pieces of apparatus having been placed on the table by the assistant, the performer opens the caddy, and taking off the lids of the three divisions and holding it with his fingers inside the right hand end, thereby preventing any possibility of the tray shifting, brings it forward to the audience, and passing rapidly in front of them, begs to introduce to their notice an old tea caddy, in which he has accidentally discovered some curious magical properties. In the present condition of the caddy, all three compartments appear exactly alike, and of equal depth; and the interior being of a dead black, the spectators are not likely to notice that they are somewhat shallow. Again closing the lids and replacing the caddy on the table, he next draws attention to the vase. Taking off the cover without the movable compartment, and holding it upside down, he pours the peas contained in the upper compartment, which should not be quite full, into the cover, and back again 2 or 3 times, finally offering a handful for inspection. He then borrows a lady's handkerchief, which should as nearly as possible resemble the substitute hidden in the caddy. He asks permission to place it, for the purpose of the trick, in the vase. This is, of course, readily granted, but the peas are in the way. After a moment's pretended hesitation, he says, "Well, I will put them in the caddy. Pray observe that I really do so." So saying, he pours them into D, which, it will be remembered, is for the time being the center compartment, leaving that compartment uncovered, so that they may remain visible to all. He then places the handkerchief in the apparently empty vase, which he closes and places on the table. He continues, "You have all seen me place the handkerchief in the vase, and the peas in the caddy. Now I will show you a very curious experiment. Perhaps some scientific gentleman among the audience will explain how the effect is produced, for I confess that though I have performed this trick some scores of times, I am not quite certain myself as to the reason of the phenomenon. Let me beg you once more to assure yourselves that these are genuine peas, real commonplace peas at 2d. a pint, with no nonsense about them." As he says this, he passes along the front rank of the spectators, exhibiting the peas in the caddy, and occasionally taking out a handful and offering them for closer inspection. As he reaches the end of the line, he says, "You are all thoroughly satisfied that these are genuine peas, and that the lady's handkerchief is in the vase upon the table. Quite right. Now observe, I don't even touch the vase, and yet, at the word of command, the handkerchief shall pass into the caddy which I hold in my hand. Pass!" During the last few words, and holding the caddy for an instant with the lid towards the audience, so as to screen his hand, he has pushed the sliding tray to the left, so that D, containing the peas, now occupies the end space, while the bottomless compartment E has taken its place in the middle. Dipping down through this compartment into the hollow space beneath, he takes out the substitute handkerchief. "My commands are obeyed. Here is the handkerchief. But where are the peas? Probably, as the handkerchief has taken the place of the peas have taken the place of the handkerchief. Let us see." He uncovers the vase, lifting this time with the cover the removable compartment containing the real handkerchief. "Yes, here are the peas, right enough," shaking the vase and taking them up by handfuls to show them. He continues, "Now I dare say this seems very surprising to you, but in truth it is comparatively simple. The real difficulty begins when you try to make the handkerchief and the peas travel back again to their original situation. This part of the experiment is so difficult that I always feel a little nervous over it, but I must make the attempt." Pushing the substitute handkerchief openly down to the position it originally occupied, he takes the opportunity, in carrying the caddy back to the table, to slide back the tray as at first, and, after a little more talk, shows that the peas have returned to the caddy, and lifting the cover alone from the vase, produces therefrom the genuine handkerchief. The cover to pick up any article. This, called in French ramasse-tout, is a brass cover of 6 to 10 inches in height, and of the shape shown in Fig. 187. Within it works backwards and forwards on a spring hinge, a kind of scoop, pressing, when at rest, against the side of the cover, as in Fig. 188, but moving into the position shown in Fig. 189 whenever pressure is applied to the button A, again returning to its original position when such pressure is removed. The manner of using it is as follows. The performer, we will suppose, desires to cause the disappearance of an orange, in order that it, or a counterpart, may be subsequently produced in some other quarter. Placing the orange upon the table, he places the cover over it, pressing as he does so the button A, so as to draw back the scoop. As his hand quits the cover, the pressure being removed, the return of the spring causes the scoop to clip the orange tightly against the side of the cover, and if the cover be now lifted without pressing the button, it will carry the orange with it. If it is desired again to produce the orange, the button is pressed in the act of lifting the cover, which then leaves the orange on the table. It is hardly necessary to observe that the cover is always lifted perpendicularly, so that the spectator cannot see the interior. It is well to be provided with a second similar cover, in external appearance, but without any mechanism. This may be handed round for inspection, and afterwards secretly exchanged for the mechanical cover. End of Section 37. Section 38 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 5. The Changing Cover. This cover is available not only, as in the last case, to produce or vanish, but also to change one article for another. It is somewhat of the pattern of an ordinary round dish cover, with a metal knob on the top. See Fig. 190. It is divided by a vertical tin partition A, see Fig. 191, into two equal compartments B and C. The lower, or open side of each of these compartments is of course semicircular. A flat tin plate D, also semicircular, works on an upright axis E, passing upwards through the center of the cover, and terminating in the knob at the top. By turning, therefore, this knob halfway round to the right or left, the performer is enabled to close whichever of the compartments happens for the time being to be open, at the same time opening that which was previously shut. There is a little point or stop on the upper side of the semicircular plate, which, meeting resistance from the vertical partition, prevents the plate making more than the necessary half turn either way. The apparatus is prepared by placing the article representing the result of the supposed transformation, say an apple, in either compartment, and turning the knob so as to close that compartment and open the other. The article to be changed, say an orange, is placed upon the table, and the performer places the cover upon it, taking care that the open compartment for the time being shall come fairly over it. He then gives a half turn to the knob, thereby closing the compartment which has hitherto been open, and securing the orange within it, and at the same time releasing the apple, into which, on the cover being again raised, the orange appears to be transformed. In this case, as in the last, it is well to have a plain counterpart cover to hand round for inspection if necessary. The uses to which the changing cover may be put are very numerous. The following is an instance of a rather original application of it, which produces a capital effect. We will suppose that the performer has executed a trick in which he has availed himself of the assistance of some juvenile member of the audience, and that an apple has been one of the properties of the trick. The trick being concluded, the professor asks his temporary assistant whether he would like to have the apple, and is of course eagerly answered in the affirmative. "Very well," says the professor, "you shall have it, but you must first earn it by a little display of dexterity. I will put it under this cover." He suits the action to the word. "Now I am going to say 1, 2, 3. At the word 3 I shall raise the cover and you must try to snatch the apple before I replace it. If you can catch the apple in this manner 3 times in succession, it is yours, but on one further condition, that you eat it at once here upon the stage." The conditions are readily accepted. 1, 2, 3, cries the professor, raising the cover and disclosing the apple, which is instantly snatched up. A second time the process is gone through, with a like result. "You mean to win, I can see," remarks the performer. "Now once more and the apple will be yours, but I warn you I shall be rather quicker this time. 1, 2, 3. The eager boy springs forward, and clutches, not the apple, but a Spanish onion, which has been placed in the second compartment of the cover. "You have won, sir," says the professor, pretending not to notice the change. "But don't forget the second part of your bargain. You are to eat it at once before leaving the stage." We will leave to the imagination of the reader the discomfiture of the victim and the amusement of the spectators, also the subsequent magical processes by which the transformed apple may be restored to its original and more fragrant condition. The Changing Ladle. This is a piece of apparatus designed for secretly obtaining possession of a chosen card or a piece of writing. The bowl, so to speak, of the ladle is in the form of a segment of a cylinder, see Fig. 192, the size of its opening being about 4 inches by 2½ and its depth 3 inches. It is made of tin, with a thin cylindrical handle. The edges of the bowl are turned inwards all round, to the extent of about 1/16 of an inch, thereby serving to disguise a movable slab of tin, A, which moves backwards and forwards like the leaf of a book within the ladle, working upon a hinge at its lower edge. This is made to work backwards and forwards by a wire rod passing through the whole length of the handle, and terminating in a little knob or cap at its outer end. The normal position of A is to lie against the inner or handle side of the bowl, see Fig. 193, being retained in that position by the effect of a spiral spring in the handle, which draws the wire back. If, however, pressure be applied to the knob or cap at the end of the handle, the wire is forced downwards, thereby bringing the movable leaf A against the outer side of the bowl, as shown in Fig. 194. There are various modes in which the changing ladle may be made useful. For example, it may be used to burn and restore a card. For this purpose the ladle is prepared by placing in it beforehand any indifferent card of similar pattern to the pack in use, and is in this condition placed on the performer's table in such a manner that the spectators may not observe that there is already a card in it. The performer then comes forward and hands to one of the company a pack of cards, with a request that he will select any one he pleases. While he is making his selection, the performer or his assistant places on the table and sets fire to some spirits of wine on a bowl or plate. A card having been chosen, the performer requests the drawer to return it to him, and, in order to exclude the possibility of any exchange or sleight of hand, volunteers to receive it at arm's length in the ladle, which he brings forward for that purpose, holding it by the extreme end of the handle and pressing with his palm the knob at the top, thereby bringing the movable leaf into the position shown in Figure 194, with the card already in it pressed flat against the outer side of the bowl, and thus completely hidden. The chosen card being placed in the ladle, the performer, in returning to his table, relaxes the pressure of his palm, thereby bringing the movable leaf back into the position of Figure 193, releasing the dummy card and concealing that chosen against the inner side of the bowl. He then drops apparently the chosen, but really the substitute, card into the flames, taking care as he does so not to turn the face of the card toward the audience. The ladle, with its genuine card in it, is carried off by the assistant as having served its purpose, and the chosen card is subsequently restored after any fashion which the fancy of the operator may dictate. The ladle may also be used to apparently burn and restore a paper on which one of the company has written any words or figures. In this case, a blank half sheet of note paper, folded in 4, is beforehand placed in the ladle, and a piece of paper folded in the same way is handed to one of the audience, with a request that he will write what he pleases upon it, again fold it and place it in the ladle. It is then either apparently burned, as in the case of the card, or placed in some other apparatus, the operator making a great point of the fact that he does not touch the paper. As the genuine paper remains in the ladle, it is, of course, very easy for the performer to ascertain what is written upon it, and, having displayed his knowledge, to ultimately reproduce the paper under any circumstance which he thinks fit. Sometimes the trick is varied by requesting a spectator to write a question upon the paper, which is subsequently reproduced with an appropriate answer written beneath the question. The cone or skittle, la quille. This is a block of polished boxwood of the shape shown in Figure 195, with a thin shell of the same material exactly covering it, and so closely resembling it in appearance that the solid block and the hollow shell, seen apart, cannot be distinguished the one from the other. The cone is made in various sizes, from 3 inches in height by 1½ at the base, to 7 inches in height by 3 at the base. It is worked with a paper cover, consisting of an open tube of cartridge paper about double the height of the cone, and tapering in such manner that its larger end shall fit loosely over the cone. The performer brings forward this paper tube in his right hand, and the cone, with the hollow shell upon it, in his left, taking care to hold his fingers beneath it in such a manner that the solid cone cannot fall out. He first calls attention to the paper tube, which the audience are allowed to examine at pleasure. When it is returned to him, he says, "You are now quite satisfied that there is no preparation about this tube, which is, in fact, simply a cover for this block of wood." As if merely suiting the action to the word, he covers the block with the tube, immediately removing it again, and carelessly laying the cover on the table. In removing it, however, he grasps it with a gentle pressure, and so takes off with it the hollow shell (see Figure 196), of whose existence the audience have no suspicion. He continues, "Perhaps you would also like to examine the block, which you will find to be a plain, solid piece of wood without mechanism or preparation of any kind." The block having been duly examined, the supposed empty cover is placed upright upon the table, and the solid block having been disposed of by any means in the performer's power, is ordered to pass invisibly under the cover, which being raised, the hollow shell is seen, appearing to the eye of the audience to be the block itself, and to have found its way there in obedience to the performer's command. The above is the working of the cone in its simplest and barest form, but no skilled performer would dream of presenting the illusion in such a commonplace way. To make the trick effective, It should be so arranged as to make the cone apparently change places with some other article. There are many combinations which might be suggested, but we shall content ourselves with describing one or two of those in most general use. The smaller sized cones may be worked in conjunction with a goblet and ball, the same as those used for the cups and balls, in manner following. Having tendered for inspection the cone and cover as already described, and placed them on the table, the performer offers the goblet and ball in like manner for inspection. When they are returned, he places them also upon the table, a little distance apart, and meanwhile palms a second ball, which should be in readiness either on the servante or in one of his pochettes. He now places the paper cover, which it will be remembered contains the hollow shell, over the first ball on the table. "Pray observe," he remarks, "that I have fairly covered over the ball." Here he raises and replaces the cover, pressing so as to lift the shell with it, and showing that the ball is still there. The goblet, as you have seen, is perfectly empty. Here he raises the goblet, and, in replacing it, introduces the second ball under it, as described in the chapter devoted to the cups and balls. I shall now order the ball to pass from the cover under the goblet. He waves his hand from one to the other. "Presto! Prestissimo! Pass!" He raises the goblet and shows that the ball has, apparently, passed under it. The first ball still remaining under the paper tube, he cannot at present raise it, so proceeds rapidly to the next stage of the trick, that the omission may not be noticed. "So far," he remarks, "the trick is mere child's play. The real difficulty is to pass the cone under the cover in place of the ball. However, I will make the attempt." So saying, he picks up the cone with his right hand, and apparently transfers it to his left, really palming it, and immediately afterwards dropping his right hand to his side, and getting rid of the cone into the profonde. Then, taking 2 or 3 steps away from the table, still holding the left hand as if containing the cone, and looking towards the cover, he says, "1, 2, 3, pass," with a motion of the hand as if throwing something, immediately showing the hands empty, and lifting up the cover, but this time by the top, so as not to exert any pressure against its sides, and showing the hollow shell which now conceals the ball, and is taken by the spectators to be the genuine cone. "We have succeeded pretty well so far, ladies and gentlemen," he remarks. "It remains to be seen whether I shall be equally successful in bringing back the cone and ball to their original positions. I dare say you would all like to know how the trick is done, and therefore this time I will vary the mode of operation, and make the transposition visibly." Here he drops his right hand into the profonde, and secretly palms the solid cone. "First, the cone." He passes his right hand, keeping the back towards the audience, upwards along the cover, and, as it reaches the top, brings the cone into view. "Pray once more assure yourselves that it is fair and solid. Now for the ball." He picks up the ball with his left hand, and holding it between the finger and thumb, apparently transfers it, by the pass called the tourniquet, see page 150, to the right, forthwith getting rid of it into the profonde on the left side. "Pray observe that it does not leave your sight even for a moment." Then holding his hand high above the paper cover, he makes a crumbling movement with it, immediately showing it empty, and lifting the cover with a slight pressure so as to carry the shell with it, shows the ball beneath. The attention of the spectators being naturally attracted to the ball, it is an easy matter to let the hollow shell slip out of the paper cover upon the servante, and again to hand the cover for examination. Some performers, instead of using the goblet, work the small cone with the ball box. See page 296. It is obvious that the directions given above will apply only where the cone is of a size so small as to be readily palmed, in which case it is hardly conspicuous enough to be used before a large audience. Where a cone of larger dimensions is employed, it is necessary to vary the mode of operation. We shall therefore proceed to describe the trick in its stage form, as worked by Herrmann and other public performers. The cone in this case is about 7 inches high and is worked in conjunction with a drawer box of such a size as to contain it easily. Having handed round for inspection the cover and cone, as already described, the performer suddenly remembers that he requires an orange, which he forthwith produces from his wand. It is hardly necessary to observe that the orange is beforehand placed in readiness in one of the pochettes, and is produced from the wand in the manner described for producing a ball. See page 276. Laying down the orange on the table, he next exhibits the drawer box, taking the drawer completely out, and, after showing it on all sides, replacing it. He then covers the orange on the table with the paper cover, containing the hollow shell, and places the solid cone in the drawer box, which, being of the kind described at page 345, he turns upon its side, with its top toward the audience. He meanwhile palms in his right hand, from his pocket or the servante, a second orange. He now announces that he is about to take the orange back again, which he does by passing his wand up the side of the cover, and immediately producing therefrom the second orange. He places this upon another table at a little distance, and covers it with a borrowed hat, making as he does so a feint of removing it, and slipping it into his tail pocket. He hears, or pretends to hear, someone remark that he took away the orange, and answers accordingly, "Oh, you think I took away the orange. Allow me to assure you that I did nothing of the kind." He lifts up the hat and shows the orange in its place. "I will cover it again, or still better, to prove that I do not take it away, I won't cover it at all, but leave it here in full view on the table." He replaces it on the table, but this time places it on what is called a wrist trap, in readiness for a subsequent disappearance. "Having taken the orange from under the cover," he continues, "I have now to make the solid block vanish from the drawer, and take its place. But I shall do it this time invisibly. See, I have only to wave my wand from one to the other, and the thing is done. The drawer is empty," pulling out the false drawer only, "and here is the block." He lifts the paper cover and shows the hollow shell. "Now I come to the most difficult part of the trick, which is to bring both articles back to their original position. First, I will take the block of wood." He covers the shell with the paper tube, and makes a movement of his wand from the cover to the drawer. "Pass! Let us see whether it has obeyed." He this time pulls the drawer completely out, and lets the block fall heavily on the stage. "Now for the orange." He places both hands round it, as if picking it up between them, and presses as he does so the spring of the trap, which, opening, lets the orange fall through into the table. Bringing the hands, still together, immediately above the paper cover, he rubs them together as if compressing the orange, finally separating them and showing them empty, and immediately afterwards lifting the cover with the hollow shell, and showing the first orange beneath it. It will be observed that the trick above described is, in some of its parts, very similar to that described at page 337. The mechanism of the wrist trap will be found explained in the next chapter. In the meantime, the student may produce the same effect without using a trap at all, by means of the sleight described at page 294. The cone and the bouquet. This is another form of the cone trick, involving the use of rather more elaborate apparatus. The cone in this case is about 5 inches in height by 3 at the base, and tapers very slightly. It may be either of boxwood, as in the trick last described, or the block may be of any hard wood, and the hollow shell of tin to fit, each blacked and polished, so as to look exactly alike. It is used in conjunction with a paper cover as before, and 2 little bunches of flowers, exactly alike, and of such a size as to be just covered by the hollow shell. Each of these little bouquets is made upon a tin framework, consisting of a wire arch springing from a flat saucer-like base. See Fig. 197. A pedestal and cover complete the apparatus. The pedestal A, see Fig. 198, is cylindrical, and about 6 inches in height by 4 across the top. Its upper surface consists of a circular plate of tin, working up and down piston-wise on the pedestal. This is forced upwards by a spiral spring, yet yields to pressure, sinking vertically to a depth of 4 or 5 inches when necessary. The upper edge of the pedestal is slightly turned in all round, so that the top may not be pressed out altogether by the force of the spring. An outer casing of tin, B, fits over A, just so tightly as to resist the upward pressure of the spring when forced down by any object between the pedestal and this casing. The cover, C, is about double the height of A, and by means of a bayonet catch, see page 352, may be lifted off either with or without B at pleasure. The pedestal is prepared for use by removing B and placing one of the little bouquets on the top of A, then again putting on B and forcing it down into its place, when the condition of the apparatus will be as shown in section in Figure 199. The wire arch prevents the flowers from being crushed out of shape by the pressure of the spring. The pedestal and cover are now brought forward and placed on the table. Also the cone, with the shell on, the paper tube to cover it, and the remaining bunch of flowers. The paper tube is first exhibited, placed over the cone, and removed with the hollow cone within it, as in the last trick. The solid cone is then offered for examination, and having been duly inspected, is placed upon the pedestal. The performer makes a movement as if about to place over it the cover C, but checks himself in the act, and shows that this cover is empty and hollow throughout. He then puts on the cover, and reverting to the bunch of flowers on the table, covers it with the paper tube. He next announces that in obedience to his command, the block and the bunch of flowers will change places. He raises the paper tube, holding it by the top, and thus leaves behind the hollow shell, covering and concealing the bunch of flowers. He next takes off the cover of the pedestal, first, however, turning the bayonet catch, so as to lift off with the cover the casing B. The solid cone is carried off between the casing and the cover, see Figure 200, while the action of the spring, the casing being removed, brings the concealed bunch of flowers to the top of the pedestal, in the position lately occupied by the cone. Having shown that the cone and the flowers have changed places, the performer next undertakes to bring them back to their original situation, which, by reversing the process, he does without difficulty. The pedestal above described is a very useful piece of apparatus, being available either to produce, change, or vanish any article of appropriate size. A very effective trick may be performed therewith by causing an empty tumbler to appear full, or vice versa. In this case, however, it should by no means be admitted that an exchange takes place, as the supposed filling of an empty glass with water by covering it with an evidently unsophisticated cover is rather the more surprising phenomenon. End of section 38. Section 39 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Louis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 6. The Flying Glass of Water. This capital trick was, we believe, first introduced to the public by Colonel Stodare, to whom the profession is indebted for many first-class illusions. The necessary apparatus consists of a couple of ordinary glass tumblers, exactly alike, with an India rubber cover just fitting the mouth of one of them, and a colored handkerchief of silk or cotton made double, i.e., consisting of two similar handkerchiefs sewn together at the edges, with a wire ring, of the size of the rim of one of the tumblers, or a fraction larger, stitched loosely between them, in such a manner that when the handkerchief is spread out, the ring shall be in the middle. The performer, beforehand, nearly fills one of the tumblers with water, and then puts on the India rubber cover, which, fitting closely all round the edge, effectually prevents the water escaping. See Figure 201. The glass, thus prepared, he places on the profonde on his right side. He then brings forward the other glass and a decanter of water, and the prepared handkerchief, and in full view of the audience fills the glass with water up to the same height as he has already filled the one in his pocket, and hands round glass and water for inspection. When they are returned, he places the glass upon the table, a few inches from its hinder edge, and, standing behind it, covers it with the handkerchief, first spreading out and showing both sides of the latter, proving, to all appearance, that there is no preparation about it. In placing the handkerchief over the glass, he draws it across in such a manner as to bring the hidden ring as exactly as possible over the top of the glass. Then placing the left hand over the handkerchief, as shown in Figure 202, he raises, apparently, the glass within the handkerchief, but really the empty handkerchief only, which is kept distended by the ring, and, at the same time, under cover of the handkerchief, gently lowers the glass of water with the other hand onto the servante. This is by no means difficult, as the pretended carefulness of the operator not to spill the water allows him to make the upward movement of the left hand as deliberate as he pleases. All that is really necessary is to take care to follow with his eyes the movement of the left hand, which will infallibly draw the eyes and the minds of the audience in the same direction. Having raised the supposed tumbler to a height of about 2 feet from the table, the performer brings it forward to the audience, and requests that some gentleman with a steady hand will favor him with his assistance. A volunteer having been found, and having given satisfactory replies as to the steadiness of his nerves and the strength of his constitution generally, is requested to place his hand under the handkerchief and take the glass. As he proceeds to obey, the performer lets go of the handkerchief with the left hand, still retaining one corner with the right, and lets the right arm with the handkerchief drop to his side. Pretending to believe that the gentleman has taken the glass, and not to notice its disappearance, he turns carelessly aside and brings forward a small table or chair, saying, "Put it here, please." Looking, generally, somewhat foolish, the victim replies that he has not got it. If the performer is a good actor, he may here make some fun by pretending to believe that the victim has concealed the glass, and pressing him to return it. At last he says, "Well, if you won't give it to me, I must find it for myself," and he proceeds to tap with his wand the sleeves and pockets of the unfortunate individual, but without success, till, on touching him between the shoulders, he pretends to tell by the sound that the glass is there. "Yes, here it is," he remarks. "I am sorry to be obliged to ask you to turn your back on the company, but to show them that there is no deception on my part, I am compelled to do so. Will you please turn round for 1 minute?" On his doing so, the performer, again shaking out the handkerchief, and showing both sides of it to prove it empty, spreads it over the back of the victim. Again he taps with his wand, which, striking the ring through the handkerchief, causes an unmistakable hard sound to be heard, and then grasping the ring as before through the handkerchief, he deliberately raises it up in a horizontal position, the effect being as if the glass had again returned to the handkerchief. He then says, "I don't think I will trouble this gentleman again, he is too much of a conjurer himself." Then turning rapidly to the audience, he says, "Catch, ladies and gentlemen," and flicks the handkerchief quickly towards the spectators, who duck their heads in expectation of a shower. "Pardon me, ladies, I fear I alarmed you, but you need not have been afraid, I never miss my aim. That gentleman has the glass," designating anyone he pleases. "May I trouble you to step forward 1 moment, sir?" On the person indicated doing so, the performer places him facing the audience, and under cover of his body takes the second glass out of the profonde, and throws the handkerchief over it, remarking, "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, in this gentleman's tail pocket." Then taking hold of the glass with the left hand beneath the handkerchief, he clips with the first finger and thumb, through the handkerchief, the edge of the india rubber cover, thus drawing off the cover inside the handkerchief, hands round the glass and water for inspection. 2 improvements have recently been made in this trick, which, though trifles in themselves, greatly heighten the effect. Upon the performance of the trick as already described, it is not uncommon to find some person, more acute than the average, guess that there is a ring in the handkerchief. The first of the improvements we have mentioned is designed to make the ring no longer a fixture, and yet to ensure bringing it to the right position when necessary. This is effected by stitching the 2 handkerchiefs together, not only around the edge, as already explained, but also as shown by the dotted line in Fig. 203. This confines the ring to the triangular enclosure, AED, within which, however, it is allowed to move freely, not being attached to the handkerchief in any way. If the handkerchief is held by the 2 corners AD, which should be distinguished by a mark of colored silk or worsted so as to be readily identified by the performer, the ring will take its proper place in the middle, as shown in the figure. If, on the other hand, the handkerchief be held by either the corners AB or CD, the ring will forthwith run into the angle ADE or DAE, as the case may be, and the handkerchief, if grasped a little below this particular corner, may be twisted or pulled through the hands rope-wise, proving with apparent conclusiveness that there is no ring or shape concealed in it. The second improvement is to have ready on the servante a small piece of sponge recently dipped in water. This is picked up by the right hand of the performer as he places the genuine glass on the servante. When he has moved away from his table, at the moment of requesting his volunteer assistant to take the glass, he places the right hand for a moment under cover of the handkerchief, and squeezes the sponge, the water that immediately pours from it being apparently accidentally spilt, and so negativing any possible doubt on the part of the spectators that the glass is really in the handkerchief. With these 2 additions, the trick is one of the most effective that can possibly be performed, whether in a drawing room or on the public stage. The bowls of water and bowls of fire produced from a shawl. After the explanation of the last trick, the reader will form a tolerably good guess at the means of performing this, which has puzzled thousands, and is still one of the most popular feats in the repertoire of the conjurer. The performer comes forward with a shawl in his hand, which he spreads out and exhibits on both sides, to show, as is really the fact, that there is no preparation about it. The spectators being satisfied on this point, and the orchestra playing the "Ghost Melody" or other appropriate accompaniment, he swings the shawl about in time to the music, finally throwing it over his left shoulder and arm, the arm being held square before him. The arm now gradually sinks down, and the form of some solid object is seen defined beneath the shawl, which, being removed, reveals a glass bowl brimming with water, and with goldfish swimming about in it. This is repeated a second and a third time, the performer sometimes discarding the shawl and borrowing a pocket handkerchief among the audience for the production of the last bowl. The bowls used are saucer-shaped, measuring 6 to 8 inches in diameter, and 1½ to 2 inches in depth. Each is closed by an India rubber cover, after the manner of the tumbler in the last trick. Thus secured, they are concealed about the person of the performer. The precise mode of concealment varies a little. Where 3 bowls are to be produced, one is generally carried beneath the coat tails in a sort of bag open at the sides, suspended from the waist, and the other 2 in pockets, opening perpendicularly inside the breast of the coat or waistcoat, one on each side. Sometimes, by way of variation, bowls of fire are produced. The bowls are in this case of thin brass. They have no covers, but the inflammable material, tow moistened with spirits of wine, is kept in position by wires crossing the bowl at about half its depth, and is ignited by a wax match struck against the inside of the bowl under cover of the shawl and immediately dropped into the bowl, when the contents instantly burst into a blaze. Some bowls have a mechanical arrangement for igniting the tow, but we ourselves much prefer the simple bowls above described. It was originally the practice to throw the shawl over a small round table, immediately removing it and exhibiting the bowl upon the table. Modern performers discard the table and produce the bowls in the midst of the audience. The bowl of ink changed to clear water with goldfish swimming in it. The performer brings forward a goblet-shaped glass vase, 6 or 8 inches in height, nearly full of ink. To prove that the ink is genuine, he dips a playing card into it and brings it up with the lower half stained a deep black. Next, taking a ladle, he ladles out a portion of the liquid and pours it on a plate, which is handed round for inspection. He next borrows a handkerchief from one of the audience, and covering the base with it, announces that, by the exercise of his magic power, he will transform the ink in the vase to water. On removing the handkerchief, this transformation is found to be accomplished, while a couple of goldfish, placidly swimming about in the bowl, sufficiently prove that the trick is not performed, as might be imagined, by means of some chemical reagent. The explanation, though by no means obvious, is very simple. The liquid in the vase is plain water, but a bottomless black silk lining, fitting the vase, and kept in shape by a wire ring round its upper edge, gives it the appearance of ink to a spectator at a little distance. In removing the handkerchief, the performer clips with it the wire ring, bringing away the lining within the handkerchief, and revealing the clear water in the glass. But the reader will naturally inquire, how then are the blackened card and the genuine ink ladled out on the plate accounted for? The blackened card, though apparently an ordinary one, has the same figure, say a knave of diamonds, on both its sides, but the lower half of the one side is beforehand stained with ink. The performer dips it in with the unsoiled side toward the audience, but giving it a half turn as he removes it, thereby brings the blackened side in front. The ink poured on the plate is accounted for with equal simplicity. The ladle (see Fig. 204) is of tin, having a hollow handle of the same metal, with a minute hole opening therefrom into the bowl. There is a similar small hole near to the top of the handle. The bowl is beforehand filled with ink, which is thence allowed to run into the handle, after which the upper hole is stopped with a little pellet of wax, or a small piece of paper is pasted over it. By reason of a well-known natural law, the liquid will not run out of the lower hole until the upper one is opened. As the performer dips the ladle apparently into the ink in the bowl, he scrapes off with his nail the wax or paper with which the upper hole is stopped, and the ink immediately runs into the bowl, whence it is poured upon the plate. The inexhaustible bottle. The same natural principle which prevents the ink from flowing into the bowl of the ladle until the upper hole is opened, is the basis of this old but still popular trick. The inexhaustible bottle, though in appearance an ordinary glass bottle, is in reality of tin, japanned black. Internally it is divided into 3, 4, or 5 separate compartments, ranged round a central space, and each tapering to a narrow-mouthed tube, which terminates about an inch within the neck of the bottle. A small pinhole is drilled through the outer surface of the bottle into each compartment, the holes being so placed that when the bottle is grasped by the hand in the ordinary way (see Fig. 205), each hole may be covered by one or other of the fingers or thumb. The central space is left empty, but the surrounding compartments are filled, by means of a funnel with a very tapering nozzle, with the wines or liquids expected to be most in demand, or to which it is intended to limit the spectator's choice. A tray full of glasses, made specially of very thick glass, so as to contain in reality much less than they appear to do, completes the apparatus. The performer comes forward with the magic bottle, followed by an attendant bearing the tray of glasses. He commences by openly pouring water into the bottle and out again, so as indirectly to raise the inference that the bottle must be perfectly empty. The water, in truth, really passes into the center space only, and thence runs out again as soon as the bottle is tilted. The fingers, meanwhile, are tightly pressed on the different holes, and thus excluding the air, effectually prevent any premature flow of wine from the various compartments. The performer, still holding the bottle mouth downwards, says, "You observe, ladies and gentlemen, that the bottle is now perfectly empty, and yet, by my magic art, I shall compel it to refill itself for your benefit." He then, addressing various individuals, asks each whether he prefers port, sherry, gin, etc., and when the answer is given, has only to raise the finger stopping the air hole of that particular compartment to cause the liquid named to flow from the bottle, stopping as soon as the finger is again pressed on the hole. It is a good plan, in order to prevent confusion, to place the liquors in the bottle in alphabetical order, commencing from the hole stopped by the thumb. Some performers increase the variety of the liquors produced by placing beforehand, in certain of the glasses, a few drops of various flavoring essences. By this means a compartment filled with plain spirits of wine may be made to do duty for brandy, whiskey, etc., at pleasure, according to the glass into which the liquid is poured. The trick is sometimes elaborated by the performer by way of conclusion, apparently breaking the bottle and producing therefrom a borrowed handkerchief or other article which has been made to disappear in some previous trick. This is effected by means of an additional specialty in the construction of the bottle. The compartments containing the liquids in this case terminate a couple of inches above the bottom of the bottle, and the part below this, which has a wavy edge, like fractured glass, is made to slip on and off. See Fig. 206. The performer, having produced the wines, pretends to crack the bottle all around by tapping it with his wand, and having apparently cracked it, pulls the bottom off, and exhibits the handkerchief, which was beforehand placed in readiness therein. The two parts of the bottle joining with great nicety, there is little fear that the pretended crack will prematurely attract attention. Where the trick is performed before a very large audience, a single bottle would not contain sufficient liquor to answer all the demands upon it. In this case it is necessary to change the bottle, sometimes more than once, in the course of the trick. This is most frequently done under cover of a chair or table, but where the trick is performed on a stage, a more elaborate expedient is sometimes employed. The bottle used has in this case an outer shell or casing of tin, open at the bottom, the actual receptacle for the liquids being within this. When the bottle is exhausted, the performer with apparent carelessness places it upon a small table, standing against the side scene, pending the arrival of more glasses, or under any other convenient pretext. The bottle is, in truth, placed immediately over a small round trap, the performer being guided as to its proper position by a couple of small pins projecting upwards from the surface of the table, against which pins he pushes the bottle. The moment it is so placed, the assistant behind the scenes, who has his eye to a hole in the partition and his arm extended within the table, opens the trap, pulls down the empty interior of the bottle, and instantly replaces it with a full one, which he holds in readiness, and at the moment when the performer again grasps the bottle to conclude the trick, and thereby furnishes the necessary resistance, pushes it sharply up into its place. End of Section 39.
Section 40 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Modern Magic, a Practical Treatise on the Art of Conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 7. The Bottle and Ribbons. This is another favorite bottle trick. The bottle is in this case also of tin, with an enclosed space round the sides to contain wine, commencing about 1.5 inches from the lower end, and terminating just within the mouth. The bottle has no bottom, and there is thus a passage, in the shape of an inverted funnel, extending through its whole length. A cylindrical base or stopper just fits into the space at the bottom of the bottle, and on this are fixed 6 or 8 small reels or bobbins. On each of these is wound a yard or so of ribbon, each of a different color. An upright wire rod springs from the center of this base, terminating just within the neck of the bottle in a little flat piece of metal, perforated with as many holes as there are ribbons, and one end of each of the ribbons is brought up through one of these holes, and a little knot made upon it to prevent its slipping back again. The ribbons being in position, and the space in the bottle duly filled with wine, the performer brings it forward, and after pouring out a glass or two, asks some lady present which is her favorite color, and on receiving an answer, gently taps the bottle with his wand, and immediately draws out with the tip of his forefinger from the neck, and presents to her a ribbon of the desired color. More wine is produced, alternately with fresh ribbons, until all are exhausted. The above is the drawing-room form of this trick. Upon the stage it is slightly varied. The same kind of bottle is used, but the internal provision of reels and ribbons is removed, so that the bottle remains a simple tin bottle, open at the bottom, with the funnel-shaped passage already mentioned extending through its entire length. The performer, having poured out a glass or two of wine, places the bottle on a stool or table, through the pillar of which is a hole or passage communicating with a corresponding hole in the stage. Beneath this is stationed the performer's assistant, who is provided with a large number of various colored ribbons, and a thin rod of 3 or 4 feet in length, with a small point or blunt pin at the top. The performer takes care always to repeat in an audible voice the name of the color called for. This is a signal to the assistant to hitch one end of the ribbon in question on the top of the rod, and hold it in readiness beneath the stage. He does not, however, push it up through the bottle until warned by the sound of the tap of the wand on the bottle that the performer is ready to receive it. The performer, on his part, takes care, before tapping the bottle, to place his thumb upon the mouth so as to prevent the rod passing too far. Sometimes a combination of colors is asked for, as, for instance, the tricolor, or any other national group of colors. After having produced a reasonable number of ribbons, an effective finish may be made as follows. A last color or combination of colors having been demanded, the performer does not draw the ribbons, as hitherto, completely out of the bottle, but leaves them hanging down loosely on each side of it. He now announces that at the word of command the ribbons shall, of their own accord, return into the bottle. The assistant takes his cue accordingly, and at the third tap of the wand draws the ribbons smartly down again, their instantaneous disappearance within the bottle being exceedingly effective. The New Pyramids of Egypt, or the Wine and Water Trick. This trick may be very well worked in conjunction with either of the bottle tricks already described, and therefore we notice it in this place. Its effect is as follows. The performer pours out a glass of wine and a glass of water, finally transferring both to a small decanter. Placing the decanter on a small round stand, and the empty glasses on similar stands on either side of it, he covers each with a pyramidal cover, and announces that at his command the mixed wine and water will again separate, and pass into the empty glasses, the spectators being allowed to choose into which of the glasses each element shall pass. The choice having been made, he fastens a tape or ribbon to the center pyramid, and thence to each of the side ones, giving the audience to understand that by a mysterious kind of capillary attraction, the wine and water will travel along this ribbon to their respective destinations. A few moments having elapsed, the ribbons are untied and the covers removed. The decanter is found to be empty, and the wine and water to have respectively returned to the glasses designated by the audience. The glasses have no speciality, but the decanter has a small hole in its underside. This is plugged with a pellet of wax, which, however, is instantly removable at pleasure. Of the 3 stands, 2, those on which the glasses stand, have no preparation, being mere raised shapes of tin. The third is similar in appearance, but is, in fact, a hollow box, with 3 or 4 little holes drilled in its upper side, for a purpose that will presently appear. Of the 3 covers, the center one is hollow throughout, but the other 2 have each its upper portion occupied by a hollow chamber or reservoir, divided in 2 by a vertical partition, and tapering down to a tube with a very small opening. Each of these compartments has an air hole at the top. These 2 covers are beforehand prepared for the trick by filling the 2 compartments of each, one with wine and the other with water. The air holes are stopped with pellets of wax, but for the sake of distinction, the wine compartment of each is plugged with red wax and the water compartment with white wax. Any other distinguishing mark is, of course, equally good. So long as the air holes are thus stopped, there is no fear of the liquid running out. The performer, having filled the glasses as already described, mixes the contents in the decanter, and in placing the latter on the stand, removes the wax plug from the bottom, thus allowing the wine to run out and to percolate through the above-mentioned holes into the stand, where it remains. He next places the empty glasses on their respective stands, and places the covers over them. He then asks the audience into which of the glasses they desire that the wine should travel, and into which the water. When they have made their decision, he has only to remove the red pellet from the cover which is over the glass into which the wine is to pass, and the white pellet from the opposite cover. The tying of the tape from cover to cover is merely designed to give time for the liquids to reach their respective destinations, and is indeed altogether dispensed with by many performers. The air holes may be stopped by means of tinfoil pasted over them, instead of wax, if preferred. The foil is instantly removable by scraping with the nail. The mysterious funnel. This is a little appliance on the same principle, which may be incidentally introduced with a good effect in the course of a wine trick. It is a tin funnel, made double throughout, with a space of half an inch or so between its inner and outer edges. It is in fact a funnel within a funnel, joined at the upper edges. It has an air hole, A, generally on the underside of the handle. When required for use, the hidden space is filled with wine. The simplest way of doing this is to stop the spout of the funnel with the finger, and then to fill it with wine, which, seeking its own level, will gradually rise to the same height in the outer space as it stands at inside the funnel. This must, of course, be done with the air hole open. When the space is filled, the air hole is stopped, and the wine remaining inside the funnel allowed to run out. The funnel will now appear perfectly empty, and may be used as a funnel in the ordinary way. The mode of using the funnel is somewhat after the following manner, subject of course to variation, accordingly to the taste and invention of the performer. A juvenile is invited to take a glass of wine, the produce of either of the preceding tricks. When he has imbibed it, the performer asks a second juvenile whether he would like a glass also. The reply is pretty sure to be in the affirmative, but the performer pretends to find, when about to oblige him, that his store is exhausted. He begins to apologize for the supposed disappointment, but as if suddenly bethinking himself, says, "However, you shan't be disappointed. If I can't supply you in the natural way, I must do so in a supernatural way. Suppose we take back the wine this young gentleman has just drunk. I don't suppose it will be any the worse. Let me see. Where is my magic funnel? Oh, here it is. Let us make sure first that it is quite clean." He pours water through it, then holds it up to the light in such a manner that the audience can see right through, thus indirectly showing them that it is empty. "Now, sir," addressing the youngster who has drunk the glass of wine, "I am going to take back that glass of wine. Be kind enough to bend your elbow and hold it over the mouth of the funnel, so. And you, sir," addressing the expectant, "perhaps you will be kind enough to take this young gentleman's other arm and work it gently up and down. In fact, we are going to transform him into a pump. Now, sir." The performer holds the glass under the funnel, and as soon as the pretended pumping begins, opens the air hole. When the wine runs into the glass, it is handed to the second young gentleman as a reward for his exertions. Acted with spirit, this little interlude is sure of an uproarious reception from the juvenile portion of the audience, particularly if the operator possesses the magic bradawl, described at page 332, and makes use of it to bore a small hole in the victim's elbow before beginning to pump the wine from it. The box of bran transformed to a bottle of wine. While upon the subject of wine tricks, we may mention this, which is by no means the least surprising of the illusions to which the bottle gives birth. The necessary apparatus consists of 4 pieces. First, a plain cylindrical tin box, A, japanned to taste, and about 6 inches high by 3 in diameter. Secondly, B, a similar box, so far as external appearance is concerned, but materially different in its internal construction. This latter is bottomless, but has a horizontal tin partition at about 3/4 of an inch from the top. These 2 boxes have but one lid, which fits either indifferently. The third article is a cylindrical pasteboard cover, closed at the top, and of such size as to fit loosely over B, but an inch or two taller. The fourth item is a bottle made of tin, japanned black, and of somewhat peculiar construction. As a measure of capacity, it terminates just below the shoulder, the remainder or body of the bottle being in fact merely a tube closed at the bottom, in which this upper portion works. A spiral spring within the body presses the neck portion upward into its proper position, but if pressure be applied, the neck portion will sink downward into the body, as shown in Fig. 214, in which condition it just fits into B. A small point projects from the lower part of the bottle and corresponds with a bayonet catch at the bottom of B, which is in fact designed as a case or cover for the bottle. For the performance of the trick, the operator will require, in addition to the apparatus above mentioned, an oblong deal box half full of bran. Rice is sometimes used, but is not so good. Any box will answer the purpose so long as it is not less than 15 inches or so in length and 9 in breadth and depth. In preparing for the trick, the first step is to fill the bottle, or the fillable portion thereof, with wine or some other liquid. The bottle is then corked, B is placed over it and pressed down, and the bayonet catch fastened. In this condition, but without a lid, B is placed in the deal box and buried in the bran. The box of bran being now brought forward and placed on the table, the performer is ready to begin the trick. He first draws attention to A, which he hands round for inspection, as also the pasteboard cover. When they are returned, he brings forward the box of bran, moving his hand backwards and forwards in it, and distributing a few handfuls to show its genuineness. Replacing the box on the table, he proceeds to fill A with bran. This he does by dipping A completely in the box and scooping up the necessary quantity. As if to show all fair, he pours the bran out again into the box, and then makes a second dip to refill it. This time, however, he makes an exchange, and instead of bringing up A, brings up B, filling as he does so the shallow space at the top of the latter, which thus appears to be full to the brim. Placing it on the table and putting the lid on, he places the pasteboard cover over it, and, addressing the company, volunteers to teach them how to extract wine from bran and wine bottles from tin boxes. After a moment's pause, and the orthodox touch with the wand, he removes the cover, giving it at the same time a slight twist, thus releasing the catch, and removing B within the cover. The spring within the bottle now meeting no resistance, presses the neck portion upwards into its proper position, with all the appearance of a genuine bottle, and as it, in its present condition, is considerably taller than B, it can hardly be suspected that it was a moment ago concealed in the latter, particularly as the performer immediately proceeds to give a further proof of its genuineness by pouring a glass of wine from it. In connection with the above trick, we may describe another useful piece of apparatus known as the bran bottle. This is a bottle which, being covered over for an instant, vanishes, leaving in its place a heap of bran. The bottle is, like that last described, of tin, with a false bottom or partition about an inch below the shoulder, so that it holds about a glassful of wine. The place of the ordinary bottom is supplied by a disc of tin with a raised shoulder round it, fitting loosely within the bottle so as to drop out by its own weight unless kept in place by some external pressure. The cover is a mere cylinder of pasteboard closed at the top. The bottle is prepared for use by filling the lower portion with bran and putting the bottom in place, where it is retained by the pressure of the fingers, then filling the upper part with wine. The performer first pours wine from the bottle and then places it on a plate, ostensibly to show that it does not pass through any opening in the table, but really for a reason which will presently appear. He now places the cover over the bottle and on again, lifting it, presses the sides lightly, and so lifts the bottle with it. The loose bottom, having no longer anything to hold it, remains on the plate, concealed by the bran which pours from the bottle into which the bottle is apparently transformed. Meanwhile, all eyes being drawn to the heap of bran, the performer lowers his hand containing the cover for an instant behind the table, and relaxing the pressure of his fingers, lets the bottle slip out on the servante, immediately coming forward with the cover, and carelessly showing that it is empty. In combination with the bran bottle, the trick last above described is greatly heightened in effect, the bottle appearing under the cover which has just been placed over the tin box, the bran from the latter being found under the cover which a moment previously concealed the bottle, and the tin box being found to have passed into the large box of bran. The bran bottle may also be worked with great effect in combination with the trick of the bran and orange described at page 335. The bran glass. This is an ingenious and very useful piece of apparatus. It is made in all sizes, from that of an ordinary wine glass to a goblet large enough to hold a rabbit. Its effect is as follows. The glass is brought forward, apparently filled with bran to the brim. The performer proves its genuineness by taking up a handful of it and scattering it over the stage. A brass cover is now placed over the glass and instantly removed, when every particle of bran is found to have disappeared, and in place of it is found some article which had been conjured away at some earlier period of the trick. The explanation is very simple. The glass is shaped as shown in Figure 215 with straight sides tapering outwards. The supposed bran is really a hollow shape of tin, A, closed at the top, but open at the bottom with bran gummed all over it, and a handful of loose bran spread on the top. At each side of its upper edge is a little wire point just overpassing the edge of the glass. The cover, which is of such size as to cover the glass as far as the upper part of its stem, has no speciality about it save a shallow groove running round its upper edge on the inside, as shown by the dotted line. When the cover is placed on the glass and pressed smartly down, the 2 points already mentioned are forced into this groove, which thus grips the tin shape, and when again removed, lifts it out of the glass, leaving behind whatever article may have been beforehand placed within. Where the bran glass is of large size, the metal cover is indispensable, but for glasses not exceeding the ordinary tumbler size, it is preferable to cover the glass with a borrowed handkerchief only, the hollow shape being in this case made not of tin but of thin cardboard. The 2 points are dispensed with, but in place of them there should be a piece of thread, in length about double the diameter of the glass, fastened from side to side of the shape. This, hanging down on the side of the glass which is toward the performer, is caught hold of through the handkerchief, and thus the handkerchief and shape are lifted together. The bran glass may be made available in a variety of ways. The trick next following will afford a good practical illustration of its use. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Louis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 8. To fire borrowed rings from a pistol and make them pass into a goblet filled with bran and covered with a handkerchief, the bran disappearing and being found elsewhere. The glass used in this instance is of ordinary tumbler size. It is not brought forward as above, with the bran shape already in place, but empty, and may therefore be freely offered for inspection. With it is brought forward a wooden box of any size and shape filled with bran, and in this, ready to hand, is concealed the bran shape. We have already had occasion to describe the magic pistol, or rather pistol tube, but the tube used in this instance, see Fig. 217, has an additional peculiarity. It is of comparatively small size, being about 2 inches wide at the mouth. Within this mouth fits easily a tin cup, A, about 1 3/4 inches in depth, and having its edge turned over outwards all around, so as to afford a ready grip to the palm when it may be necessary to remove it. The pistol is beforehand loaded with powder, and the cup above described is placed in the mouth of the tube. The performer begins by asking the loan of 3 rings to be fired from his magic pistol. To preclude the possibility of their being exchanged, he requests the owners to drop them into the pistol themselves. First, however, by way of wad, he takes a small piece of white paper and presses its center portion into the mouth of the pistol tube, its edges projecting all round and forming a sort of cup to receive the rings. 3 rings having been offered and dropped into the pistol, the performer closes over the edges of the paper and presses them down with his wand, the effect being as if the rings were fairly rammed down into the pistol, though they really remain in the cup just within the mouth. He now hands the pistol to one of the spectators, requesting him to hold it muzzle upwards above his head. In handing it to him, he places for a moment his own right hand over the mouth of the tube, his palm being flat upon it, and in again removing the hand, lifts out and palms the cup, which the projecting edge enables him to do with perfect ease. He has thus obtained possession of the rings. As the holder of the pistol has been instructed to hold it above his head, he is not very likely to look into it, but lest he should do so and discover that the rings are already removed, it is well to place in the tube beforehand a piece of crumpled white paper to represent that which contained the rings. The performer now hands round the glass for examination, and subsequently draws attention to the box of bran. While doing this, he has little difficulty in getting the rings out of the cup and paper into his right hand. He then, holding the glass in his left hand, dips it into the box and fills it with bran, which he forthwith pours slowly back again to prove its genuineness. Meanwhile, his right hand is engaged in fishing up the bran shape among the bran, placing it mouth upwards in the box, and dropping the rings into it. When he again dips the glass into the box, he slips it mouth downwards over the shape, immediately turning it into the natural position and bringing it up, to all appearance full of bran. As the rings were in the shape, they are, of course, now in the glass. He brushes the loose bran off the top, and then covers the glass with a borrowed handkerchief, taking particular notice on which side hangs the loop of thread. The person holding the pistol is now requested to take good aim, and fire at the glass. He does so, and the performer, lifting the handkerchief with the shape within it, lets the latter drop on the servante, and advancing with the glass, requests the owners to identify their rings. The trick may either end here, upon the supposition that the bran has been blown away altogether by the explosion, or the bran may be shown to have passed into some other place. There are numerous methods of effecting this latter transposition. For instance, the pea vase, see page 351, first shown empty, may be used, or the bran may be made to fall out of a second borrowed handkerchief by means of the bag shown on page 248, or may be found in the apparatus next described. The domino box, sometimes called the glove box. This is a little oblong box of walnut or rosewood measuring about 4 inches in length by 2 inches in width, and 1 1/4 inches in depth. It has a sliding lid, drawing out in the ordinary manner, but the whole box has a tightly fitting inner lining, which may be pulled out, drawer fashion, with the lid. See Fig. 218. It is used as follows. Any small article, say a glove or a lady's handkerchief, is secretly placed inside this inner lining. The performer exhibits the box to the company, and to show that it is empty, turns it over towards them and draws the lid nearly out, drawing out with it at the same time the inner lining or drawer also. See Fig. 219. From the position of the box, the drawer is, at a very short distance, completely hidden by the lid. The box is, of course, seen to be perfectly empty. The performer now closes it, and turning its right side upwards, places it on the table. He then proceeds with the next stage of the trick, and at the right moment again opens the box, or invites someone else to do so. This time the lid alone is drawn out, and the hidden article is found in the box. There is another specialty about the domino box which renders it available to cause the disappearance of a coin placed in it. Though, as in the case of the rattle box described in the chapter devoted to coin tricks, the coin is heard to rattle within it till the very moment of its disappearance. This is effected as follows. Between the bottom of the drawer and that of the proper box is a very small space just large enough to allow a shilling to lie between the true and false bottom. On the underside of the drawer, however, see Fig. 220, showing the underside of the drawer portion, are glued 2 thin strips of wood, gradually approaching each other, and thereby narrowing this space to a width of about ½ inch. If when the lid is withdrawn with the drawer, as already explained, a shilling or sovereign is dropped into the box and the box again closed, the coin will have plenty of room to rattle about as long as it remains at the end A, but if shaken down with a sharp jerk in the direction of the end B, it will become caught in the narrower portion of the opening, and will thenceforth be silent, unless it may suit the purpose of the performer to release it again, which he can do by a sharp downward jerk in the direction of A. Of course, as the coin is below the false bottom, it will appear to have vanished when the box is opened in the ordinary way. The domino box is sometimes used to change a sovereign to its equivalent in silver, this change being beforehand wrapped in paper and concealed in the drawer. It is sometimes also caused to fill itself with bonbons, in place of a coin deposited in it. These boxes are usually made in pairs, alike in appearance, but the one is a simple box without any speciality, and may therefore be handed round for examination, the mechanical box being adroitly substituted at the right moment. The fact that two boxes are used is of course carefully concealed. The coffee trick. Coffee berries changed to hot coffee, white beans to sugar, and bran to hot milk. The pieces of apparatus used in this trick are of brass or japanned tin, and are 3 in number, 2 being tall cylindrical vases standing 18 to 20 inches in height, the third a goblet-shaped vase of about half that height. The latter is made upon the principle of the bran glass above described, consisting of 3 portions, see Fig. 221, the goblet A, the cover C, and a shallow tray B, which fits into the goblet, and which, if the cover is pressed down smartly and again removed, is lifted off with it. It differs, however, from the bran shape in the fact that B is open at top instead of at bottom, and is only about 1/5 the depth of the goblet, leaving therefore considerable space below it. This portion of the apparatus is prepared for use by placing in the goblet a quantity of hot milk, putting B in position above it, and finally filling B with loose bran. The construction of the 2 other vases will be quickly understood upon an inspection of Figures 222 and 223. A is the vase, and C the cover fitting loosely over it, but between these two is a well, B, made double, so as to fit at once into and outside of A, after a mode of construction which we have more than once had occasion to notice. There is a bayonet catch at the lower edge of C, corresponding with a pin or stud at the lower edge of B, so that C may be lifted off either with or without B. There is a similar catch at the lower edge of B, corresponding with a stud at the bottom of A, but cut in the opposite direction to the other catch, so that the action of unlocking A from B locks B to C, and vice versa. The vase A requires a special description. A shallow saucer of tin, D, just fits the interior of the vase, working up and down therein piston fashion, but prevented from coming out altogether by the fact that the upper edge of A is slightly turned inwards all around. Below D is a spiral spring, whose action tends to force D to the top of the vase, as shown in Fig. 222. From the center of D, however, there extends downwards through the spiral spring a piece of stiff wire E, with a crook F at the end. The foot of the vase is hollow throughout. If the saucer D is forced down by pressure from within, this wire, as soon as it reaches the position shown in Fig. 223, will hook itself within the foot of the vase, and so keep down D until the crook is again released, when the whole will instantly return to the condition shown in Fig. 222. The bottom of the foot is open, so that the fingers can without difficulty find and release the crook when necessary. The vases are prepared by pressing down D in each, as shown by the dotted lines in Fig. 223, and filling the well of the one with hot coffee, and that of the other with loaf sugar. Their respective covers are then placed over them. The attention of the audience is first directed to a couple of wooden boxes, each about half as long again as the vases, and 10 or 12 inches in depth, one of which is filled with coffee berries, and the other with white haricot beans. The performer now uncovers the vase which contains the coffee, first turning the bayonet catch so as to lift off the well B with the cover, and shows, by holding the vase upside down and rattling his wand within it, that it is perfectly empty. He now fills it with coffee berries, laying it down in the box to do so, and holding it by the foot with one hand while he shovels the berries into it with the other. Having completely filled it with berries, he holds it aloft, and to show that there is no deception, tilts it, and lets them run back again into the box. Again he dips it into the box, but, as he does so, releases the crook, which the fingers of the hand holding the vase are just in position to do, and thus lets D fly up to the top of the vase. Again he brings up the vase apparently full as before, but really having only a mere layer of berries, of the depth of D, at the top. He now puts on the cover, the well in which again forces D and the superposed layer of coffee berries down to make way for it, and causes the crook again to catch beneath the hollow of the foot. The same operation is now gone through with the vase whose well contains the sugar and the box of white beans. The performer lastly takes from the third vase a handful of bran, which he scatters to show its genuineness, and then places the cover over it. The trick is now really completed. On removing the respective covers, taking care of course first to turn the bayonet catches in the right direction, the wells are released from the covers and locked to the vases, which are thus found full respectively of hot coffee and sugar, and, on removing the cover of the third vase, the bran is lifted off with it and the milk is revealed. Some coffee vases, and more particularly those of French make, dispense with the bayonet catch, replacing it by a peculiar arrangement inside the top of the cover. The upper edge of the well is slightly turned in all round, and the turning of the knob at the top of the cover causes 3 flat bolts or catches to shoot out circularly from the edges of a hollow disc, soldered to the top of the cover inside, and insert themselves under this projecting edge. See Figures 224, 225. The mechanical arrangement by which this is effected is almost impossible to explain in writing, though it becomes readily intelligible upon an actual inspection of the apparatus, and will be understood without much difficulty after a slight study of the above diagrams, the arrow in each case indicating the direction in which the knob must be turned, in order to bring the bolts into the condition shown in the opposite diagram. The inexhaustible box. The inexhaustible box is, to all outward appearance, a plain wooden box, of walnut, mahogany, or rosewood, in length from 12 to 20 inches, and in depth and width from 9 to 15 inches. Whatever its dimensions, its width and depth, exclusive of the lid, must be alike. To prove that it is without preparation within, the performer turns it over on the table towards the spectators, and, lifting the lid, shows that it is perfectly empty. Again he closes it, and, turning it right side upwards, opens it once more, and instantly proceeds to take from it a variety of different articles. At any moment the box is again turned over towards the audience, and shown to be empty, but it is no sooner replaced than the performer recommences taking from it toys, bonbons, etc., the supply being many times larger than could possibly be contained at one time in the box. The bottom of AB of the box, see Figure 226, is movable, working on a hinge B extending along its front. When the box is turned over to the front, this bottom piece does not turn over with it, but remains flat upon the table as before. A piece of wood, BC, of exactly similar size and shape, is glued to AB at right angles. When the box stands right side upwards, this piece lies flat against the front of the box, whose upper edge is made with a slight return, so as to conceal it. When the box is turned over to the front, this piece, like the bottom, retains its position, while any object which had previously been placed in the box remains undisturbed, but hidden by this latter piece. See Figures 226, 227. It is, of course, necessary that each object should be of such a size as not to overpass the arc which the edge of the box describes in its change of position, and the length from B to C must be exactly the same as that from A to B. The mode of using the box will require little explanation. Any number of objects, not overpassing the limits we have mentioned, may be placed in the box, which, being then turned over, can be shown apparently empty. The box being replaced in its normal position, the articles are again within it, and can be produced at pleasure. The effect of inexhaustibility is produced as follows. Each time that the performer turns over the box to show that it is empty, he takes from the servante or from his pockets, and places upon AB a fresh supply of articles to be produced as soon as the box is again right side upwards. It should be mentioned that the hinge at B is made to act freely, so that the bottom may by its own weight retain its position when the box is turned over, and not turn over with the box. Some boxes are made with a catch or pin at some part of A, so as to prevent AB falling prematurely, while the box is being placed on the table, or while the performer carries round the box and shows that, inside and out, it is without preparation. This, however, the performer may safely do, even without the use of any catch or fastening, by taking care to grasp the box, when carrying it, by its front edge, with his fingers inside it. The fingers will thus press BC closely against the front of the box, and will thereby effectually prevent AB from shifting its position. The box is, of course, in the case supposed, really empty. The performer has therefore to make an opportunity for introducing what may be needful into it. This he may do by remarking, as he replaces it upon the table, "You are by this time, ladies and gentlemen, tolerably well satisfied that there is nothing in this box, but for the greater satisfaction of those who may not have been able to see the interior as I carried it around, I will once more show you that it is absolutely empty." So saying, he turns it over, and once more shows the interior, at the same time placing on AB whatever article he designs to produce. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Mancy. You can find me on Facebook at facebook.com/Brian Mancy VO. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Louis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 9. The Japanese inexhaustible boxes. This is a form of the same apparatus in which an additional element of mystery is produced by the use of a box within a box. The inner box is an ordinary inexhaustible box, as last described, but made with a flat wooden lid instead of the hollow or box lid used in the older form of the trick. The outer box just fits over the inner and is, in fact, a mere cover for it, being an ordinary wooden box save that it has no front. The two are brought on one within the other. The performer begins by taking the smaller box, which is ready filled with the objects to be produced, completely out of the larger, and shows that the latter is absolutely empty. He then places the two boxes together, as shown in figure 228, turning over the smaller box to show its interior, as already described. After this is done, the smaller box is tilted back to its normal position within the larger, the lid of the latter being slightly lifted to allow it to pass, and then both lids being opened together, the production of the contents commences. The function of the larger box is in fact merely to act as a screen to hinder the part of the smaller, when turned over towards the audience. The only advantage of the Japanese over the ordinary box is that it may be worked on any table, and with spectators on all sides, but this advantage is counterbalanced by the drawback that nothing can be produced save what was originally in the box. Neither can the smaller box be carried round and shown empty. This, however, may be met by beginning the trick with the two boxes together, and then, after having brought to light the whole of the original contents, offering, for the pretend purpose of heightening the effect, to continue the trick without the aid of the outer box. The inner box may thenceforth be replenished from behind in the same way as the ordinary inexhaustible box. The inexhaustible box is frequently made the vehicle for those distributions of bonbons, toys, etc., which to the juvenile mind form by no means the least attractive feature of a magical performance. It is also available for the production of flowers, multiplying balls, goblets, bird cages, and the miscellaneous assortment of articles generally associated with hat tricks. One of the most effective modes of using it is in connection with the very pretty trick next following. The Feast of Lanterns. The performer, having exhibited the box empty as already described, turns it over again, and instantly produces from it a paper lantern of many colours, with a lighted candle in it. This he hands to his assistant or one of the company, to hang up at some convenient part of the stage or room, and returning to the box produces another, and yet another, till 10 or 12 or even a larger number have been produced, the box being every now and then turned over to prove it empty. The effect of a number of lanterns thus mysteriously produced from an empty box, and hung about the stage in all directions, is most brilliant. As the candles do not burn very long, and there may be some risk of the lanterns catching fire, it is well to make this trick the finale of the entertainment, and to allow the curtain to fall before the illumination has had time to lose its effect. A great part of the effect of the trick lies in the very considerable bulk of the lanterns, 3 or 4 of which would apparently be more than sufficient to fill a box from which a dozen or so are produced. This arises from the construction of the lanterns themselves, which are of the kind used for Christmas trees and illuminations, and when open offer a considerable cylindrical surface, though when closed they are little more than flat discs. They are placed in the box in the condition shown in the last mentioned figure, but when lifted out by the wire at top at once expand, concertina fashion, and assume the shape shown in figure 229. They are lighted in sundry ways, one method being as follows. Each lantern contains about 3/4 of an inch of candle, from which the wick has been removed, and a wax match inserted in its stead. Against the front of the box, or rather against the wooden flap BC, is glued a tablet D of sandpaper upon which to strike the match, and a gentle rub against this instantly lights the candle when the lantern is immediately lifted out, as already explained. There is, however, an improvement whereby the lanterns are not only made to occupy much less space, but may be lighted simultaneously. In this case, the little cylinder which forms the socket for the candle, and which should be about 1/2 inch in diameter, instead of occupying the middle of the space at the bottom of the lantern, is placed at one side of such space. One of the lanterns, that which is to be the undermost when they are grouped together, has no further preparation, but the second, by the side of its own socket, has a round hole in the bottom, just large enough to give room for the socket of the first. The next, or third lantern has 2 holes, allowing the passage of the sockets of the first and second. The fourth has 3 holes, the fifth 4, the sixth 5, the seventh 6, and the eighth 7, so that when the lanterns are placed one upon another in proper order, the sockets of the lower lanterns come up in a circle through the holes in the bottom of the uppermost one. The tops and bottoms are made of tin, which is not only safe from catching fire, but occupies very little space. In this case, the original wicks of the candles are retained, but are slightly moistened with turpentine to render them instantly inflammable, and are lighted by a lucifer or wax match struck in the ordinary way, the merest touch sufficing to ignite them. They may then be lifted out in rapid succession with great effect. A group of 6 or 8 lanterns thus prepared may be produced from a borrowed hat, being previously concealed in the breast or tail pocket of the performer, and loaded into the hat at any convenient opportunity. It is desirable in this case to have a friction tablet glued upon the top of the uppermost lantern to strike the match upon, as the hat lining is hardly adapted for that purpose. The lanterns above described are the most generally used, and are by much the easiest to manipulate. There is, however, a spherical lantern also obtainable at the toy shops, which has a decidedly prettier effect. This form of lantern is, when shut up, as shown in figure 231. To develop it, the wires A and B are each made to describe a semicircle, as shown by the dotted line, bringing the whole into the condition shown in figure 232, in which condition it is maintained by slipping the loop of A under B. The best plan for lighting in this case is to have a separate small piece of candle, prepared with a matchwick as above mentioned, placed in readiness on the servante, and a small pin or sharp nail projecting upwards from the bottom of the box to act as a candlestick. The candles in the lantern will in this case need no special preparation. The performer first lights the prepared candle by rubbing it against the tablet, and then presses it down upon the upright pin we have mentioned. The other candles are in turn lighted from this, each lantern being put into shape before being lifted out of the box, which must in this case be of tolerable size in order to admit of their ready development. The butterfly trick. This is a trick of Japanese origin, which became very popular 2 or 3 years since. In effect, it is as follows. The performer brings forward an ordinary fan and a couple of bits of tissue paper, each torn into a fanciful likeness of a butterfly. Taking these upon his hand, he gently fans them, the motion of the air speedily causing them to rise above his head. Still gently fanning them, he causes them to hover, now high, now low, now fluttering along the wall, now descending into a gentleman's hat, whence they presently emerge to again flutter hither and thither at his pleasure. The point that most strikes an attentive observer is the fact that, whether they fly high or low, the butterflies always keep together. Sometimes they may be a couple of feet apart, sometimes only a few inches, but they never exceed the above limit, and the spectator naturally concludes that an extraordinary degree of dexterity must be necessary to enable the performer to keep them from diverging more widely. Here, however, in truth lies the secret of the trick, which is that the so-called butterflies are connected by a piece of very fine silk a couple of feet in length, which, when the butterflies are in motion, is absolutely invisible to the spectators. The remainder of the trick is a matter of practice, though it is less difficult than would be imagined by anyone who had never attempted it. Some performers have the silk thread attached to one of the buttons of the coat. This arrangement will be found greatly to facilitate the working of the trick. The paper for the butterflies is better torn than cut, and should be as nearly as possible of the shape of St. George's Cross, and about 2 inches square. The Wizard's Omelette. Borrowed rings and live doves produced from an omelette. This is a trick which always produces a great sensation, whether performed upon the stage or in the drawing room. Its effect is as follows. The performer produces either naturally or magically, e.g. from the egg bag or from the mouth of Mrs. Assistant, as described at page 329, 3 eggs which he hands round for examination. His assistant next borrows from the audience 3 ladies' rings, receiving them in order to prove that he does not tamper with them in any way, on the performer's wand instead of in his hands. The wand, with the rings still upon it, is laid upon the table. The assistant next brings in an omelette pan, and places it, with its lid beside it, on the table. The performer breaks the eggs into it, dropping in shells and all, then pours some spirits over it, to which he sets fire, and while it is still blazing, drops the rings from the wand into it. He brings it forward to show that the rings are really in the flames, and on returning to his table, claps the cover on the pan, and fires a pistol, any ordinary pistol, over it, without a moment's interval. He again removes the cover. All traces of the omelette and eggshells have vanished, but in their place are found 3 live doves, each with a ribbon round its neck, to which is attached one of the borrowed rings. The explanation of this surprising result is simplicity itself. The reader, with his present knowledge, will readily conjecture that, as to the rings, a substitution is effected, but he may not so easily guess the manner of such substitution. It will be remembered that the rings were collected by the assistant on the performer's wand. This arrangement, which is ostensibly adopted to prevent, in reality facilitates an exchange. The assistant makes his collection with 3 dummy rings placed beforehand on the lower end of the wand, and concealed by the hand in which he holds it, which we will suppose is the right hand. In returning to the stage, he takes hold with the left hand of the opposite end of the wand, and allows the borrowed rings to run down into that hand, at the same moment releasing the dummy rings from the right hand, and allowing them to run upon the middle of the wand in place of the others. He now has the borrowed rings in his left hand, and, laying the wand with the substitutes on the table, carries them off with him to prepare for the denouement of the trick. The only other matter which will require explanation is the construction of the omelette pan. This is a shallow pan of brass or tin, about 10 inches in diameter by 2.5 in depth. Within this is an inner pan, also of brass or tin, fitting tightly within it, but about 1/2 inch less in depth. The lid is made with a very deep rim or shoulder all round, and just fits within the lining, though less tightly than the latter fits within the pan. See figure 233, in which A represents the pan, B the lining, and C the lid. The assistant, as soon as he gets behind the scenes, loops the borrowed rings to the ribbons, which are already tied round the necks of the 3 doves, and places the latter in it, immediately putting on C, the two together having the appearance of a simple cover, and brings forward the pan and cover. The performer now makes his omelette and drops the substitute rings into it. In bringing forward the pan to show that the rings are really there, he takes care to avoid the owners of them, who would alone be likely to detect the substitution. When he claps on the cover, the trick is really done, the firing of the pistol being merely for effect. When the cover is again removed, the lining remains in the pan, concealing the omelette beneath it, and revealing the doves with the rings attached to their necks. The rose in the glass vase, the ingenious piece of apparatus which we are about to describe, was, we believe, the invention of Robert Houdin. It consists of a glass vase on a foot and with a glass lid standing altogether 8 to 10 inches in height. This is placed on a square box-like plinth or pedestal of wood covered with morocco and measured in about 8 inches square by 6 in height. The lid is placed upon the vase, which, being transparent, is clearly seen to be empty. A borrowed handkerchief is for a moment thrown over the hole, and again removed when a handsome rose, natural or artificial, is seen to have mysteriously found its way into the vase, whence it is removed and handed to the company for inspection. The secret of this mysterious appearance is twofold, lying partly in the vase and partly in the pedestal. The vase, which at a little distance appears as simple and commonplace as any in a confectioner's window, has a segment cut off one side, leaving an opening of about 5 inches in height by 3.5 in width. See figure 234. This opening is kept turned away from the audience. The pedestal, like the vase, is closed on every side except the side remote from the spectators, which is open. A curved wire arm, with a clip at the end to receive the stalk of the rose, works up and down, describing a quarter of a circle in this open space. A spring hinge on which this arm works impels it to assume the position shown in the figure, thus lifting the rose through the opening into the vase. The apparatus is set by forcing down the arm with the rose into the position indicated by the dotted lines, in which position it is retained by a little catch until the performer, in the act of covering the vase with a handkerchief, presses a stud at the upper side of the pedestal. This withdraws the catch and allows the rose to rise into the vase. Of course, the performer, in taking out the flower, does so from the top, and with proper precautions not to disclose the existence of the opening at the back of the vase. The ingenuity of the reader will probably suggest to him combinations to make the trick more effective. To those who have not such ready invention, we may remark that the trick may be very effectively combined with that of the ball that changes to a rose, and vice versa. See page 300. Or a duplicate rose may be placed in the mouchoir de duel, described at page 195, and thence ordered to pass to the vase. End of section 42. Recording by Brian Mancy. You can find me on Facebook at facebook.com/Brian Mancy VO.
Section 43 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Blazely Dragon. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 10. The Chinese Rings. These are rings of brass or steel, in diameter from 5 to 9 inches, and in thickness varying from 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch. The effect of the trick to the spectator is as follows. The rings are given for examination, and found to be solid and separate. But at the will of the operator, they are linked together in chains of 2, 3, or more, becoming connected and disconnected in a moment, and being continually offered for examination. Finally, After the rings have become involved in apparently inextricable mass, a slight shake suffices to disentangle them and to cause them to fall singly upon the stage. The sets of rings sold at the Conjuring depots vary in number, ranging from 6 to 12. The set of 8, which is perhaps the most usual number, consists of 1 key ring, 2 single rings, a set of 2 linked together, and a set of 3 linked together. The key ring, in which lies the secret of the trick, is simply a ring with a cut or opening in it. For use upon a public stage, where the performer is at a considerable distance from his audience, there may be a gap of 1/8 of an inch between the ends, but for drawing room use, they should just touch each other. Some rings are made to clip like an earring, and some have the opening cut diagonally instead of square, but the simple square cut is, in our opinion, the best. We shall in the first place describe the trick as performed with the set of 8 rings above mentioned, afterwards noticing the more elaborate performance with 12. We must premise, however, that the manipulation of the rings admits of almost infinite variation, and that the practice of performers differs greatly as to the mode of working with them. The performer comes forward holding the 8 rings in his left hand, arranged as follows. First, and innermost, comes the set of 3, then the key ring, then the set of 2, and lastly, the 2 single rings. Taking the first of these, he hands it to a spectator for examination, passing it when returned to another person, and carelessly handing a second ring to be examined in like manner. This should be done without any appearance of haste, and with an air of being perfectly indifferent as to how many of the rings are examined. The 2 singles have been duly inspected. The performer requests one of the spectators to take them both in his right hand, at the same time taking his own right hand with the next 2 rings, which will be remembered as the set of 2, though the audience naturally believes them to be like the first, separate. "Now, sir," the professor continues, "will you be good enough to link one of the rings, which you hold, into the other?" The person addressed looks more or less foolish and finally gives it up. "You can't?" says the performer in pretended surprise. "My dear sir, nothing is easier. You have only to do as I do. See?" Laying down the rest of the rings, he holds the 2 as in figure 236, and makes a gentle rubbing motion with the thumb upon the rings, and then lets fall one of them, which naturally drops into the position shown in figure 237. He now hands these 2 rings for examination. The spectators seek for some joint or opening, but none is found. And meanwhile, the performer transfers the next ring, the key, to his right hand, keeping the opening under the thumb. He now takes back with the left hand the 2 single rings, immediately transferring one of them to the right hand, and with the ball of the thumb presses it through the opening in the key ring, into which it falls, with exactly the same effect as the apparent joining of the 2 linked rings a moment before. Again he separates, and again joins the 2 rings. The second single ring is now made to pass through in like manner, making the combination shown in figure 238. The performer remarks, "We now have 3 joined together. Here are 3 more, as you see," shaking those in the left hand. "All solid and separate, and yet at my will they will join like the others." Making a rubbing motion with the thumb as before, he drops 2 of the 3, one by one, from the hand, when they will appear as a chain of 3. These he hands for examination, taking back the set of 2 and linking them, one after the other, into the key ring, to which now 4 rings are attached. Again, taking back the set of 3, he links these also one by one into the key ring, which thus has 7 rings inserted in it. See figure 239. Using both hands, but always keeping the opening of the key ring under one or the other thumb, he takes off these 7 rings, commencing with the 2 single ones, and again offering them for examination, then taking off the set of 2. Last of all, he unlinks the set of 3, and then holding them at length in his left hand, joins the upper one to the key ring, thus making a chain of 4, of which the key ring is the uppermost. He next takes the lowermost ring of the 4 and links that into the key ring, bringing the 4 rings into a diamond shape, as shown in figure 240. Again, unlinking the lower ring, he takes up the set of 2, and connects them with the key ring, holding them up above it, thus making a chain of 6, the key ring being third from the top. See figure 241. Taking the upper ring between his teeth, he links the 2 single rings into the key ring on either side, making the figure of a cross as shown in figure 242. As the hands are now occupied in holding the single rings forming the arms of the cross, he can no longer keep the opening of the key ring concealed by the thumb. But it is extremely unlikely that among so many rings, so slight a mark in one of them will attract notice. Regaining possession of the key ring, he links all one by one into it, so again to bring them into the condition depicted in figure 239. Then, holding the key ring with both hands and with the opening downwards, about a couple of the feet from the floor, see figure 243, he shakes the ring violently, at the same time gently straining open the key ring. When the 7 rings will all in succession drop through the slit and scatter themselves about the floor, the general impression being that they all fall separate, though the group sets of course remain still united. It is not an uncommon thing to see a performer commit the gaucherie of handing all the rings and save only the key ring to be examined in the first instance, the key ring being hidden under the breast or under the tail of the coat, and being added to the set in returning to the table. The spectators are thus needlessly made acquainted with the fact that certain of the rings are already linked together, and this once omitted, the trick loses 9/10 of its effect. The set of 12 rings is less frequently seen, and is rather more complicated to manage, though in good hands it is capable of much more brilliant effects than the smaller number. The set consists of 5 single rings, a group of 2, a group of 3, and 2 key rings. These are held in the hands of the performer in the following order. First, innermost, a key ring, then the group of 3, then the second key ring, then the group of 2, and lastly, the 5 single rings. The latter are distributed for examination. While they are still in the possession of the audience, the performer requests one of the spectators to link 2 of them together, and himself, taking in his right hand the group of 2, pretends to link the latter, as already described, and hands them for examination. The performer, meanwhile, takes in his right hand one of the key rings, and collects the single rings in his left hand. As soon as the group of 2 are handed back, he links one of them to the key ring in his right hand, thus forming a chain of 3, with the key ring uppermost. Next, linking the lowest ring into the key ring, he forms figure 238, which, by holding the 2 lower rings apart, assumes the shape of a triangle. Again, disengaging the lower ring, passing one of the single rings from the left hand to the right, and laying down on the table all the rings remaining in that hand, the group of 3 uppermost. He joins the single ring to the key ring, thus making a chain of 4, of which the key ring is second from the top. These he lays, still linked, upon the table, and takes up from the heap already lying there the 3 uppermost, which it will be remembered are the group of 3, and holding them for a moment together in the hand, lets them fall one by one to form a second chain of 3. Taking the next ring of the heap, the second key ring, in his disengaged hand, he steps forward and requests someone to take hold of either of the 3 rings and to pull against him in order to prove their solidity. This ascertained, he passes the upper ring of the 3 into the hand, which already holds the key ring, and links it into the key ring, thus forming a second chain of 4, of which in this case the key is the uppermost. Linking the lowermost into the key ring, he shows the ring as in figure 240. Once more unlinking the lower ring so that the 4 again appear as a single chain. He proceeds, apparently, to link all 12 together. This is effected as follows. Taking 2 of the single rings, the performer links them into the key ring of the chain which he holds. He next links one of these same single rings into the key ring of the other chain, and thus linking the 2 chains together at a distance of 1 ring from the end of the chain. He thus has 10 rings joined. He now takes the 2 chains, 1 in each hand, by the end remotest point from the junction, immediately after picking up and holding, 1 in each hand, the 2 remaining single rings. These, of course, he does not and cannot link with the rings adjoining them, but the audience, seeing that all the rest are linked together, readily believes that these also form part of the chain. The precise arrangement of the rings will be readily understood from an inspection of figure 244. The feat may either end here, the rings still linked being gathered together and carried off by the assistant, or the performer may link all, one by one, into either of the key rings, and then shake them out and scatter them on the floor in the manner already described as to the 8 rings. The performance may be elaborated to any extent, the 2 key rings giving a wonderful facility of combinations, but whatever be the passes adopted, they should not be too numerous, as the trick, however skillfully worked, consists only of the repetition of the same primary elements, and the interest of the spectators will quickly diminish. The performer should, in manipulating the rings, study neatness and lightness, rather than rapidity. The effect should be as though the rings melted into and out of one another, and the smallest appearance of force or exertion should be avoided. It has a very good effect in disengaging the rings one from another to hold them together for a moment or two after they are actually disconnected, and then holding them parallel to each other to draw them very slowly apart. The precise moment of their separation is thus left uncertain, the illusion being thereby materially heightened. A single ring may in this way be drawn along a chain of 3 or 4, the effect being as if the disengaged ring passed through the whole length of the chain. The charmed bullet. As a rule, people object to being shot at, and the least nervous person might fairly demur at facing the muzzle of a loaded pistol at 6 paces distance. But the magician is superior to such weakness, and will face a bullet with as little compunction as he would stop a ball at cricket. Neither must it be imagined that there is any deception, at any rate, in the quality of the articles employed. The pistol is a real pistol, the powder is genuine powder, and the bullet, an ordinary leaden bullet, is chosen and marked by one of the audience, fairly placed in the pistol, and fairly rammed home. The pistol is fired with deliberate aim by a disinterested spectator, but no sooner has the smoke cleared away than the performer is seen standing, unharmed, with the marked bullet caught between his teeth. So much for the effect of the trick. Now for the explanation. The pistol, see figure 245, is, as already stated, an ordinary weapon, and the only speciality of the bullets is that they are a size or 2 smaller than the bore of the pistol. The ramrod, B, is a plain cylinder of wood or metal, tapering very slightly at each end. The secret lies in the use of a little metal tube, A, about 2 inches in length, open at one end, but closed at the other. This tube, which is of a size as to fit loosely within the barrel of the pistol, but tightly upon either end of the ramrod, is placed in the right-hand pochette of the performer, and a small bag of bullets in the pochette on the other side. The performer comes forward with the pistol in one hand and the ramrod in the other, and having a small charge of gunpowder screwed up in a bit of soft paper, concealed between the second and third fingers of the right hand. He hands the pistol and the ramrod for inspection. While they are under examination, he asks, "Can any lady or gentleman oblige me with a little gunpowder?" Nobody answers, and he continues addressing some mild elderly gentleman. "Perhaps you can accommodate me, sir." The elderly gentleman naturally replies that he is not in the habit of carrying gunpowder about with him. "Excuse me," says the performer, "but I fancy you have a small packet of powder under your coat collar. Permit me." And drawing his hand gently down beneath the collar, he produces the little packet. This he hands to the person who is holding the pistol, with the request that he will load it. While he puts in the powder, the performer drops his left hand to the pochette and palms the little bag of bullets, which he forthwith produces from a gentleman's hat or a lady's muff. From among the bullets he requests that the person who put in the powder to select and mark one. While this is done, he himself takes the pistol in his left hand, holding it muzzle upwards, and in the act of transferring it with apparent carelessness to the other hand, secretly drops into it the little tube, the open end upwards. The spectator, having chosen and marked the bullet, is requested for greater certainty to place it in the pistol himself. A very minute portion of the paper is added by way of wad, and the performer then takes the pistol and rams it down. The bullet, of course, has fallen into the little tube, and as the ramrod fits tightly within the latter, it naturally, when withdrawn, brings out the tube and ball with it. The tube and ramrod are made to match, generally black, but sometimes of brass or silver plated, and therefore the tube, when on the rod, even if exposed, would not be likely to attract attention. The performer, however, prevents the possibility of it doing so by holding the rod by the end, thereby concealing the tube within his hand. He now hands the pistol to a spectator, requesting him, for fear of accidents, to hold it muzzle upwards until the word to fire is given. The performer now takes up his position at the furthest part of the stage, and during his short journey gains possession of the bullet. This is effected by sharply drawing away the ramrod with the left hand, thereby leaving the tube open in the right and allowing the ball to roll out into the palm. The tube, having served its purpose, is gotten rid of into the portfolio, and the ball is either slipped into the mouth or retained in the hand, according to the mode in which it is intended to be produced. Some performers use several small bullets. In our own opinion, a single ball of a tolerable size is not only more manageable, but more effective. The mode of producing the bullet also varies. Some, instead of producing it in the mouth, hold up a china plate by way of target, the bullet being held under the first two fingers against the front of the plate. When the pistol is fired, the plate is turned horizontally and the bullet released from the fingers. This plan is sometimes to be preferred, inasmuch as it creates an excuse for leaving the stage for a moment to fetch the plate, an opportunity which is valuable in the event, which sometimes happens, of the ball, from an excess of wadding or any other cause, not dropping readily from the tube into the hand. To meet this possible difficulty, some tubes have, to use an Irishism, a small hole through the closed end, so that the performer, on leaving the stage, can, by pushing a piece of wire through the hole, instantly force out the bullet. End of section 43. Recording by Blazely Dragon.
Section 44 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Louis Hoffman. Section 44, Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 11. The Birth of Flowers. There are 2 or 3 different tricks which go by this name. Of one of them we may dispose in a very few words. It is purely a mechanical trick, having neither ingenuity of construction nor dexterity of manipulation to recommend it. The apparatus consists of a cover A, see Fig. 246, a base C, and an intermediate portion B, connected with A by means of a bayonet catch. C is beforehand partially filled with earth, and in B, the top of which is perforated with small holes, is inserted a natural or artificial plant, or bouquet of flowers. The cover A is placed over B, and the apparatus is ready. The performer, drawing attention to C, pretends to sow some magic seed therein. He then places a cover over it, and pretending to warm it with his hands, commands the seeds to germinate. Releasing the bayonet catch, he removes the cover, and shows the flowers apparently just springing from the earth. In C. In some of the smaller sizes of this apparatus the bayonet catch is dispensed with, the mere pressure of the fingers on the sides of A being sufficient to lift off B with it. The trick which we are about to describe, under the same title, is one of a composite nature, and one which, proceeding from marvel to marvel, produces in good hands a great effect. It is divided into three portions: first, the production of a single flower, then of a handsome bouquet, and lastly of a large basket of flowers. The performer comes forward with his wand in one hand, and in the other a little box, in reality quite empty, but containing, as he asserts, magic seeds capable of producing on an instant the choicest flowers. I will first show you, ladies and gentlemen, their effect in the simplest form. In the hurry of coming here this evening, I omitted to provide a flower for my buttonhole. You will see how easily, by the aid of the magic seed, I can supply the deficiency. What shall it be? Clematis, rose, geranium? Suppose we say a rose. I take a single seed from my box. Here is a rose seed, and place it in my buttonhole. He applies the supposed seed to the buttonhole. I breathe on it to supply the necessary warmth. I wave my wand. Once, twice, thrice. The seed has blossomed, you see, into a handsome rose. The explanation of this pretty little trick is exceedingly simple. The preliminary preparation is made as follows. Through the centre of an artificial rose, without stalk, a short piece, about 10 inches, of thin black elastic is passed, and secured by a knot on the inside of the flower. The other end is passed through the buttonhole from the outside, and thence through an eyelet hole made for the purpose in the breast of the coat, immediately under the buttonhole. The extreme end is looped over a button sewn on the waistcoat about the region of the waistband. The tension of the elastic naturally draws the flower close against the buttonhole, while yet allowing it, when necessary, to be drawn away from it to a distance of several inches. The performer, before coming forward to perform the trick, draws the rose away from the buttonhole, and places it under the left armpit, whence, so long as the arm is kept close to the side, it cannot escape. When he waves his wand, with the words once, twice, thrice, he makes the first motion facing to the right, the second fronting the audience, and the third facing slightly to the left, at the same time striking the buttonhole with the wand, and throwing up the left arm, when the flower, released, instantly springs to the buttonhole, the slight turn to the left completely covering the manner of its appearance. But the trick is not yet over. You see, ladies and gentlemen, that I am not dependent on Covent Garden for a rose for my buttonhole. But you will naturally say, the magic seed may be all very well for a single flower, but what if you want a complete bouquet? I hasten to show you that this is equally within my power. Will someone oblige me with the loan of a hat by way of hothouse? Thank you. Here, you observe, is an ordinary drinking-glass. This has meanwhile been placed on the table by the assistant, in which I will drop haphazard a pinch of the magic seed. This he does with the left hand, the right being occupied with the hat, and then, with the glass in the left hand and the hat in the right, comes forward to the audience requesting a lady spectator to breathe upon the glass, which he immediately afterwards covers with the hat. He now requests the same or another spectator to count 10, to allow the mesmeric influence time to operate, and then, removing the hat, shows a handsome bouquet, natural or artificial, in the glass. Returning the hat and handing the glass and flowers for inspection, he borrows a silk pocket-handkerchief, or in default of procuring one from the audience, uses one of his own, brought forward by the assistant. Drawing it rope-wise through his hands to show that it is empty, he spreads it before him, holding it by two of its corners. Having exhibited one side of it, he spreads the other, when the shape of something solid is seen to define itself beneath it, and the handkerchief being removed, a large round basket of flowers, see Fig. 247, 10 or more inches in diameter, by 2 deep, is revealed. The reader, with his present knowledge, will probably have already conjectured the mode in which the bouquet is brought into the glass. It is beforehand placed at the left-hand corner of the servante, the stem slanting upwards at the angle of about 45 degrees. When the performer standing at the left-hand side of the table drops the imaginary seed into the glass with his left hand, his right, holding the hat, drops for a moment to the level of the table, and clips between the second and third fingers the stem of the bouquet, when, by simply bending the fingers, the bouquet is brought into the hat after the manner of the cannon-ball. See page 305. When the hat is placed over the glass, the bouquet is naturally brought into the latter. We may here mention that there are bouquets of a special and rather ingenious construction, enabling the performer, in the act of producing the bouquet from a hat, in the above or any similar trick, to cause it suddenly to expand to 3 or 4 times its original size. The bouquet is in this case made of artificial flowers, stitched on a framework forming a kind of miniature parasol, with a very short handle. The bouquet, when introduced into the hat, has a slightly conical shape, but the performer, in withdrawing it, puts up the parasol, so to speak, thereby spreading it to 12 or 14 inches diameter. The production of the basket of flowers from the handkerchief is produced by wholly different means, and will require a somewhat minute explanation. In the first place, the flowers are secured to the sides of the basket by silk or wires, so that they cannot fall out, in whatever position the basket is placed. To the basket are attached 2 black silk threads. The one, which we will call A, is about 18 inches in length, and is attached to a button on the performer's waistband, immediately above the front of his left thigh. Obviously, therefore, the basket, if fastened by this thread alone, would hang down loosely in front of the performer's left knee. The second thread, which we will call B, and which is attached to the edge of the basket at a few inches distance from the first, is only 3 or 4 inches in length, and serves to suspend the basket behind the back of the performer, concealed by his coat, until the proper moment for its appearance. For this purpose it has a small loop or ring at the loose end, and this is attached by means of a strong short needle, after the manner shown in Fig. 248 and 249, the latter representing a slightly enlarged view of the attachment, to the waistband of the performer. The needle carries a third thread, C, which, passing through the cloth of the trousers, is brought round and attached to the centre button of the waistband, being concealed by the edge of the waistcoat. The modus operandi will now be easily understood. The basket is in the first instance suspended by the thread B. The performer, while spreading the handkerchief before him, ostensibly to show that it is empty, crooks the little finger under the edge of his waistcoat, and pulls C, thereby withdrawing the needle and detaching B. The basket, being no longer held back by B, falls, but is compelled by A to swing round in front of the performer, who, while lifting it, still covered by the handkerchief, breaks A, and thus altogether releases it. The object of passing the needle through the cloth of the trousers is that it may not fall forward and be seen when C is pulled. The contrivance last above described is the invention of Robert Houdin, slightly simplified, however, inasmuch as he employed in place of the needle a little wire bolt working on a metal plate attached to the back of the waistcoat, but the principle in either case is precisely the same. The mysterious salver. This is a tin tray, see Fig. 250, ornamentally japanned, and of about 12 inches in diameter. There is a space of about 3/4 of an inch between the upper and under surfaces of the tray, at one side of which, under cover of the curled rim, is an opening of about 3 inches in width. Within this opening, so placed as to be within easy reach of the fingers of any person holding the tray, are 2 wire hooks, marked A and B in the figure. On gently pulling hook A, a little hammer C rises up at right angles to the surface of the tray, again falling back by the action of a spring as soon as the pull is relaxed. On pulling B, a similar movement is communicated to a sort of ladle D, sunk in the surface of the tray, and rising up in a direction parallel to that of the little hammer already mentioned. This ladle has a flat tin cover, hinged very loosely upon its outer edge so as to open of its own accord when the ladle passes the perpendicular position, and japanned in such manner as to represent one of a circle of medallions forming part of the pattern of the tray, and therefore little likely to attract attention. If any small article be beforehand placed in the ladle, and C be pulled, the article will naturally be flung out upon the surface of the tray. In practice, however, the salver is always used in conjunction with a little glass tumbler about 3 inches in height, which being placed upon the medallion opposite to that which forms the cover of the ladle, the contents of the latter fall into the glass instead of upon the tray. The salver is generally used somewhat after the following fashion. A little round brass box, say 1.5 inches in diameter and 1 inch deep, is handed to the audience with the request that they will place any small article, such as a coin, a ring, a watch key, in it. All necessary precautions are taken to prevent the performer knowing what the articles in question are, and the box is, for still greater security on this point, wrapped by the performer in a handkerchief, and handed to one of the audience to hold. The reader, with his present knowledge of the little faith that is to be put in the acts of magicians, however apparently straightforward, will readily conjecture that at this point there is a substitution. The performer, apparently wrapping up the box which has just been handed to him, really substitutes another of similar appearance, sewn in one corner of the handkerchief. The latter, which contains 2 or 3 metal buttons, or other objects adapted to cause a rattling when shaken, is so arranged that when the lid is pushed home, a piece of cork within is pressed down upon the buttons, and they are made silent, but if the lid be raised ever so little, and the box shaken, they rattle. This latter is the condition in which the box is wrapped in the handkerchief. The performer, leaving the dummy box, wrapped up as above, with the spectator, retires for a moment in order to fetch the salver. This gives him the opportunity to take the articles out of the box, to note what they are, we will suppose a ring, a florin, and a locket, and place them in the ladle of the salver. The empty box he places in one of his pockets. He now brings forward the glass and salver, together with a paper lampshade, similar to those placed over the lights of a billiard table, wherewith to cover the salver while the supposed flight of the objects takes place. He first shows that there is nothing in his hands, on the salver, or in the glass, and then places the latter in its proper position, and covers the whole with the paper shade. His assistant holds the salver, using both hands, with the right in such a position as to have control of the hooks A and B. The performer requests the person holding the box to shake it, in order to show that the articles are still there. He then addresses the company to the following effect: "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you of the position of affairs. Some articles, unknown to me, have been placed by yourselves in a box. That box has not been in my possession, even for a moment, but has remained ever since in the hands of the gentleman who is now holding it. Here, as you see, is a little glass." He raises the shade with his left hand. "Perfectly empty. I shall now, by virtue of my magic power, order the articles in the box, whatever they may be, to leave the box and fall into this little glass, and I will tell you, by the sound of each as it falls, what the article is. Let us try the experiment. First article, pass." The assistant pulls A, and the little hammer, C, forthwith strikes the glass, simulating to some extent the sound of a small article falling therein. That, by the sound, should be a coin. I should say a florin. Hold tight, sir, please. Second article, pass. Again the assistant causes the hammer to strike the glass. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a ring. You must hold tighter yet, sir, if you mean to defy my power. Third article, pass. This time the assistant pulls B, causing the ladle D to rise, and to shoot out the 3 articles together into the glass. That, I should say, was a lady's locket. Fourth article, pass. This is a mere blind, and elicits no response. Ladies and gentlemen, there were 3 articles placed in the box, a ring, a florin, and a locket, and you will find that they have now all passed into the glass. He removes the shade, and shows that they have done so. May I trouble you once more to shake the box? The repeated injunctions to hold tighter have naturally caused the holder to press the lid home, and the box is therefore silent, corroborating the assertion that the articles have departed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, having conjured away the contents, I shall now proceed to conjure away the box, but this time, by way of variety, I will do it visibly. Attention! He takes one corner of the handkerchief with his right hand. Now, sir, when I say 3, will you please drop the handkerchief? 1, 2, 3. The performer shakes the handkerchief, and pulls it rapidly through his hands till the corner containing the box comes into the left hand, the box having apparently vanished. The box has gone, you see, but where? That is the question. Pardon me, sir, you have it in your pocket, I think, addressing some elderly gentleman of innocent aspect. With the handkerchief still dangling from his left hand, the performer thrusts the other hand into the waistcoat or breast pocket of the individual in question, and produces from thence the missing box, which he has a moment previously palmed from the pocket. The weak point of this trick, as above performed, is the sound of the hammer on the glass, which is but a poor imitation of that of coins or the like falling into it. In some trays the hammer is altogether dispensed with, the performer himself holding the tray, and the necessary sound being produced by the assistant actually dropping a coin into a glass behind the scenes, as near the standing place of the performer as possible. This latter plan is much to be preferred. A further improvement consists in the use, in place of the salver, of a small round table, or guéridon, made on the same principle, without the hammer, and worked by pulling a string from behind the scenes. With a little dexterity the articles may be introduced into the ladle, while in the act of placing the glass upon the table, or of moving the latter to the front of the stage, though it is more usual to do this behind the scenes, and then to bring the table forward, as described in the case of the salver. The trick may be varied by borrowing 4 half-crowns or florins, duly marked, which, being exchanged, and the substitutes placed in the half-crown casket, see page 202, are thence made to pass one by one into the glass. The vanishing die. The effect of this trick, in its simplest shape, is merely to make a die, some 3 inches square, pass through the crown of a hat, and be found inside. The trick in this form is but a poor and transparent affair, but it is sometimes useful as affording a pretext for borrowing a hat which you design to make use of for some other purpose, and it furnishes the germ of 2 or 3 really effective illusions. The apparatus consists of 3 portions: a solid wooden die, generally painted black with white spots, a tin counterpart thereof, fitting loosely over it, and exactly similar in appearance, but with one side open, and an ornamental cover of thin pasteboard, sometimes this is also of tin, fitting in like manner over the hollow die. The trick is worked very much after the manner of the cone recently described. The performer comes forward, having the solid die in one hand, and the cover, with the tin counterpart within it, in the other. Placing these on the table, he borrows 2 hats, which he likewise places on the table, mouth upwards. "Ladies and gentlemen," he commences, "I have here a block of wood." He lets it fall on the floor, the sound sufficiently indicating its solidity, and again picks it up. "And a cover of simple pasteboard." He places the cover over it, as if merely suiting the action to the word, and in again removing it, leaves the tin die over the solid one. If any one would like to examine it, he is perfectly welcome to do so. I have here also 2 hats, borrowed haphazard from the audience, and, as you can all see, perfectly empty and not prepared in any way. Now I propose to make this solid die. He tosses it carelessly into one of the hats, and again apparently takes it out, but really takes out the hollow shell only, pass right through the crown of one of these hats, and fall into the other. He places the hats one upon the other, mouth to mouth, and the tin shell, with the opening downwards, upon the uppermost. Here is the die, which I cover thus. Now, at my command, it shall pass downwards through the hat. 1, 2, 3, pass! See, the cover is empty. Taking it up with gentle pressure, so as to lift the shell with it, placing both on the end of his wand, proving apparently that the cover is empty. And here, in the lower hat, is the die. Let us try the experiment again. I will replace the die in the lower hat. 1, 2, 3, pass! He lifts the cover without pressure, leaving the hollow die on the upper hat. It has obeyed, you see. Once more. 1, 2, 3, pass! Again the cover is empty, and again the die has passed into the lower hat. The die dissolving in a pocket handkerchief. The trick last described has 2 drawbacks. First, that it is very generally known, and second, that the principle is rather too obvious, the secret being very easily guessed, even by persons not endowed with special sagacity. There is, however, an improved form of the same trick, at which an additional element is introduced, whereby these disadvantages are, to a great extent, removed. The apparatus used is the same as in the last case, with the addition of a coloured handkerchief prepared as follows: 5 square pieces of stout pasteboard, each a shade larger than one side of the solid die, are joined together with hinges of tape or cloth, in the form shown by the dotted lines in Fig. 251. The centrepiece, A, is attached to the middle of the handkerchief, the others being allowed to hang loose upon their respective hinges. A second handkerchief of similar pattern is then laid upon the first, and the edges of the 2 are stitched together all round. The performer, having exhibited the solid die and cover, as already explained, and having removed the latter, with the hollow die within it, places it upon the table. Spreading the prepared handkerchief beside it, he places the solid die upon the centre of the handkerchief, and gathering up the 4 corners of the latter, lifts it, bag fashion, with his left hand, the 4 loose flaps of pasteboard naturally folding themselves up around the die. He now takes it with his right hand, clipping the solid die within the pasteboard, and turns the whole over as in Fig. 252, thus bringing the die uppermost, with the folds of the handkerchief hanging down around it. He next takes in the left hand a borrowed hat, holding it up for a moment to show that it is empty. Then, turning it mouth upwards, he remarks, "I will place the die here in the hat." Suiting the action to the word, he lowers his hand into the hat, but, as if suddenly bethinking himself, he says, "No, I won't use the hat at all. Perhaps someone will kindly hold the die." And withdrawing his hand, however, he relaxes the pressure of his finger, thereby leaving the solid die in the hat. Though as the folded pasteboard retains its cubical shape, the handkerchief still appears to contain the die. Grasping it immediately below the folded shape, he gives the handkerchief in charge to one of the spectators, who is directed to hold it in like manner. The hat he places carelessly upon the table. He now once more lifts the corner with the hollow die, rattling his wand within it to show that it is empty. Again replacing it, he commands the die to pass from the handkerchief under the cover. The person holding the handkerchief is asked if he felt it depart, but he naturally maintains that it is still in the handkerchief. "You are mistaken," says the Professor. "What you see is merely the ghost of the die still clinging to the handkerchief. Allow me." And taking one corner, he requests the owner to drop the handkerchief, which he then shakes out, exhibiting both sides to show that the die has vanished. He then lifts the cover and shows the hollow die, which the spectators take to be the genuine one, and concludes the trick by finally commanding the die thus shown to pass into the hat, which, on being turned over, is found to contain the solid die, while the hollow die is again raised with the cover, and the latter shown apparently empty. The die and orange. The die in this instance is about 3½ inches square. It has the usual ornamental tin or pasteboard cover, but there is an additional item of apparatus employed, a square wooden box, with hinged lid, and of such a size as to contain the die. The effect of the trick is as follows. The die is brought forward in the box, the performer holding the square cover in his other hand. The die being then taken out of the box and placed on the table, the box is shown empty, and the cover placed over the die. The performer, having mysteriously procured an orange from the hair or whiskers of a spectator, drops it into the box, which is then closed. He now asks the spectators, in order to impress the facts on their memory, where they suppose the two articles to be. They naturally answer that they are where they have just seen them placed, or, if they venture to question this, the performer raises the cover and opens the box, and shows that die and orange both remain in statu quo. He now commands the two articles to change places. Lifting the cover, the die is found to have disappeared, the orange having taken its place, and, on opening the box, is seen to contain the die, which is taken out and exhibited on all sides to the company. The die and orange being again covered over, at command change places as often as the company please. The reader will doubtless have conjectured that there are in reality 2 dice and 2 oranges. The box, when first brought forward, contains in reality 2 hollow dice, one within the other. The smaller and innermost, the one which is afterwards taken out and placed under the cover, is placed in the box with its open side towards the hinges, and contains an orange. The performer takes it out, taking care, of course, that the orange does not fall out, and places it, open side downwards, upon the table. The cover is now placed over it, and, if lifted with pressure, lifts the hollow die with it, and reveals the orange. But if lifted by the button on top, so that the sides are not pressed, it leaves the die covering the orange. We now return to the box. This contains a second hollow die, so placed that the open side is upwards, and the box therefore appears to be empty. The lid, however, contains a sixth side, exactly fitting the open space, and thus making the die complete. This movable side is alternately made to form a lining to the lid, or to form part of the die, according as a little button on the lid is moved in one or another direction. Both the true lid and this movable portion of it are lined with looking-glass, so as to show no difference of appearance, whether the box is exhibited empty or as containing the die. When the sixth side is made to form part of the die, the latter may be completely removed from the box, and shown on all its sides without betraying the secret, the orange for the time being remaining enclosed within it. It is a good plan to have a solid die matching those used in the trick, to be, if necessary, substituted and handed round for inspection. If the performer uses a trap table, it has a very good effect to conclude the trick by causing the orange under the cover to fall through the trap, and then, lifting the cover and hollow die together, to show by rattling the wand within that both die and orange have altogether vanished. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Louis Hoffman. Miscellaneous Tricks, Part 12. The Vanishing Canary Bird and Cage. This is another favorite die trick. The performer exhibits a canary bird in a little oblong brass cage, measuring 6 inches by 4. He next exhibits a die 3 inches square, showing all sides to prove that it is solid. This he places upon a tray, which is held by the assistant, and covers it with a fancy cover as already described. He now throws a handkerchief over the cage. Bringing it forward thus covered to the company, he orders the cage to vanish, the die to pass into a borrowed hat, and the bird to appear upon the tray in place of the die. No sooner said than done. He waves the handkerchief, which is seen to be empty, and on raising the cover the bird is found under it, while, on turning over the hat, out falls the die. The disappearance of the cage, which is of the form shown in Fig. 253, will be readily understood by any reader who has followed the description of the flying glass of water described at page 367. The handkerchief used is double, and contains in its center, stitched between the two surfaces, an oblong wire frame, in size and shape exactly corresponding with the top of the cage. When the performer throws the handkerchief over the cage on the table, he takes care to bring this wire shape immediately over the cage. When he apparently lifts the cage under the handkerchief, which he does standing behind his table, he really lifts the handkerchief only, distended by the hidden wire, and with the other hand he gently lowers the cage out of sight upon the servante. So much for the disappearance of the cage, but it yet remains to be explained how the bird comes to be found under the cover in place of the die. This is effected as follows. There are 2 dice, the one solid, the other of hollow tin, and having one side wanting, but capable of being closed at pleasure by means of a sliding lid also of tin, which supplies the missing side, and is painted accordingly. The outer edge of this lid is folded over outwards in a semicircular form. See Fig. 254. The tray used, see Fig. 255, is of tin, japanned, and of ordinary appearance, but has a square piece of tin of the same size as one of the sides of the die, soldered upon its center at about 1/16 of an inch above the surface. 3 of its sides are soldered to the tray, the 4th being left open. The center of the tray is ornamentally japanned, in such a manner as to conceal this special arrangement. A duplicate bird is beforehand placed in the hollow die, which is then closed and placed either upon the servante or in one of the secret pockets of the performer, who, having borrowed a hat, secretly slips the hollow die into it, and places it on the table, mouth upwards. He now brings forward and offers for inspection the solid die, the cover, and the bird cage, placing the latter when returned upon his table rather towards the hinder edge. The die, he carelessly remarks, I will place in this hat, suiting the action to the word, or better still, I will place it upon this tray, so that you may be able to keep sight of it throughout the trick." So saying, he again takes out apparently the same, but really the hollow die, and places it on the tray with the movable side downwards, in such manner as to hook the turned over portion of that side into the open edge of the corresponding square upon the tray, and places the cover over it. Handing the tray to his assistant, he proceeds to cause the disappearance of the bird cage from the handkerchief, as already described. This done, he advances to the tray and lifts the cover with the hollow die within it, first, however, sliding away cover and die together towards the opposite end of the tray, see Fig. 256, and thereby leaving behind upon the center of the tray the movable slide, the interior of which is japanned so as to correspond with the center pattern of the tray, and thus not attract any attention. The solid die, having remained in the hat, may readily be produced when required. The decanter and the crystal balls. The routine of this trick, as practiced by different performers, varies a good deal. We propose to describe it in two forms, the first being as nearly as possible that which was adopted by Robert Houdin. First method. The apparatus in this case consists of 4 glass balls, 2 of plain glass an inch and a half in diameter, 1 of ruby-colored glass of the same size, and 1 of plain glass 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and a decanter of clear glass with a hollow or kick underneath it just large enough to admit one of the larger balls. The decanter is 2/3 filled with port or claret, and is brought forward with the red ball beneath it, in the hollow we have mentioned, and is placed on the performer's table. The remaining balls are disposed as follows: the 2 large balls in the performer's left pochette, and the small one in the pochette on the other side. Thus provided, the performer comes forward, wand in hand. Taking the wand carelessly in his right hand, he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have already given you some proofs of the singular powers of this wand, but I do not know whether I have drawn your attention to one remarkable faculty which it possesses, that is, that if I strike anything with it, at the same time mentally calling for any object, that object is instantly produced from the article touched. Let us put it to the test." He pulls back his coat sleeves, showing indirectly by a careless gesture that his hands are empty. "For the purpose of the trick I am about to show you, I require a crystal ball. Now observe, I give but one gentle touch, not here upon the table," he raps the table with his wand, "where you might suspect some mechanism or preparation, but here in my empty hand, and instantly you see a ball appears at my bidding." As he touches the table with the wand, thereby drawing the eyes of the spectators in that direction, he carelessly drops his left hand to his side and takes from the pochette and palms one of the plain glass balls, which as soon as the wand reaches his hand he produces at the finger-tips. The ball, as you see, ladies and gentlemen, is of solid crystal, without crack or flaw. He takes it in the right hand, tosses it up, and catches it again. The hardest steel would fail to chip it, and yet, by my magic power, I am able instantly to divide it into 2 equal portions, each round and true as the original. At the moment of tossing the ball in the air, all eyes are naturally attracted to it, and the performer has ample opportunity to again drop the left hand to his side and palm the second ball. Keeping this in the palm of the left hand, he transfers the first ball to the finger-tips of the same hand. Drawing the wand across it, he allows it to drop into the palm, and to strike against the ball already there. Rubbing his palms together, as if to mold the divided ball into shape, he shows the 2 balls, professedly the divided portions of the first. Taking one in each hand, he continues, "I undertook to make the divided portions exactly equal, but I have not succeeded so well as usual. It seems to me that this one is rather the larger. What say you, ladies and gentlemen?" He places the 2 balls on the table side by side, as if for comparison, and carelessly dropping the right hand to his side, palms between the second and third fingers, see page 273, the small ball. "Yes, this one is certainly the larger, but I can easily rectify the mistake by pinching a little piece off." Taking the ball in the left hand, he pretends to pinch off a portion from it with the right, at the same time letting the little ball fall to the fingertips of the latter. He replaces the large ball on the table, rolling the little ball between the fingers, as though to give it roundness. "No, that one is still the biggest. I haven't taken quite enough yet. I must take a little more. Or better still, I will add this little piece to the smaller one." Taking the supposed smaller ball in his left hand, he pretends to squeeze the little one into it, presently letting the latter fall behind it into the palm of the left hand, and replacing the two larger balls side by side on the table, dropping the little ball at the first opportunity into the pochette. He continues, "I think they are now about right. The reason why I have been so particular about it is that I am about to pass one of these balls into the other, which I could not have done unless they had been of exactly the same size. Now which of them shall I pass into the other? It is for you to decide." He has meanwhile moved so as to be behind his table, standing sideways, with his right side to the table. Whichever ball the company decides is to be passed into the other, he takes in his right hand, immediately afterwards taking the other in his left hand, which he holds aloft, following it with his eyes. Stretching back the right arm, as though to give an impetus to the ball, he drops it into a padded box or basket, placed upon the servante to receive it, immediately afterwards bringing the right hand with a semicircular sweep upon the left, and rolling the ball the latter contains between the palms, as though to press the one ball into the other, and presently showing that the hands now contain one ball only. The same effect may be produced without the aid of the table, as follows. Taking both the balls in his right hand, as in Fig. 257, the performer covers them with the left hand, retaining as he does so ball A with the thumb, but allowing ball B to roll down the left sleeve, which, with a little practice, will be found by no means difficult. He now rubs the palms together, as if rubbing the one ball into the other, and then separating them shows that the two balls have become transformed into one only. This he exhibits in the right hand, and while the eyes of the company are attracted to the ball, lowers the left arm, allowing the ball to run down the sleeve into the hand, whence it is immediately dropped into the pochette on that side. The next step is the supposed coloring of the ball. The performer continues, "Ladies and gentlemen, having proved to you my perfect control over the ball in respect of size, I propose to show you that I have equal mastery over it in respect of color. This I shall do by passing it into this bottle of wine, which being red, the ball will become red also. Had the bottle contained a blue liquid, you would have found the ball become blue, and so on. The ball," he takes it in his left hand, and apparently transfers it to his right by the tourniquet, keeping the right hand closed as if containing it, and dropping it from the left into the pochette on that side, "is considerably larger than the neck of the bottle. This, in a natural way, would be rather a difficulty, but to a magician it will give very little trouble. I have only to squeeze the ball a little," he lifts the bottle with the left hand, at the same time slipping the little finger underneath it to prevent the red ball beneath it falling, and holding the right hand an inch or two above it, works the hand as if compressing the ball, and it gradually becomes smaller and smaller until it melts completely into the bottle. He opens the right hand and shows it empty, immediately afterwards shaking the bottle and allowing the ball beneath to rattle slightly. The ball is now in the bottle, as you see. The next step is to get it out, and it is rather difficult to do this without at the same time allowing the wine to escape. However, we will try. I have no doubt that by strong effort of will I shall be able to manage it." He now takes the bottle between his hands, holding it so that the two little fingers are beneath, and after a little shaking, allows the ball to drop, as if through the bottle. This may be varied by holding the bottle with the left hand only, and striking the mouth with the palm of the other, allowing the ball to drop at the third stroke, professedly expelled by the compression of the air. Second method. The balls used in this instance are 5 in number, 2 large, 1 of each color, 2 small, 1 of each color, and 1, a trifle larger than these latter, of which one half is red and one half white. The decanter is replaced by an ordinary wine bottle, see Fig. 258, prepared as follows. A tin tube A, 3 inches in length, closed at the bottom, but open at the top, is made to fit within the neck just so tightly that it cannot fall out of its own accord, its upper edge being turned over all round and japanned black, so that when placed in the bottle it may be indistinguishable from the actual neck. The cavity at the bottom of the bottle is filled with a resinous cement, in such manner as only to leave room for one of the larger balls. The tube is beforehand filled with port or claret, and placed in the neck. The bottle itself, which, if not naturally opaque, must be rendered so by an interior coating of black japan, should be nearly filled with water. Thus prepared, it is brought forward and placed on the table. The balls are disposed as follows: the 2 white ones in the left pochette of the performer, the 2 red ones and the parti-colored ball in the pochette on the other side. Coming forward to the audience, the performer produces the large white ball, either as described in the first form of the trick, or from his wand in manner described at page 276. While showing it in his left hand, he drops the right hand to his side and palms the large red ball. Laying the white ball on the table, he remarks, "I have here a bottle of wine. We will begin by testing its genuineness." He lifts the bottle by the neck with the left hand, immediately transferring it to the right, which grasps it around the bottom, and introduces beneath it the red ball, which is thenceforth kept in position by the little finger. Taking in the other hand a wine glass, which should be of such a size as just to contain the contents of the tube, he fills it with wine, and hands it to one of the company. In returning to his table, he secretly withdraws the tube. This is easily done by grasping the bottle round the neck with the left hand, and gently drawing it downwards with the right, the turned over portion of the tube being clipped by the finger and thumb of the left hand, in which it naturally remains. As the performer passes behind the table, he gets rid of the tube by dropping it on the servante. In placing the bottle on the table, he is, of course, careful not to expose the red ball underneath it. Taking the white ball in his left hand, he proposes to turn it red, and for that purpose to pass it into the bottle. Pretending to transfer it to the right hand by the tourniquet, he drops it from the left hand into the padded tray on the servante, and then apparently passes it into the bottle, as above. The routine of getting it out of the bottle again is the same as above described in relation to the first method. We may, however, here note a variation in practice. Some performers, instead of introducing the red ball under the bottle at the outset of the trick, as above described, make no attempt to bring it under the bottle until after the white ball is supposed to have been passed into the wine, when the performer, raising the bottle with the left hand, transfers it to the right, and brings the ball under it, retaining it there with the little finger until he thinks fit to allow it to drop, pretending to squeeze the bottom of the bottle as if to force it out. After having produced the red ball, the performer remarks, "Perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, you imagine that I have not really passed the ball through the bottle, and that the effect is, in reality, produced by the substitution of a different colored ball. Let me assure you that so truly is the wine in the bottle, and nothing else, the cause of the change of color, that you will find on examination that every particle of color has left the wine, its whole virtue having been absorbed by the ball. Supposing for a moment that I could have exchanged the ball, you will hardly imagine that I could exchange the liquid in the bottle, which has been proved to be good old wine. Will the same gentleman who tried it before be good enough to taste it now?" Taking another glass, he fills it from the bottle, which is now found to contain nothing but water. The performer meanwhile has again palmed the white ball, which he next produces, as being a new one, from his wand. Comparing the red and the white together, he pretends to discover that the red is the largest, and therefore pinches from it a small portion, the small red ball. He now discovers that he has taken too much, and that the red ball is now the smaller. He therefore pinches a second piece, the small white ball, from the white one, and finally rolls the two little balls thus obtained into one, producing the parti-colored ball. The mode of producing these last effects will present no difficulty to anyone who has attentively studied the description of the first form of the trick. The Flags of All Nations. This is, in good hands, a very pretty and effective trick, but requires considerable neatness of manipulation. Its effect is as follows. The performer comes forward with a couple of miniature silk flags, measuring, say, 3 inches by 2. Taking one in each hand, he brings the hands together and begins to wave them backwards and forwards, when the flags are seen to multiply, the two being suddenly transformed into a dozen, quickly increasing to a still larger number. Not only do the flags increase in number, but in size also, until perhaps a couple of hundred have been produced, ranging in dimensions from 1 or 2 inches square to a foot or even larger, and of 6 or 8 different colors. This seeming marvel rests on a very slight foundation. The flags to be produced are of colored tissue paper, with flagstaffs made of wire, or of the bass of which scrubbing brooms are made, so as to occupy very little space. These are rolled up together in little parcels, like with like according to size. Thus arranged, they are placed, the smaller ones in the sleeve of the performer, and the larger ones about his person, with the ends just inside the breast of his waistcoat. While waving the first two flags backwards and forwards, he gets one of the parcels from the sleeve into his hands, immediately unrolling and developing it, when the two flags appear to have multiplied into 50. Under cover of these, he draws down from the sleeve another parcel, which he develops in like manner, and after the sleeves are exhausted, has recourse to the fresh store within the waistcoat. He all along takes care to retain in his hands a large and widespread bundle of the flags, which, being kept moving backwards and forwards, materially aids in covering the mode of production of the remainder. The Umbrella Trick. The performer comes forward with an umbrella, which may be either the commonplace article of everyday life, or a brilliant fancy production akin to Joseph's coat of many colors. This he hands for inspection, and meanwhile borrows a lady's handkerchief. The latter, for safe keeping, he places in an empty vase, which is left in full view of the company. The umbrella, duly examined, he places in a case, which may be either the ordinary glazed oilskin case, or a special apparatus prepared for the purpose. Whichever it be, the result is the same. On again uncovering the vase, the handkerchief has vanished, and in its place is found the silk covering of the umbrella. On removing the umbrella from its case, it is found to have lost its covering, but the handkerchief, torn in several pieces, is found fastened to its naked ribs, one piece to each. These are removed. Again the vase is covered, and the umbrella restored to the case. The torn fragments of the handkerchief are burnt, and their ashes invisibly passed into the vase, and on a new examination the two articles are found uninjured as at first. With reference to the transformation of the handkerchief in the vase, it will be only necessary to state that the vase employed is either the burning globe, see page 246, or the pea vase described at page 351. In either case, a duplicate umbrella cover is placed in the second compartment, and thus the vase may be shown to contain either the handkerchief or the umbrella cover at pleasure. With regard to the umbrella, the reader will readily conjecture that an exchange is effected, but the mode of effecting it varies. If the ordinary glazed case is used, the umbrella is exchanged bodily for another similarly encased placed beforehand on the servante. This, however, requires some little dexterity, as an umbrella, from its length, is an awkward article to exchange, and this has led to the employment of cases specially constructed to effect the change. The most frequently used is an upright pillar of zinc or tin, oval in form, and open at the top, and so constructed as to stand upright without support. See Fig. 259. It is divided vertically into two compartments, in one of which is placed beforehand the second umbrella. Of course no one can be permitted to examine or even look into the case, which is a serious drawback to the effect of the trick. There is, however, another form of case sometimes employed, which is a trifle less objectionable. This is a wooden tube about 3 feet long and 3½ inches square. See Figure 260. Like the case already described, it is closed at the bottom and open at the top, and divided vertically into 2 compartments, A and B. One or other of these, however, is always closed by the flap C, which by virtue of a spring is normally compelled to take the position shown in the figure, thus closing compartment B. When required for use, the second umbrella is placed in compartment A, and the flap C drawn back, as shown by the dotted line, so as to close A, in which position it is held by a little catch. The performer hands the genuine umbrella for inspection to one of the spectators, with a request that he will himself place it in the case. As soon as he has done so, the performer, by a movement of his forefinger, draws back the catch and releases C, which, flying back to the opposite position, shuts in the genuine umbrella and reveals the substitute. When this apparatus is employed, the supposed restoration of the umbrella is omitted. Some performers dispense with the use of the vase, and vanish and reproduce the borrowed handkerchief by sleight of hand, after one or other of the modes described in relation to handkerchief tricks. The passe-passe trick. The trick which is specially designated by this name, which would appear to be equally applicable to about 3 parts of the tricks we have described, is as follows. The performer brings forward a bottle and a small tumbler, which he places side by side upon the table. Producing a couple of tin or pasteboard covers, ornamentally japanned, of a size to just go over the bottle, he places one of them over the bottle and another over the glass. He now commands the 2 articles to change places, and on again removing the covers, the glass and bottle are found to be transposed. Again he covers them, and again the change takes place, and this he repeats as often as he pleases, occasionally pouring out wine or other liquor to show that the bottle is a genuine one and not a mere make-believe. The reader will already have anticipated that there are in reality 2 bottles and 2 glasses. The bottles are of tin, japanned to resemble the ordinary black bottle, but with the bottom only about a couple of inches below the neck, leaving an open place beneath for the reception of the glass. Each bottle has near the bottom, at the side which is kept away from the audience, an oval opening or finger hole, measuring about 1.5 inches by 1 inch. When it is desired to lift the glass with the bottle, the middle finger is made to press on the glass through this opening, thereby lifting both together with perfect safety. The outer cover just fits easily over the bottles, and if lifted lightly, leaves the bottle on the table, but if grasped with some little pressure, carries the bottle with it. The mode of working the trick will now be readily understood. The bottle which is brought forward has a second glass concealed within it, kept in position while the bottle is brought in by the pressure of the finger. The cover which is placed over this bottle is empty. The other cover, which is placed over the glass, contains the second bottle, which, being hollow below, enables the performer to rattle his wand within it, and thus, apparently, to prove the cover empty. Having covered the glass and bottle, he raises the cover of the first very lightly, leaving the glass concealed by the second bottle, but lifts the other with pressure, so carrying the bottle with it, and revealing the glass which has hitherto been concealed within it. By reversing the process, the bottle and glass are again made to appear, each under its original cover. Where it is desired to pour wine from either bottle, the performer takes care, in lifting it, to press the glass through the finger hole, and thus lifts both together. For obvious reasons, the glass into which the wine is poured should be a third glass, and not either of the 2 which play the principal part of the trick. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Modern Magic, a Practical Treatise on the Art of Conjuring by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Stage Tricks, Part 1. The present chapter will be devoted to such tricks as by reason of the cumbrousness or costliness of the apparatus required for them are, as a rule, exhibited only upon the public stage. The stage performer may, if he pleases, avail himself of the aid of mechanical tables, electrical appliances, etc., which enable him to execute a class of tricks which are beyond the scope of an ordinary drawing-room performance, though the wealthy amateur will find no difficulty in converting his own drawing-room into a quasi-stage, and qualifying it for the presentation of the most elaborate illusions. The leading items of apparatus in stage magic are mechanical tables. These are of various kinds, many being specially designed to assist in the performance of some one particular trick. Putting aside these, which will be separately noticed, stage tables may be broadly divided into three classes: trap tables, piston tables, and electrical tables. In practice, these classes are somewhat intermingled, for it is rather the rule than the exception for a stage table to be fitted with both traps and pistons, while either or both of these may be found in conjunction with electrical appliances. Trap tables are such as provided with one or more traps, their object being, at the will of the operator, to cause the disappearance of a given article into the interior of the table, or sometimes to produce or apparently change an article. The traps most generally used may be described as follows. 1. The plain trap. This consists of a thin plate of metal, generally zinc, screwed down flush with the top of the table. In this, which we will call the surface plate, is cut a hole, generally circular, and from 2 to 4 inches in diameter, closed by a flap or door, which by the action of a spring hinge is pressed up level with the rest of the trap, though it instantly yields to pressure from above, again rising as soon as such pressure is removed. Figures 261 and 262 represent the trap as seen detached from the table, Figure 261 exhibiting its underside. A is the circular flap, B the spring hinge, C a little bolt by means of which the trap may be fastened at pleasure, and which is worked by a pin projecting upwards through a slot in the surface plate and through the cloth which covers the table. D is a small flat piece of metal screwed to the underside of the flap A and acting as a stop to prevent the flap from being forced by the action of the spring above the level of the surface plate. The mountings of the trap are generally brass and attached to the zinc by screws. A brass eyelet, E, is sometimes soldered to the center of the underside of the flap. To this is attached a cord which may hang down ready to the performer's hand at the back of the table, or may be carried down a groove in one of the hinder legs and either terminate in a pedal, to be pressed by the foot of the performer, or to be continued behind the scenes within reach of the hand of the assistant. The mode of working the trap is as follows. Any small article being placed on it is covered over, either with an ornamental cover or with a simple handkerchief. The cord being gently pulled by either of the means above mentioned, the trap opens, and the article falls into the body of the table. As soon as the pull is relaxed, the flap again rises and closes the opening. Where a cord is not used, the performer gets rid of the article by direct pressure on the trap or the article upon it with the one hand, while with the other he veils the opening in the table. 2. The wrist or pressure trap. With this form of trap the use of a cord is unnecessary, the trap being worked from the surface of the table by pressure upon a particular spot. The manner of its construction will become clear upon an inspection of Figures 263 and 264. Figure 263 represents the underside of the trap. A is the flap, working upon a spring hinge. B, as already explained in the case of the plain trap. C is an oblong piece of metal, cut out of and lying flush with the surface plate, and working upon an ordinary hinge at D. When C is pressed down, the cross piece E, which is soldered to it, presses down the lever F, and this in turn acting upon the shorter lever G, which is fixed at right angles to the rod upon which the flap A is hinged, causes the latter to open. The mode of using the wrist trap is as follows. The performer has occasion, we will suppose, to cause the disappearance of an orange, for instance, in the bran and orange trick described at page 335. Placing the orange upon the flap A, he places both hands round it as though to pick it up between them. In this position, the underhand of the hand furthest from the audience, see Fig. 266 showing the right hand removed, is just over C, and pressing gently upon it causes the flap to open and the orange to fall through, the position of the hands completely veiling the operation. The operator now leaves the table, still holding his hands as though having the orange between them, and after a due interval brings them closer and closer together, at last showing that it has vanished. The wrist trap is generally worked by the performer standing at the side of the table, and the traps are therefore made to be right-handed and left-handed according to the end at which they are intended to be placed, the rule being that C must be so placed with reference to A as to be, when in use, under the hand furthest from the spectators. Fig. 267 illustrates the difference of make to suit the one or the other end of the table. 3. The rabbit or dove trap. This, as its name indicates, is a trap for causing the disappearance of a rabbit or pigeon. The opening is, in this case, oval, measuring about 8 inches by 6, and closed by a double flap, divided down the middle. See Fig. 268, representing the underside of the trap. It has no string, the animal being simply pushed down through the trap under cover either of a second rabbit or of a piece of paper in which the victim is supposed to be wrapped. As the rabbit trap requires considerable space, and moreover involves the necessity of some sort of an enclosure within the table to prevent an unexpected reappearance of the animal, it is a convenient plan to devote to it a small special table. This should be circular, about 32 inches in height and 16 to 18 in diameter. The upper part of the table must form a circular wooden box about 8 inches in depth, with an opening behind to get out the rabbit. The table may, like the principal table, have a servante behind it, which will greatly increase its utility. The depth of the upper part may be concealed by a hanging fringe, the general appearance of the table, seen from the back, being as shown in Fig. 269. A table of this class makes a pretty side table, and may be balanced on the opposite side of the stage by another of similar appearance, but designed for some different purpose. The interior of the table should be well padded with wadding or hay, so that the animal may not be hurt by its sudden descent. Each of the traps above mentioned should be so made as to be capable of being secured when necessary by a bolt, or there would be considerable risk of a trap giving way unexpectedly under any article carelessly placed on it. The mode of bolting, however, varies considerably. Some traps are fastened by little bolts on the underside, which, being only get-at-able from the inside of the table, must be bolted or unbolted for good before the curtain rises, occasioning considerable embarrassment in the case of a slip of the memory. Others, again, are secured by means of long bolts, or wire rods extending across under the surface of the top of the table, each terminating in a hook at the back, within the reach of the performer's hand. A third, and we think the best plan, is to have the bolts, as shown in Figures 261 and 262, and therein marked C, worked backwards and forwards by means of a little pin projecting upwards through the surface plate and the cloth of the table. By the adoption of this plan, the performer is enabled to draw back the bolts with the fingertip in the very act of placing the article upon the trap. It will readily suggest itself to the reader that some provision must be made within the table for making the various articles drop noiselessly through the traps. The best plan of effecting this is to use what is called a railway. This is a wooden frame just large enough to lie within the table, with a piece of black serge or alpaca stretched all over its underside. This is so placed within the table as to slope gently down to the level of the servante, with a fall of 3 or 4 inches. Any article dropped through a trap will not only fall noiselessly upon the surface of the stretched alpaca, but will immediately roll down the incline towards the servante, so that it is instantly get-at-able, should the performer have occasion to reproduce the same article at a later stage of the trick. 4. Changing traps. The traps which we have hitherto discussed have only had the faculty of causing the disappearance of a given article. Those which we are about to describe will not only do this, but will moreover produce an article on the surface of the table where a moment previously there was nothing, or will replace a given object by another. The trap for this purpose is a somewhat complicated arrangement of the appearance shown in Figures 270 and 271. The surface plate AA is oblong, measuring about 12 inches by 6, with a circular opening BB in the center. Below it are fixed vertically two brass cylinders, C and D, which are so arranged as to work backward and forward on a kind of railway, EF, in the direction of the length of the surface plate, just so far in either direction as to bring C or D in turn immediately under B. The two cylinders are soldered together so that one cannot move without the other. If, therefore, the cylinders are drawn back to the utmost by means of one of the bent iron rods, or handles, GH, the cylinder C will be below the opening B, as in Fig. 272. If, on the contrary, they be pushed forward, D will in turn be below the opening, as in Fig. 273. Each cylinder contains a brass piston, faced with zinc on its upper surface and moved up and down by a lever attached at right angles to one or other of the iron handles GH already mentioned, and working through a vertical slot in the side of the cylinder. A piece of clock spring, attached to the iron handle at the point of junction, gives the piston a gentle upward tendency, which is so regulated that if either of the cylinders be brought under the opening B, the piston belonging to that cylinder is made to rise into the opening, its upper surface resting just flush with that of AA. The piston of the forward cylinder C is made to work very easily within it, so as to rise spontaneously by the action of the spring, but that of the hinder cylinder D, for a reason which will presently appear, works a little more stiffly, so as to require a little assistance from the lever to make it rise into its proper position. The action of the handles GH is outwards, in the direction of the arrows in Fig. 274, the movement of either handle in the direction so indicated drawing down the piston to which it belongs. The handles further serve, as already mentioned, to move the cylinders backwards and forwards as may be required. It should, however, be noted that no backward or forward movement can take place so long as either of the pistons stops the opening B, but as soon as the piston is, by turning the proper handle, depressed ever so little below the level of the surface plate, it no longer forms any obstacle to the movement. The trap is fixed in the table in such manner that the handles GH shall be just within the opening at the back of the table, see Fig. 274, and thus be within easy reach of the performer's hands when standing behind it. We will suppose, for the sake of illustration, that the performer desires to change an empty tumbler of small size to a full one. The trap is beforehand prepared by bringing the foremost cylinder C under the opening B. The full glass is then placed on the top of the piston, which is then lowered gently downwards by means of the proper handle, the glass sinking into the cylinder. The cylinders are now pushed forward, so that D in turn comes under B, the piston being then moved up into its proper place and so closing the opening. This is, of course, arranged before the curtain rises. When the performer desires to perform the trick, he places the empty glass upon B and conceals it with a cover of any kind. Standing carelessly behind the table, and keeping the attention of the audience occupied by any observations he may deem most appropriate for that purpose, he takes hold with his right hand of the handle H and turns it outward, thereby lowering the empty glass into D. As soon as he feels that it will sink no further, he shifts his hand to handle A, and therewith draws the cylinders back so as to bring C under B, and then, by turning G, gently raises the full glass of water up through B to the surface of the table. The reader will now perceive the reason why, as already mentioned, the piston in D is made a little tight, so as to require the assistance of the handle to raise it into its position. It is necessary that this piston, when once depressed with the object to be changed, shall remain down while the hand is shifted from handle H to handle G. If it were not made to work somewhat stiffly, the moment the handle H was released, the piston would instantly fly up again with the object upon it, thus neutralizing what had been already done. The cylinder C, which is to produce the substitute object, is not brought under B until the hand of the performer is already on the handle belonging to it, and can thereby check its upward ascent as may be necessary. It is obvious that the changing trap will be equally available to produce an object under an empty cover. The object to be produced will be placed in C as above, the piston in D going down empty, and that in C rising with the object upon it. The above are the traps in most frequent use, but there are others designed for special purposes. Thus, there is a trap for causing the disappearance of 6 or 8 half-crowns, as, for instance, in the well-known trick of the crystal cash box, which will be described in the course of the present chapter. Of course, the coins could be made to disappear through an ordinary trap, but they would cause a suggestive chink in their fall. The trap to which we are now referring is designed to prevent this telltale sound, and to cause the half-crowns to disappear in perfect silence. The opening in the surface plate is 1 3/4 inches in diameter, and is closed by a circular piston of brass or zinc, A, working up and down in a small brass cylinder, B, and so arranged as to drop by its own weight to the bottom of the cylinder, save when kept up by a little lever catch at the side of the cylinder. A short pin, D, attached to this catch, projects upwards through a slot in the surface plate and stands up very slightly above the cloth of the table. The disc, A, being raised level with the surface plate and secured by means of the catch, 6 or 8 half-crowns or florins are placed upon A. The performer, in making the motion of picking up the coins with one hand, with the tip of the third finger pulls the pin D towards him. This withdraws the catch, and A instantly drops down the bottom of the cylinder, carrying the coins with it. As soon as A reaches its lowest point, it draws down the pin E, thereby releasing a similar disc F, which, working laterally on a spring pivot at the edge of the opening, describes a semicircle, and assumes a position previously occupied by A portion of one side of the cylinder at the top being cut away to allow of its passage. Figure 275 shows the trap in its first, and Figure 276 in its second condition, the latter being, for greater clearness, drawn in section. The apparatus is rather complicated, and it is almost hopeless to endeavor to render it clearly intelligible by description only. In the absence of this special trap, the same object may be nearly as well effected with an ordinary trap by using half-crowns. Be it remembered that it is always substitute coins which are made to disappear in this manner, which have been beeswaxed on both sides. A very slight pressure will cause a number of coins thus prepared to adhere together, and form for the time being a solid mass, which will fall through the trap without causing any clink. We next come to pistons. These are appliances for working pieces of mechanical apparatus, as, for example, the watch target, the card star, the demon's head, etc., etc. A piston consists of a brass tube A, about 5 inches in length by 5/8 of an inch in diameter, with a collar at one end pierced with screw holes for affixing it to the under surface of the table. Within this tube works a wire rod B, 3/16 of an inch thick, and terminating in a small round disc of brass C, just large enough to work freely up and down the tube. A spiral spring, also of brass, keeps the rod down, unless when forced upwards by pulling a piece of whipcord, which is attached to the disc C, and thence passes up the tube and over a small pulley D, which is soldered to the collar already mentioned. When this cord is pulled, B is forced to rise, which it does to the extent of about 2 inches above the surface of the table, again sinking under the pressure of the spring as soon as the pull is relaxed. Each piston is screwed to the under surface of the top of the table, in which a small hole is bored, in order to allow of the upward passage of the piston rod. Where complicated mechanical pieces have to be worked, 3, 4, or more of these pistons are placed side by side. The cords are carried behind the scenes, either directly from the back of the table, or down grooves in the legs and through holes in the stage to the hiding place of the assistant. Where a single piston only is required, it may be made to work in the central pillar of a light gueridon, or fancy table, such as shown in Figure 279. The lightness and simplicity of the table, and the thinness of its top, apparently precluding all possibility of the presence of concealed mechanism. The cord may be made to pass down the center pillar, so as to be quite invisible to the audience. The mechanical pieces worked by the agency of these pistons vary greatly in construction, but they are alike in one particular, viz., that they are set in motion by one or more vertical rods passing up the shaft or column on which they stand, and each terminating in a flat metal disc or pedal which receives the upward pressure of the piston. Figure 280 shows the arrangement of the foot of a mechanical piece worked by one such rod only. Another specimen will have been observed in the case of the pedestal for the animated money. See page 186. Where 3 or 4 pedals are necessary, they are generally enclosed in a square wooden base, as in the case of the demon's head, described at page 458. End of section 46. Section 47 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Stage Tricks, Part 2. Before quitting the subject of the tables used upon the stage, we must not omit to say a few words as to what is called the bellows table, though it is now comparatively little used. It was formerly, say 40 or 50 years ago, the fashion among conjurers to use tables with drapery hanging to within a few inches of the floor. The table being, say, 2 feet 7 inches high, this gave room for a box-like arrangement of 2 feet deep or thereabouts within the body of the table. In this box, which was open at the back, was hidden an assistant, who worked the pistons, managed the traps, effected necessary substitutions, etc., etc. Conjuring under such circumstances was very easy work. In 1845, however, Robert Houdin gave his first public performance, and one of the earliest of his reforms in the magic art was the suppression of the too suggestive drapery, and the substitution of tables of light and elegant form, allowing no possible room for the concealment of an assistant. A reaction set in favor of the new fashion, which has ever since maintained the ground. The bellows table combines the apparent simplicity of the undraped table with the internal capacity of the old-fashioned draped article. There is a trick, formerly very popular as the wind-up of an entertainment, which consists of the magical disappearance of a youthful assistant, male or female. The subject of the trick, generally dressed in a page's costume, is made to mount upon a table, and is covered by a wicker cone, which being almost instantly removed, he or she has vanished. The table in this case is draped to within a few inches of the ground, but to show that no hidden receptacle is thereby concealed, the performer, before commencing the trick, lifts up the tablecloth, and shows that the top of the table is at most not more than 2 or 3 inches in thickness. The drapery is then again allowed to fall into position, and the trick proceeds. The table used in this trick is a bellows table, i.e., it has a double top, or rather 2 tops, one above the other. The upper one is a fixture, with a large wooden trap, opening upwards, in it, to allow of the passage of the person to be conjured away. The under top is movable, being in its normal condition pressed against the upper one by the action of 4 spiral springs, one in each leg of the table, but sinking down to nearly the depth of the cover under the weight of a person stepping upon it, and thus affording the requisite hiding place, in which the person remains until the fall of the curtain enables him or her to come forth with safety. Cloth is nailed round 3 sides of the upper and lower boards, folding between the two when closed, after the manner of the leather of a bellows, and from this circumstance the table derives its name. Small round tables, for the disappearance of a rabbit or the like, are sometimes made on the same principle. The following will be found a simple, convenient arrangement. Let the table be of the form shown in Fig. 281, and 2 feet 7 inches high. Let the uppermost 8 inches of the pillar be a plain cylinder A, an inch and a half in diameter. Below this the pillar may increase in size, and may be of an ornamental character. Take 2 circular boards of deal or mahogany, each 18 to 20 inches in diameter, and 5/8 of an inch thick. In the center of one of them, B, cut a circular hole 1 3/4 inches in diameter. This will form the underside of the bellows, the object being to allow the board to slide freely up and down on A. The other board, which we will call C, is screwed firmly on to the pillar, to form the top of the table. Next, take a strip of black alpaca, 10 inches in width, and nail its opposite edges round B and C, leaving a small space at the one side to give access to the interior. Tie a piece of cord elastic round the center of the alpaca, tightly enough to exercise a considerable degree of tension. Fix such straps as may be desired in C, and glue over it a fancy patterned cloth with a fringe or border hanging down 9 or 10 inches round the sides. The performer, before executing any trick with this table, may pointedly draw attention to the fact that it contains no drawer or other place of concealment. In doing this, he with one hand raises the lower board level with the upper, the action of the elastic drawing in the alpaca between the two, while with the other hand he raises the fringe and shows, apparently, that the top of the table is but a single board. The top of every conjuring table should be covered with woolen cloth, not only to prevent the clatter which would be occasioned by the placing of objects upon the bare wood, but to conceal the presence of the traps and pistons. The cloth should, for this latter reason, be of two colors, and of a tolerably intricate pattern, as the outline of the traps will be thereby rendered much less perceptible. Indeed, if the pattern of the cloth be a favorable one for the purpose, the traps should be, by gaslight, absolutely invisible. The cloth should be glued over the top of the table after the manner of a card table, the upper surface of the traps being first roughed slightly to make the glue adhere to the metal. When the glue is thoroughly dry, but not until then, the cloth may be cut along the outline of the traps with a very sharp penknife, and small holes bored to allow of the upward passage of the piston rods. As it is necessary in placing a mechanical piece upon the table to do so exactly over the pistons, it is well to have a couple of wire points projecting upwards a quarter of an inch or so from the surface of the table, in such positions that if the piece of apparatus rests firmly against these, which the performer can tell instantly by feel, it must necessarily be in proper position. Where wrist traps are used, the cloth need not be cut out round the little oblong slab marked C in Figures 263 and 264, but the cloth should be without glue over this particular spot, and for half an inch round it on either side. The cloth will, by this arrangement, be found, without cutting, to stretch sufficiently over C to allow of the proper working of the trap. Assuming that our stage appliances are complete, we will proceed to the rabbit trick. The performer comes forward to the audience and borrows a hat. He asks whether it is empty, and is answered that it is, but he, notwithstanding, finds something in it which the owner is requested to take out. The article in question proves to be an egg. No sooner has this been removed than the performer discovers that there is still something in the hat, and immediately produces therefrom a live rabbit, quickly followed by a second. Not knowing what other use to make of these, he proposes to pass one of them into the other. The audience decide which is to be the victim, and the performer, placing them side by side on the table, proceeds to roll them together, when one is found to have vanished. Nobody knows when or how, but the theory is that it has been swallowed by the remaining rabbit, to the imaginary increased fatness of which the performer draws special attention. Having thus passed one rabbit into the other, the next step is to get it out again. To do this, the performer calls for some bran, and his assistant immediately brings forward, and places on a table or chair, a huge glass goblet, 12 inches or thereabouts in height, filled to the brim with that commodity. The performer takes the borrowed hat, and, after showing that it is empty, places it mouth upward on another table, so as to be at some considerable distance from the goblet of bran. He then places a brass cover over the glass first, however taking up and scattering a handful of the bran to prove its genuineness. Taking the surviving rabbit and holding it by the ears above the covered goblet, he orders the one swallowed to pass from it into the glass, at the same time stroking it down with the disengaged hand as though to facilitate the process. He remarks, "You must excuse the comparative slowness of the operation, ladies and gentlemen. But the fact is, the second rabbit passes downwards in an impalpable powder, and, if I were not to take sufficient time, we might find that a leg or an ear had been omitted in the process, and the restored rabbit would be a cripple for life. I think we are pretty safe by this time, however. Thank you, Bunny, I need not trouble you any more." So saying, he releases the visible rabbit, and on taking off the cover, the bran is found to have disappeared, and the missing rabbit to have taken its place in the goblet, while, on turning over the borrowed hat, the vanished bran pours from it. The reader who has duly followed our descriptions of the appliances employed in the magic art will have little difficulty in solving the riddle of this trick. The performer first comes forward with an egg palmed in one hand, and with a small rabbit in an inner breast pocket on each side of his coat. See page 9. The first step is that pretended finding of something, it is not stated what, in the hat. The owner is requested to take it out, and while all eyes are naturally turned to see what the article may prove to be, the performer, without apparent intention, presses the mouth of the hat with both hands to his breast, and tilts one of the rabbits into it. This is next produced, and in placing it on the ground at its feet, the performer brings the second rabbit in the same manner into the hat. When he undertakes to pass one rabbit into the other, he places both upon the table which contains the rabbit trap, and, standing sideways to the audience, pushes the hindmost, under cover of the other, through the trap. This particular rabbit is not again produced, the rabbit in the bran glass, which has already been explained, see page 383, being another as much like it as possible. It only remains to explain how the bran comes into the borrowed hat. This is effected by having a black alpaca bag filled with bran in one of the profondes, or under the waistcoat of the performer. This bag is introduced into the hat after the manner of the goblets, see page 308, and the bran having been allowed to run out, the bag is rolled up in the palm, and so removed, the bran remaining, to be produced in due course. It is obvious that the trick may be varied in many ways. The following is an effective modification. A rabbit having been produced by natural or supernatural means is placed on the principal table, closer to the hinder edge, and temporarily covered with a borrowed hat, while the performer goes in search of a sheet of paper, which, when obtained, he spreads upon a small side table. Lifting the hat slightly, he takes out the rabbit, and walking with it to the side table, rolls it up in the paper, making a somewhat bulky parcel. Coming forward with this to the audience, he turns toward the principal table, and saying, "Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch me very closely, you will see the rabbit fly out of the paper and back to the hat." He crushes the paper together between his hands, and tearing it, shows it's empty, while on lifting the hat, the rabbit is again found safely ensconced beneath it. The ingenious reader will readily guess that duplicate rabbits are employed. One of them is placed under the hat and remains there throughout the trick. A second of similar appearance is placed in the box or basket on the servante, immediately behind the hat. This box has no lid, but is pushed until wanted just within the interior of the table, the top of which prevents the rabbit making a premature appearance. The performer, slightly raising the hat as though to take the rabbit from under it, lifts up this second rabbit, which the spectators naturally believe to be the same one which they have already seen, and, in apparently wrapping it in paper on the side table, presses it, under cover of the paper, through the rabbit trap, and screws up the ends of the paper, which should be rather stiff, in such manner as to make it appear that the animal is still inside it. The same trick may be performed with a pigeon with equally good effect and considerably less difficulty. The Fairy Star. This is one of the most telling of stage card tricks. The performer, coming forward with a pack of cards, allows 6 to be chosen. His assistant, meanwhile, brings forward and places on a table a handsome gilt star on a stand. The performer, collecting the chosen cards, places them in his pistol, and fires them at the star, when, at the moment of each explosion, they are seen to attach themselves one to each of its points, as in Figure 283. The principal point to be explained is the construction of the star. Behind each ray is a movable arm, working on a spring hinge at about 2 inches distance from the point, and carrying a spring clip at its outer end wherein to insert a card. See Figure 284, representing a back view of the apparatus. A card being placed in each of the clips, the 6 arms with the cards attached to them are folded down one by one behind the center of the star, which is just large enough to conceal them. Each card, as folded, holds down the one which has preceded it. When the last card is folded down, the free end of a movable button or lever at the top of the pillar on which the star rests is so turned as to press upon the arm which holds the card last folded, and thus to keep it and the 5 other cards preceding it in its place. The button, however, is so arranged as to be instantly withdrawn upon an upward movement being communicated to a wire rod which passes up the center of the pillar and terminates in a flat disc of metal at its foot. The apparatus thus prepared is placed immediately over one of the pistons of the table. At the moment of firing the pistol, the cord of the piston is pulled. The piston rises, pressing up the disc and wire rod, the button is withdrawn, and the arms, being thereby released, revert to their natural position, exhibiting a card upon each point of the star. There are many little differences of detail between the stars of rival manufacturers, but the foregoing may be taken to represent the general principle of all. Some have the addition of a rose in the center, which opens simultaneously with the appearance of the cards and discloses a watch, borrowed a moment previously from one of the spectators. The mode of working the trick varies a good deal in the hands of different performers. The most legitimate method is to force cards corresponding to those already folded behind the star, and this method has the advantage of allowing the star to be brought in and placed upon the table before commencing the trick, and as it is not again touched by the performer or his assistant, the appearance on its points of apparently the identical cards just chosen seems really miraculous. To be able, however, to force 6 cards in succession with ease and certainty demands a more than average degree of dexterity on the part of the performer, and a forcing pack (see page 23) is hardly available where more than 3 or at most 4 cards have to be forced. Various expedients have been adopted to get over this difficulty. Some professors simply collect or allow their assistant to collect the cards which have been drawn, and forthwith secretly exchange them for the same number of others. These latter are laid upon the table, and subsequently placed in the pistol, while the originals are carried off by the assistant behind the scenes, and there attached to the star, which is then for the first time brought forward. Others again use what are called longs and shorts, i.e. 2 packs of cards, one of which has a small portion shaved off its length or breadth. The performer offers the uncut pack for the company to draw from, letting each person retain his card, and then secretly exchanging the pack for the shortened pack, he requests each of the drawers, singly, to replace his card and to shuffle freely. The substituted pack being a shade smaller than the returned card, the latter becomes a long card (see page 60), and therefore, however well the cards are shuffled, the performer is able with absolute certainty to cut at that particular card. "Here is your card," he remarks, "the knave of diamonds." As he names the card, the assistant behind the scenes takes the cue and attaches a corresponding card to the star. The card named is removed from the pack and laid upon the table, in order to be subsequently placed in the pistol, and a second drawn card is returned and shuffled with the like result. The star may, in the absence of a mechanical table, be placed on the hand, the disc being pushed up by the fingers. Some stars have a movable stud at the side of the pillar, connected with the rod within, to facilitate this mode of working the trick. The card bouquet. This is a trick very similar in effect to that last described, though differing a little as to the manner of the appearance of the cards. 6 cards are drawn and placed in a pistol, as in the last case. A vase, apparently of china, but really of tin, japanned, containing a handsome bouquet, is placed upon the table, and at the instant of firing the 6 cards appear ranged in a semicircle above the flowers in the bouquet. In this instance the cards are attached to the branches of a sort of fan, so constructed as to open of its own accord unless forcibly kept closed. The cards having been duly placed in position, this fan is shut and pressed downward through a narrow opening in the lower part of the vase, the pressure of whose sides keep it, for the time being, closed. When pressed upwards by the action of a piston, the fan rises above the level of the flowers, and at the same time opens and exhibits the 6 cards. The vase is sometimes made with a second pedal to produce a second series of 6 cards. In this case 12 cards are drawn, 6 of these first appear, and then, at the command of the performer, these 6 suddenly change to the other 6. This is effected as follows. The 12 cards are pasted back to back in couples. Each of the 6 arms which hold the cards is so arranged as to be capable of being turned half round, after the manner of the center of the watch target, in which position it is retained by a catch, flying back, however, to its old position as soon as the catch is released. The 6 arms are each turned round in this manner, bringing what are naturally the hindmost cards in front. The movement of the first lever exhibits these cards, that of the second lever releases the 6 catches, when the arms instantly fly round and reveal the other 6 cards, into which those first exhibited appear to have changed. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Louis Hoffman. Stage Tricks, Part 3. The Demon's Head. This is a large and effective piece of apparatus, standing about 28 inches from the table. It consists of a grotesque papier-mâché head, representing that of a demon or satyr, and painted according to taste. It is supported by an ornamental brass column about an inch in diameter, springing from a velvet-covered base, 9 inches square and 4½ high. See Fig. 286. At the will of the operator, the head rolls its eyes, and opens its mouth, and is sometimes made available in this way to answer questions. The rolling of the eyes being taken to signify negative, and the opening of the mouth an affirmative. In addition to these accomplishments, the demon will indicate chosen cards in the following manner. 5 cards having been selected, are returned to the pack, which, after being duly shuffled, is placed in the demon's mouth. The performer now orders him to produce the chosen cards, when 2 of them fly from his mouth, and the other 2 spring up between the horns. The head owes its movements to the action of 3 different sets of levers, each terminating in a disc or pedal immediately over the circular hole in the under side of the base. The apparatus is so placed upon the table that these openings correspond in position with the same number of pistons. Fig. 287 is a general view of the internal mechanism, the back of the head being removed, as in fact it may be in the original, to give access thereto. Fig. 288 exhibits, as seen from the rear, the action of the left-hand group of levers, producing the movement of the eyes. When the upward pressure is applied to the foot of the lever A, it causes the upper arm C, D of the elbow piece B, C, D to describe an arc of about 1/4 inch from the left to right, thereby communicating a corresponding movement to the pair of levers E, E, working on the pivots F, F, and as a necessary consequence, a reverse movement to the opposite ends of such levers on which are fixed the eyes G, G. As soon as the upward pressure is removed, the spring H, a spiral coil of fine brass wire, draws back the levers E, E, and with them the eyes to their original position. To produce a continuous rolling, the pressure of the piston is applied and relaxed alternately, the effect to the spectator being as if the figure looked first to the left and then to the right, although, as we already explained, the active movement of the levers is in the one direction only, the normal position of the eyes being in the other direction. Fig. 289 shows the action of the second or middle group of levers, serving to produce the opening of the mouth. The chin of the figure consists of a solid block of wood I, working on a pivot J in each cheek, and so counterweighted that its normal position is as in Fig. 289, thus keeping the mouth closed. When, however, the shaft K is raised by pressure from below, the lever L rises with it, and proportionately depresses the opposite end of the block I, thereby opening the mouth. As soon as the pressure is removed, the block falls back into its original position, and the mouth closes. The third or right-hand set of levers is a little more complex in its operation, inasmuch as it has to perform a double office, the expulsion of 2 cards from the mouth, and the elevation of 2 others at the top of the head. The cards to be shot from the mouth are placed beforehand, from the front, in the receptacle indicated in Fig. 289 by the letters MM, and a plan of which is given in Fig. 290, and a back view in Fig. 291. MM is a flat piece of tin, its edges folded over so as to form a receptacle or platform just capable of holding easily a couple of cards. N is a spring, which when the cards are put in position is set by being drawn back into the notch of the catch O. When an upward pressure is exerted by the shaft PP on the elbow piece QQQ, the latter pressing against R draws back this catch and releases the spring, which forthwith shoots out the 2 cards from the mouth. The other 2 cards are inserted in the clip (see Fig. 291), consisting of 2 small pieces of sheet brass soldered to the end of the rod T, which works up and down piston-wise in the tube UU. Within the tube is a spiral spring which impels S upwards, level with the top of the head, across which a slit or opening is made to allow of the passage of the cards. This portion of the apparatus is set by placing the 2 cards in the clip, and then drawing down the piston rod by the cross piece v, which is riveted thereto, and hitching such cross piece under the catch w. The upward movement of the shaft p, at the same time that it draws back the catch o, also draws back the catch w, thereby releasing v, and allowing the clip s and the 2 cards therein to spring upward and appear at the top of the head. It is hardly necessary to remark that the cards chosen by the audience are forced cards, of which duplicates have beforehand been placed in the head. The Magic Picture Frame. The performer, always borrows this time a lady's handkerchief, and any small articles, say a watch and a glove. These latter he rolls up in the handkerchief, and places the ball or bundle thus made upon the table. He looks about in search of his magic pistol, which is immediately afterwards brought in by the assistant. The performer places the handkerchief, etc., in the pistol, the assistant meanwhile bringing forward and placing on the table a handsome picture frame mounted on a stand. It contains no picture, the space which the picture should occupy being filled by a board covered with black cloth. The performer, standing at the farthest available distance from the frame, takes aim at it and fires, when the borrowed articles are seen instantly to attach themselves to the black background, whence, being removed, they are handed to the owners for identification. The picture frame, which is of the appearance shown in Fig. 292, and stands altogether about 2 feet high, is backed by a sort of wooden box, an inch and a half in depth, and a little smaller than the external measurement of the frame. The inside of this box is covered with black cloth, and in fact forms the true back of the frame, and it is upon this that the borrowed objects are fastened by means of small sharp hooks, the back opening on hinges to facilitate the doing so. An ordinary spring roller blind, also of black cloth, works up and down just behind the opening of the frame. We have said an ordinary spring blind, but, in truth, the usual check at the side is wanting, and the blind therefore, if drawn down, instantly flies up again, unless held down from below. The blind terminates at bottom in a square lathe, 5/8 of an inch in length by 3/8 in thickness, with a wire pin, 1/2 an inch in length, projecting at right angles from its hinder side. The ends of this lathe, when the blind is drawn down, sink into 2 upright grooves, one at each side of the frame, thereby keeping the latter square and the pin in a horizontal position. The catch a, an enlarged view of which is shown in Figs. 293 and 294, is now hooked over the pin as in Fig. 293, thus holding the blind down. A wire rod attached to this catch passes down the column on which the frame stands, and terminates in the usual disc or pedal at bottom. When an upward pressure is applied to this, the catch assumes the position shown in Fig. 294, thereby releasing the pin and allowing the blind to fly up. The blind is represented in Fig. 292 in the act of flying up, but, in truth, its rise is so rapid as to be practically invisible. The sudden appearance of the articles in the frame is thus sufficiently accounted for, but it remains to be explained in what manner they were placed there, as they have, apparently, never been removed from the sight of the audience. It will be remembered that the smaller articles were rolled up in the handkerchief, which was then placed on the table. In truth, what is placed upon the table is a substitute handkerchief, similarly rolled up, while the original is dropped into the servante and carried off by the assistant when he brings in the pistol. Having thus obtained possession of the articles, he quickly places them in the frame, and draws down and fastens the blind. This done, he closes the door at the back, and brings forward the frame, taking care to place it immediately over one of the pistons of the table. As the pistol is fired, he pulls a cord, and the blind flies up and the articles are revealed. The Flying Watches and the Broken Plate. This is a rather more elaborate form of the trick last described. The performer collects 3 or 4 watches from the company, the assistant meanwhile being sent to fetch a plate. On his return, the watches are laid one by one on the plate, and he is ordered to place them on the table. In attempting to do so he trips and falls, the watches being scattered in all directions, and the plate being smashed to pieces. The performer reprimands the offender for his carelessness, and picking up the watches finds that they are injured in various ways. After a momentary hesitation, he hits on a way of repairing the damage. Calling for his pistol, he drops the battered watches and the fragments of the plate into it, keeping all down with a wad of newspaper. The assistant now brings in the picture frame, as in the last trick, and the performer, taking good aim, fires at it. At the instant of firing, the plate is seen restored in the centre of the frame, with the borrowed watches encircling it. The performer advances to remove and return them to the owners, but is, or appears to be, thunderstruck at perceiving that the restoration is incomplete, a large piece being missing from the plate. See Fig. 295. After a moment's reflection, he discovers the cause of the defect, for, looking about upon the stage, he finds and picks up a fragment which he had overlooked when he put the rest in the pistol, and which consequently is wanting in the restored plate. He apologizes for the oversight and proceeds to remedy it. Standing at the furthest portion of the stage, he makes the motion of throwing the recovered fragment towards the frame. It is seen to vanish from his hand, and the plate at the same moment appears whole as at first. The plate is removed, and with the restored watches handed to the audience for examination, where the closest inspection fails to discover any trace of fracture. The first point to be explained is the mode in which the assistant obtains the possession of the borrowed watches, in order to place them in the frame. The watches are collected by the performer in a changing apparatus, say one of the changing caddies described at page 348, or a drawer box with a shallow inner drawer, as described at page 346. In this is placed beforehand a like number of dummy watches, and it is this latter which are placed on the plate, and meet the predestined downfall. The apparatus being left apparently empty, no suspicion is excited by the fact that the assistant, when sent to fetch the pistol or the frame, carries it off as no longer needed. The sudden restoration of the piece apparently wanting in the plate, though marvellous to the uninitiated, is really effected by very simple means. The restored plate is thoroughly whole and unbroken, but the effect of a piece wanting is produced by covering one portion of its outer rim with an angular piece of black velvet or alpaca, similar to that which covers the back of the frame. The elusive effect is perfect. The frame is provided with 2 pedals, the first releasing the black blind in front of the plate and watches, and the second serving to withdraw the angular piece of cloth already mentioned, and thus apparently effecting the complete restoration of the plate. The pretended disappearance of the broken piece from the hand at the moment of throwing is effected by taking it first in the left hand, and thence apparently transferring it to the right by the tourniquet, so that when the right hand is opened in the act of throwing, it is naturally found empty. The Magic Picture and the Chosen Cards. We notice this trick in this place as having a very close affinity in effect to the 2 last described. It is, however, wholly independent of stage appliances, and is equally well adapted for the drawing room as for the platform. The performer, taking an ordinary pack of cards, allows 3 to be chosen. These are returned to the pack, and the pack shuffled. He then brings forward a small picture in a frame, and measuring, say, 14 inches by 12, having exhibited both front and back, he entrusts the picture to a spectator to hold, and taking the pack of cards throws them smartly against the glass. when, in an instant, the 3 chosen cards appear in front of the picture, but under the glass. The back of the frame is next taken out, and picture, back, frame, and glass are separately handed for inspection, but the closest scrutiny of the audience cannot discover any mechanism or special arrangement to account for the effect above described. The reader will already have anticipated that the 3 cards are forced. The picture is on the principle of the frames last above described, with a slight variation. There are, in fact, 2 pictures exactly alike. One of these is pasted upon the wooden back of the frame, and upon this are fastened duplicates of the cards to be chosen. The second picture is mounted on cloth, and works on a spring roller, artfully concealed in the upper part of the frame, taking, in fact, the place of the black blind in the other frames. This is kept down by a pin at the lowest side of the frame, and is so arranged as to be released by the smallest pressure against the glass. The pack of cards, smartly thrown, supplies this pressure. The foremost picture flies up, and reveals apparently the same, but really a similar picture, with the chosen cards between it and the glass. The Magic Portfolio. The performer comes forward with a large portfolio, such as is used to contain engravings, and barely an inch in thickness. This he places sideways to the audience, upon a stand or trestle, thereby raising it to a convenient height, and at the same time negativing the possibility of its having any communication with the floor of the stage. Standing behind it, he proceeds to take from it a number of large engravings, then a couple of ladies' bonnets of the latest fashion, and showing no sign of creasing or compression. These are followed by a large bird cage, containing a number of living birds, and finally by 3 brass stewpans, one containing haricot beans, a second water, and a third fire. Other articles are sometimes produced, but the above are the most generally used. This really surprising trick is performed by the simplest possible means. The bonnets and the bird cage are made to fold nearly flat, on the principle of the reticules and bird cages described at pages 309 and 311. In this flattened condition they are placed in the portfolio, which being turned sideways to the audience, and the performer standing behind it, the side which is towards the spectators naturally forms a cover for the operator, and gives him every facility for developing the folded articles. The stewpans, however, cannot be made thus compressible, and consequently a different plan is adopted in respect to them. These have india-rubber covers, after the manner of the bowls of goldfish, and, like them, are concealed about the person of the performer, who, producing them under the cover of the portfolio, appears to take them out of it. The pan for the fire contains a little spirits of wine, which the performer, still behind the portfolio, ignites with a wax match before producing this particular pan. Where it is desired to produce a child, or other specially bulky object, the portfolio is for a moment placed on the table, behind which such object is placed. The object having been introduced into the portfolio, the latter is then transferred to the proper stand. The glove column. This is an ornamental column, sometimes of brass, sometimes of glass, on a massive foot, and standing about 2½ feet high. It is surmounted by a metal cup, about 1½ inch in depth and 2 inches in diameter. The mode of using the column is as follows. 3 or 4 rings are borrowed, also a white kid glove, and the whole are placed in the magic pistol. The column is then brought in, and placed upon the table. The magician takes aim at it, and fires. At the instant of his doing so, the glove, expanded as though containing a living hand, appears at the top of the pillar, with one of the borrowed rings on each of its fingers. The glove and the rings, as the reader will probably conjecture, are exchanged at an early period of the trick. There are plenty of ways of effecting this exchange. Perhaps, as regard the rings, the expedient of having them collected on the performer's wand by the assistant see page 399, is as good as any. The assistant, having thus gained possession of the borrowed articles, arranges them as follows. The glove is placed upon the end of a tube, which runs through the whole length of the column, terminating just within the cup at top, and is kept in position by an india-rubber ring slipped over it, and holding it tight to the tube. One of the borrowed rings is now placed over each of the fingers, and the glove thus prepared is pressed down into the cup so as not to show above the rim. The column is now placed upon the table in such manner that the lower opening of the tube shall correspond with a small black hole in the table, communicating by means of an india-rubber tube with a hollow ball of the same material filled with air, and so placed as to be within reach of the hand or foot of the assistant. At the moment of firing, a smart pressure is applied to the ball, thus causing a rush of air through the tube, and inflating the glove, which instantly springs up into a perpendicular position with the rings upon it. The articles are now returned to the owners, and are identified as those which were borrowed. Some columns have a large hollow black or gilt ball at the top, divided vertically into two parts, and so arranged as to fall apart at the moment of the inflation of the glove. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Stage Tricks, Part 4. The Vanishing Pocket Handkerchief Found in a Candle. This was a favorite trick of Robert Houdin, by whom we believe it was invented. The performer borrows a lady's handkerchief, drawing particular attention to the fact that he takes the first handkerchief which may be offered, and that it is wholly free from preparation. Fixing upon some gentleman among the audience, he asks him if he thinks he could set fire to the handkerchief. The person addressed naturally expresses his belief that he could. The performer ventures to doubt it, and at once fetches a lighted candle to enable him to try the experiment, meanwhile spreading the borrowed handkerchief over the top of a small round table or guéridon, where it remains in full view of the spectators, showing clearly that it is not tampered with in any way. Returning with the candle, the performer hands it to the gentleman, and requests him to go and set fire to the handkerchief. Hardly, however, has he taken the first step to do so, when the handkerchief suddenly vanishes, its disappearance being so rapid that the spectators cannot even decide in which direction it traveled. The performer accuses the gentleman, who is still holding the candlestick, of having the handkerchief about him. This he naturally denies. The professor insists, and after keeping up the dispute as long as the audience are amused by it, offers to prove his assertion, and taking the candle from the candlestick, breaks it in half, and produces from it the borrowed handkerchief, which is immediately identified by the owner. This capital trick requires the aid of a special table. The top is thin and without fringe or ornament of any kind, allowing no apparent space for the concealment of even the smallest article. The center pillar, however, is a hollow tube, and it is into this that the handkerchief is made to vanish. The first step in the trick is to exchange the handkerchief for a substitute. See page 240. This substitute is spread over the top of the table. The real handkerchief the performer carries with him when he leaves the stage under the pretense of fetching the candle, and utilizes his momentary absence in placing it inside the candle, which is hollow and of the description mentioned at page 251. When the gentleman advances to set fire to the handkerchief, the pulling of a string by the assistant causes a clip to rise up in the center of the table and nip the middle of the handkerchief, which is instantly drawn down within the tube through a small trap at its upper extremity. The Sphinx. Few tricks have of late years caused so great a sensation as this now well-known illusion, which was first introduced to the London public by the late Colonel Stodare in 1865. We cannot better preface the explanation of the trick than by quoting a portion of the Times notice on the subject of October 19, 1865. Most intricate is the problem proposed by Colonel Stodare, when, in addition to his admirable feats of ventriloquism and legerdemain, he presents to his patrons a novel illusion called the Sphinx. Placing upon an uncovered table a chest similar in size to the cases commonly occupied by stuffed dogs or foxes, he removes the side facing the spectators and reveals a head attired after the fashion of an Egyptian sphinx. To avoid the suspicion of ventriloquism, he retires to a distance from the figure supposed to be too great for the practice of that art, taking his position on the borderline of the stalls and the area, while the chest is on the stage. Thus stationed, he calls upon the Sphinx to open its eyes, which it does, to smile, which it does also, though the habitual expression of its countenance is most melancholy, and to make a speech, which it does also, this being the miraculous part of the exhibition. Not only with perspicuity, but with something like eloquence, does it utter some 20 lines of verse, and while its countenance is animated and expressive, the movement of the lips, in which there is nothing mechanical, exactly corresponds to the sounds articulated. This is certainly one of the most extraordinary illusions ever presented to the public. That the speech is spoken by a human voice there is no doubt. But how is a head to be contrived which, being detached from anything like a body, confined in a case which it completely fills, and placed on a bare-legged table, will accompany a speech that apparently proceeds from its lips with a strictly appropriate movement of the mouth, and a play of the countenance that is the reverse of mechanical? Eels, as we all know, can wriggle about after they have been chopped into half a dozen pieces. But a head, that like that of the physician Douban in the Arabian tales, pursues its eloquence after it has been severed from its body, scarcely comes within the reach of possibilities. Unless, indeed, the old-fashioned assertion that King Charles walked and talked half an hour after his head was cut off is to be received, not as an illustration of defective punctuation, but as a positive historical statement. Davis might have solved the anthropoglossus, but Colonel Stodare presents us with a sphinx that is really worthy of an Oedipus. For the benefit of those who have never seen this illusion presented upon the stage, we will describe its effect a little more minutely. The sphinx is always made a separate portion of the entertainment, as it is necessary to lower the curtain for a few moments before and after its appearance, in order to arrange and remove the necessary preparations. The curtain rises and reveals a round or oval table supported upon 3 slender legs and utterly devoid of drapery. This stands in a curtain recess of 10 or 12 feet square, open on the side towards the audience. The performer comes forward bearing a cloth-covered box, 15 to 20 inches square, and places it upon the table already mentioned. He then unlocks the box, the front of which drops down, so as to give a perfect view of the interior, in which is seen a head of Egyptian fashion and colored in perfect imitation of life. See frontispiece. The performer now retires to a position in the very midst of the audience, and raising his wand says in a tone of command, "Sphinx, awake!" The Sphinx slowly opens its eyes, looking first to the front with a strong gaze. Then, as if gradually gaining consciousness, to the one side and the other, the head moving slightly with the eyes. Questions are put by the performer to the head and are answered by it, the play of the mouth and features being in perfect harmony with the sounds uttered. Finally, in answer to a query of the operator, the Sphinx declaims a neatly turned oracle in verse. This concludes the exhibition, and the performer closes the box. Should the audience call for an encore, the performer addresses them to the following or some similar effect. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that the Sphinx has afforded you satisfaction, and I should be only too pleased to be able to indulge the desire which you kindly testify of seeing it again. Unfortunately, this is not possible. The charm by which I am enabled, as you have seen, to revivify for a space the ashes of an ancient Egyptian who lived and died some centuries ago, lasts but for 15 minutes. That time has now expired, and the head which has astonished you with its mysterious eloquence has again returned to its original dust. As he speaks the last words, he again opens the box, and the head is found to have disappeared, leaving in its place a handful of ashes. This singular illusion depends upon the well-known principle, common to optics as to mechanics, that the angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence. Thus, if a person standing at the point A in Figure 296 look into a mirror placed in the position indicated by the line BC, he will see reflected not himself, but whatever object may be placed at the point D. By an ingenious application of this principle, a looking glass may be used to conceal a given object behind it, while at the same time an image reflected in the glass may be made to represent what would be presumably seen if no glass were there, and thus prevent the presence of the mirror from being suspected. This is the secret of the Sphinx. The table, as already mentioned, has 3 legs, one in front and one at each side. Between these legs, the spectator sees apparently the curtains at the back of the recess, but really a reflection of the curtains at the sides. The space between the middle leg and that on either side is occupied by pieces of looking glass. See Figure 297, which represents a ground plan of the arrangement, extending from A to B and A to C. The glass extends quite down to the floor, which is covered with cloth of the same material and color as the surrounding curtains. The spectators, therefore, looking towards the table, see above it the curtains at the back, and below it the reflection of the curtains at the sides, which, however, if the relative angles are properly arranged, appears to be simply the continuation or lower portion of the curtains at the back. The illusion is perfect, and the spectator, from the position assigned to him, cannot possibly discover, by the evidence of his senses, that he is looking at any other than an ordinary bare-legged table, with the background visible in the usual way. The rest is a very simple matter. The person who is to represent the Sphinx is beforehand placed, duly attired, underneath the table. There is a trap in the table through which he can pass his head at the proper moment. This trap is a round piece of wood, covered to match the surface of the table, and working on a hinge on the side nearest to the audience. It has no spring, but is kept closed by means of a button on the opposite side, and when released hangs down perpendicularly. It must be large enough to allow the passage of the somewhat elaborate headpiece of the Sphinx, and would therefore leave an open space visible round the neck. This difficulty is met by the expedient of having a wooden collar, whose upper surface is a facsimile in size and pattern of the trap, fastened round the neck of the representative of the Sphinx. When he lifts his head up through the trap, this collar exactly fills the opening, and thus shows no break in the surface of the table. The box is bottomless, and when brought forward by the performer is empty. A little caution has to be observed in placing it upon the table, for if the performer were to approach the table from the side, his legs would be reflected in the glass, and would thereby betray the secret. He must therefore make his appearance from some quarter outside of the curtained recess, and advance to a position well in front of, and at some little distance from the table, when, by moving in a straight line from the audience towards the middle leg A, he prevents this inconvenient reflection. The placing the box upon the table and the unlocking it allow time for the representative of the Sphinx to get his head into position within it. This done, the box is opened, and the rest depends on the dramatic talent of the performer and his assistant. The performance being concluded, the box is again locked, and the head withdrawn, a handful of ashes being introduced on the trap in its stead. The angle at which the 2 mirrors should be set cannot be determined absolutely, but will vary according to the distance and position of the surrounding drapery. Some performers use a shawl or a screen of cardboard in place of the box, but we doubt whether any method is more effective than that above described. The ghastly illusion of the so-called decapitated head, which drew crowds to the Polytechnic some few years since, was merely the Sphinx in a less pleasant form. The Cabinet of Proteus. This is another adaptation of the principle on which the Sphinx illusion is founded. It is the joint inventions of Messrs. Pepper and Tobin, by whom it was patented in 1865. The first steps towards a patent for the Sphinx were also taken in the same year, but the latter invention never proceeded beyond provisional protection. The Cabinet of Proteus is a wooden closet, 7 to 8 feet in height by 4 or 5 feet square, supported on short legs so as to exclude the idea of any communication with the floor. See Figure 298. It has folding doors, and an upright pillar extends from top to bottom of the interior, at about the center of the cabinet. At the top of this pillar in front is fixed a lamp so that the whole of the interior is brightly illuminated. The cabinet may be used in various ways. One of the most striking is as follows. The folding doors are open, disclosing the interior perfectly empty. See Figure 299. The exhibitor directs his assistant to walk into the cabinet. He does so, and the doors are closed. Meanwhile, a couple of gentlemen, selected by the audience, are invited to stand behind or beside the cabinet and see that no one obtains ingress or egress by any secret opening. Notwithstanding these precautions, when the doors are again opened, the assistant is found to have vanished, and another person, different in dress, in stature, and in complexion, is found in his place. This person steps forth, makes his bow, and retires. Again the cabinet, now empty, is closed, and after an interval of a few moments again opened. This time a human skeleton is found to occupy the vacant space. This ghastly object having been removed, and the door having been once more closed and opened, another person, say a lady, appears. This person having retired, the doors are again closed, and when they are again opened, the person who first entered is once more found within. A committee from the audience are now invited to examine the cabinet within and without, but all their scrutiny cannot detect any hidden space, even sufficient to conceal a mouse. An examination of Figure 300, representing the ground plan of the cabinet, will make plain the seeming mystery. A movable flap AB, working on hinges at B, extends from top to bottom of each side, resting when thrown open against the post C in the middle, and thus enclosing a triangular space in the back of the cabinet. The outer surfaces of these flaps, i.e. the surfaces exposed when they are folded back against the sides of the cabinet, are, like the rest of the interior, covered with wallpaper of a crimson or other dark color. The opposite sides of the flaps are of looking glass, and when the flaps are folded back against the posts, reflect the surfaces against which they previously rested, and which are covered with paper of the same pattern as the rest. The effect to the eye of the spectator is that of a perfectly empty chamber, though, as we have seen, there is in reality an enclosed triangular space behind the post. This is capable of containing 2 or 3 persons, and here it is that the persons and things intended to appear in succession are concealed. The assistant, entering inside of the audience, changes places as soon as the door is closed with one of the other persons. This person having retired, and the door being again closed, those who are still within place the skeleton in position in front of the post, and again retire to their hiding place. When all the rest have appeared, the person who first entered presses the flaps against the sides of the cabinet, against which they are retained by a spring lock on each side, and the public may then safely be admitted, as their closest inspection cannot possibly discover the secret. The Indian basket trick. This is another of the sensational feats identified with the name of Colonel Stodare, and is imitated from a similar illusion performed by the Indian conjurers. It is not a pleasant trick to witness, but, like the decapitated head, it drew immense crowds, its fictitious horror being apparently its chief attraction. Its effect, as the trick was originally presented by Stodare, is as follows. A large oblong basket, say 5 feet by 2, and as deep as wide, is brought in, and placed on a low stand or bench so as to be raised clear of the stage. The performer comes forward with a drawn sword in his right hand, and leading with the other hand a young lady, dressed in a closely fitting robe of black velvet. Reproaching her upon some pretended ground of complaint, he declares that she must be punished, and forthwith begins to blindfold her eyes. She simulates terror, begging for mercy, and finally, escaping from him, runs off the stage. He follows her, and instantly reappears, dragging her by the wrist. Regardless of her sobs and cries, he compels her to enter the basket, in which she lies down, and the lid is closed. Simulating an access of fury, he thrusts the sword through the basket from the front in various places. Piercing screams are heard from the interior, and the sword, when withdrawn, is seen to be red with blood. The screams gradually subside, and all is still. A thrill of horror runs through the audience, who are half inclined to call in the police and hand over the professor to the nearest magistrate. For a moment there is a pause, and then the performer, calmly wiping the bloody sword on a white pocket handkerchief, says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I fear you imagine that I have hurt the lady who is the subject of this experiment. Pray disabuse yourselves of such an idea. She had disobeyed me, and I therefore determined to punish her by giving her a little fright, but nothing more. The fact is, she had left the basket some time before I thrust the sword into it. You don't believe me, I see. Allow me to show you, in the first place, that the basket is empty." He turns over the basket accordingly and shows that the lady has vanished. Should you desire further proof, the lady will answer for herself. The lady at this moment comes forward from a different portion of the room, and having made her bow, retires. This startling illusion is performed as follows. To begin with, there are two ladies employed, in figure and general appearance as nearly alike as possible. Their dress is also exactly similar. The little dramatic scene with which the trick commences is designed to impress upon the audience the features of the lady who first appears. When she is blindfolded, she, as already mentioned, runs off the stage. The performer runs after her, and apparently bringing her back, really brings back in her place the second lady, who is standing in readiness, blindfolded in precisely the same way, behind the scenes. As the bandage covers the greater part of her features, there is little fear of the spectators detecting the substitution that has taken place. The substitute lady now enters the basket, where she lies, compressing herself into as small a compass as possible along the back. Knowing the position which she occupies, it is not a very difficult matter for the operator so to direct the thrust of the sword as to avoid any risk of injuring her. The chief thing to be attended to for this purpose is to thrust always in an upward direction. The appearance of blood on the sword may be produced either by the lady in the basket drawing along the blade, as it is withdrawn after each thrust, a sponge saturated with some crimson fluid, or by a mechanical arrangement in the hilt, causing the supposed blood on pressure to trickle down the blade. The only point that remains to be explained is the difficulty which will probably already have suggested itself to the reader, viz., how does the performer manage to show the basket empty at the close of the trick? Simply by having the basket made on the principle of the inexhaustible box, described at page 391. The performer takes care to tilt the basket over to the front before he raises the lid. This leaves the lady lying on the true bottom of the basket, see figure 302, while a movable flap, fixed at right angles to the bottom and lying in its normal position against the front of the basket, for the time being represents the bottom to the eyes of the audience. While the basket is thus shown apparently empty, the lady who first appeared in the trick comes forward and is immediately recognized by the audience. And as they are fully persuaded that she was the person placed in the basket, the inference that she has escaped from it by some quasi-supernatural means seems inevitable. The above is the form in which the trick was first introduced to the London public, but another modus operandi has since been adopted by some performers. The low table or bench on which the basket is placed is in this case constructed on the principle of the Sphinx table with looking-glass between the legs, and with a large trap in the top. The basket used is not made like the inexhaustible box, but the bottom is movable and hinged against the front so as to lift up flat against it when required. One lady only is employed. When she is about to step into the basket, the bottom is pushed up from below, and she thus steps through the basket and the table, and thence passes through a trap-door beneath the stage. The basket is then closed, and the bottom allowed to fall back into its place. As the basket is left in this case empty, the performer may thrust into it in any direction at pleasure, the screams being uttered by the lady from her safe quarters below. At the proper moment, the performer lifts the basket bodily off the table and shows it really empty, while the lady, as in the former case, reappears in some other quarter. End of section 49. Recording by Caroline Shapiro.
Section 50 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring by Professor Louis Hoffman. Stage Tricks, Part 5. Electrical Tricks. Some of the most mysterious of the stage tricks are performed by means of electricity, or, to speak more correctly, of electromagnetism. In describing these, which are nearly all attributable to the inventive genius of Robert Houdin, it may be desirable, in the first place, to explain in a few words what electromagnetism is, and how it operates. Every schoolboy is acquainted with the ordinary steel horseshoe magnet, and knows that if the accompanying small iron bar, or keeper, is placed within a short distance from its ends or poles, it will be sharply attracted to them. In the case of the ordinary magnet, this attractive force is permanent, but in that of the electromagnet it may be produced or destroyed at pleasure. The electromagnet consists of a short piece of soft iron, either straight or bent into a horseshoe form, with copper wire, covered with silk or cotton, wound round and round it nearly to the ends. If a current of electricity from a galvanic battery is made to pass through this wire, the iron core becomes powerfully magnetic, the attractive force, however, ceasing as soon as the current is interrupted. Almost any kind of battery may be used to produce the necessary current, but for magical purposes one of the most convenient is the bichromate bottle battery, depicted in Fig. 302. This consists of a plate of zinc and a plate of carbon, or sometimes two plates of carbon, immersed in an exciting fluid consisting of 2 ounces and a half of bichromate of potash dissolved in a pint of water, with the addition of 1/3 of an ounce of sulphuric acid. The bottle is only filled to the top of the spherical portion, and the zinc is so arranged that it can be drawn up into the neck and so out of the solution when it is desired to suspend the action of the battery. The wires for conducting the current should be of copper covered with silk or cotton, and one of them must be connected with the zinc plate and the other with the carbon plate of the battery, which has binding screws affixed for this purpose. For the purpose of instantly completing or disconnecting the electric circuit, the wires are affixed to the opposite sides of what is called a connecting stud (see Fig. 303), being a circular disc of wood or porcelain with a movable stud or button in the center. On pressing this stud with the finger, the ends of the two wires are brought in contact and the circuit is completed, but as soon as the pressure is removed, the stud rises by the action of a spring, and the circuit is again broken. Among the conjuring tricks depending upon the principle of electromagnetic attraction, the simplest is that of the light and heavy chest. This is a simple brass-bound box with the ordinary handle at top. The performer shows that it is empty, and without mechanism or preparation. Having been duly inspected, it is placed upon a small pedestal fixed to the stage, when the performer requests that some gentleman of considerable personal strength will step forward. A volunteer having been found, the magician asks him whether he thinks he can lift the little box before him. He naturally answers that he can, and proves his assertion by lifting it accordingly, which, as the box only weighs a few pounds, it is not very difficult to do. "Wait a bit," says the professor. "You were able to lift it then because it was my will and pleasure that you should do so. It now weighs, say, 6 pounds. I have only to breathe on it thus, and it will instantly weigh 2 tons. Try if you can lift it now." Again he tries, but the chest is as if glued to the pedestal, and the most violent efforts cannot dislodge it. Once more the performer breathes upon it, and it may be lifted with one finger. The explanation may be given in half a dozen lines. The bottom of the box is an iron plate, the top of the pedestal is also an iron plate, and within it is contained a powerful electromagnet, the poles being in contact with the plate, and the wires to convey the current passing beneath the stage to the hiding place of the assistant. The latter, on receiving his cue from the expressions of the performer, presses the connecting stud and completes the circuit, thereby bringing the magnetic force into operation. Upon again receiving an agreed signal from the performer, he ceases to press the stud, the circuit is broken, and the iron ceases to possess any magnetic force. This may be repeated as often as desired. The above trick is cited by Robert Houdin in illustration of the great difference which there may be, in point of effect, between two modes of presenting the same illusion. The reader may probably be aware that Robert Houdin was employed by the French government, at one period of his career, in a mission to Algeria, with the object of destroying, if possible, the popular belief in the pretended miracles of the marabouts, whereby these latter had obtained an extraordinary ascendancy over the minds of the ignorant Arabs. The plan adopted was to show, first, that a European could perform still greater marvels, and then to explain that these seeming mysteries were mere matters of science and dexterity, and wholly independent of supernatural assistance. The light and heavy chest was one of the prominent features of the program, but if presented under that name it would have produced but very little effect. The fact that the chest became immovable at command would only have been attributed by the Arabs to some ingenious mechanical arrangement, beyond their comprehension, but exciting only a momentary wonder. With great tact, Robert Houdin contrived to turn the attention of his audience from the object to the subject of the trick, professing, not to make the chest light or heavy, but to make the person who volunteered weak or strong at his pleasure. Thus presented, the trick had the appearance no longer of a mere achievement of mechanical or scientific skill, but of a manifestation of supernatural power. We will tell the rest of the story as nearly as possible in Robert Houdin's own words, as related in the story of his life. An Arab of middle stature, but well knit, wiry, and muscular, the very type of an Arab Hercules, came forward with plenty of self-confidence and stood by my side. "Are you very strong?" I inquired, eyeing him from head to foot. "Yes," he replied carelessly. "Are you sure that you will always remain so?" "Perfectly." "You are mistaken, for in one moment I shall take away all your strength, and leave you as weak as a little child." The Arab smiled scornfully, in token of disbelief. "Here," I said, "lift up this chest." The Arab stooped, lifted the chest, and said disdainfully, "Is that all?" "Wait a bit," I replied. Then with the solemnity appropriate to my assumed character, I made a gesture of command and gravely said, "You are weaker than a woman. Try now to lift that box." The strong man, perfectly indifferent about my magic spell, again catches hold of the box by the handle, and gives a vigorous pull to lift it. This time, however, the chest resists, and in spite of the most determined efforts, remains absolutely immovable. The Arab wastes in vain over the unlucky chest an amount of force which would have lifted an enormous weight, till at last, exhausted, panting, and burning with shame, he ceases, looks dumbfoundered, and begins to appreciate the power of the magic art. He has half a mind to give up the attempt, but to give up would be to acknowledge himself conquered, and to admit his weakness; and after having been famed for his muscular strength, to sink to the level of a child. The bare idea makes him furious. Gathering new strength from the encouragement which his friends offer him by word and look, he casts towards them a glance which seems to say, "You shall see what the son of the desert can do." Once more he bends over the chest, his nervous hands grip the handle, and his legs, planted one on each side of the chest like two columns of bronze, serve as a fulcrum for the mighty effort which he is about to make. It seems almost impossible, but that under such a strain the box must fly to pieces. Strange! This Hercules, a moment ago so strong and self-confident, now bends his head. His arms, riveted to the box, are drawn by a violent muscular contraction against his chest. His legs quiver, and he falls on his knees with a cry of agony. An electric shock, produced by an induction coil, had just been communicated, at a signal from me, from behind the scenes to the handle of the chest. Thence the contortions of the unlucky Arab. To prolong his agony would have been inhuman. I gave a second signal, and the electric current was cut off. My athletic friend, released from his terrible bondage, raised his hands above his head. "Allah! Allah!" he cried, shaking with fright, then wrapping himself hastily in the folds of his burnous, as though to hide his disgrace, he rushed through the spectators and made his way to the door of the hall. To describe completely the induction coil above referenced to would be beyond the scope of the present treatise. It may, however, be summarily described as consisting of a coil of insulated copper wire wound round a small bundle of straight iron wires, say 5 or 6 inches in length and an inch in diameter. This is called the primary coil. Round this is again wound a quantity of much finer wire, also insulated. This constitutes the secondary coil. The ends of each coil are kept free. If a current of electricity be made to circulate through the wire of the primary coil, an independent current of great intensity is found to be thereby produced, by a mysterious process called induction, in the secondary coil. This current is strongest at the moment of first completing the circuit in the primary wire, and if a person is grasping the ends of the secondary wire, or any conducting substance in connection with it, at the moment when the circuit is completed, he will receive a very severe shock. A contrivance is attached to the coil, whereby the circuit is made and broken alternately with great rapidity, thereby producing a continuous shock of such power that the victim loses for the time being the faculty of relaxing his muscles, and is compelled, after the manner of the unfortunate Arab, to grip tighter and tighter the cause of his pain, until released by the final severing of the circuit. Any reader who desires a more complete acquaintance with the induction coil should purchase a little shilling manual entitled Intensity Coils, How Made and How Used, by Dyer, Suter, Alexander & Company, Cheapside, where he will find an excellent account of this interesting subject. Spirit rapping. This deception is frequently performed by the aid of electromagnetism, although the raps may be, and in most instances are, produced by much simpler methods. We will suppose that a table is to be the instrument of the raps. The top being removed, a hollow is made in the frame which supports it, and in the cavity thus made is fixed an electromagnet of the fashion shown in Figures 304, 305. Upon one side of the horseshoe, at the center of the curve, is screwed a brass ring A, to the opposite end of which is attached the keeper B. The effect of the spring is to hold the keeper about 1/4 of an inch away from the poles of the magnet, save when a current of electricity is made to pass through the wire, when the horseshoe becoming magnetic, the keeper, in spite of the resistance of the spring, is brought down sharply into contact with the poles, and so remains until the circuit is again severed, when it flies back again to its former position. The little metal knob or hammer C, which is to produce the raps, is screwed to the underside of the keeper, and points between the two arms or poles of the magnet. If, therefore, the magnet be fastened to a piece of wood or other hard surface, and an electric current be sent through the wire, the keeper is instantly drawn down to the poles of the magnet, and the hammer, moving with it, strikes the wood between the poles, and produces the rap. As soon as the circuit is broken, the keeper and hammer are raised by the spring, in readiness for another rap, and each time that connection with the battery is made, a rap is produced. The wires from the concealed magnet are made to pass down the leg of the table, and beneath the door or carpet to the hiding place of the assistant, who can thus summon spirits from the vasty deep, or elsewhere, at his pleasure. It will be found a very convenient arrangement to have the magnet enclosed in a little mahogany box, as shown in the diagrams, in which condition it can be readily fixed in any required position. The magic bell. Precisely the same in principle, though differing somewhat in detail, is the magic bell. The bell, which is of glass, and of the form shown in Fig. 306, is hung up above the stage by 2 silk or woolen cords, and thus apparently placed wholly out of reach of human influence. Nevertheless, At the command of the magician, it becomes endowed with seeming vitality. The hammer strikes any number of times at command, answers questions, with 3 raps for yes and 1 for no after the approved spiritualistic manner, indicates chosen cards, and generally displays a remarkable amount of intelligence. The reader who has followed our description of the spirit rapping magnet will hardly require an explanation of the magic bell. The brass cap, from which the hammer projects, contains a small electromagnet, the wire which carries the hammer being fixed to the keeper, and bringing the hammer down smartly on the glass whenever the electric circuit is made complete. But, says the sagacious reader, how is the circuit made complete? In the former case there were hidden wires passing through the legs of the table to convey the electric current, but in this instance the bell is suspended in mid-air by a couple of ordinary cords. How can the electric fluid therefore be conveyed to the bell? The answer lies in the fact that the cords are not quite ordinary cords. In appearance they are 2 pieces of common cord, with a brass hook at each end, for the purpose of first attaching them to corresponding hooks in the ceiling, and secondly attaching the bell to their opposite ends. But on a closer examination it will be found that a fine copper wire extends from hook to hook through the center of the cord, making it a perfect conductor, while yet not diminishing in the least its perfect flexibility. The hooks in the ceiling communicate with hidden wires, and these with the electric battery behind the scenes. The crystal cash box. This is a mahogany box with glass top and bottom, the wooden portion of it being lined with velvet. See Figure 307. In dimensions it is about 8 inches long by 6 wide, and 3½ deep, and it has a brass ring at either end. The performer commences by borrowing, say, 8 half-crowns, the owner of each being requested to mark it for the purpose of identification. With these the performer exhibits any trick whose leading feature is the passage of the coin from some one place to another. The trick having been performed, and the money identified, the operator still retaining it returns to the stage, and placing the coins upon the table, addresses the audience to the following effect: Ladies and gentlemen, I have given you a slight specimen of the certainty and speed with which I can make money travel. Who would go to the trouble and expense of post office orders, when by simply taking the money in his hand, and saying, "Pass," he might make it fly direct into the pocket of his correspondent? But I will give you another and a still more surprising illustration. Here the assistant brings in the crystal cash box. Here is a wooden box, closed on all sides, but with glass top and bottom, so that you may see for yourselves that there is no mechanism or preparation about it. Now I propose to pass these 8 half-crowns, the identical half-crowns marked by yourselves, into this closed box. Where shall I place the box, so as to be at a distance from me, and at the same time in full view of all present? Perhaps the best thing I can do with it will be to fasten it to these 2 silk cords hanging from the ceiling. I will set the box swinging (he does so) that you can all see that it is empty. Now I will take the money and stand in any part of the room you like. He walks to the chosen spot. Will someone oblige me by counting 3 in a distinct voice? One of the spectators does so, and the performer at the last word makes the motion of throwing the money towards the cash box, in which it is instantly seen and heard to fall, his hand at the same moment appearing empty. The cash box is taken down, and the money returned to the owners, who identify it as that which they had marked. As the reader will doubtless have anticipated, the coins are already in the cash box when the latter is hung to the cords. They are concealed by a movable flap lying close against one of the wooden sides, in which position it is maintained by a spring, until an electric current is dispatched along the cords. This brings into action an electromagnet, hidden in the thickness of the box, thereby causing the flap to be momentarily lifted, and the coins to escape into the interior of the box. When the performer, having exhibited the preliminary trick with the borrowed coins, places them apparently upon the table, he in reality exchanges them and places the substitutes on the money trap described at page 446, leaving the genuine coins within reach of his assistant, who forthwith carries them off behind the scenes and places them in readiness under the flap of the cash box. The performer having attached the box to the cords and set it in motion, apparently picks up the heap of coins which really sink into the table. Footnote: if his table is not provided with the money trap, the performer may really pick up the coins with his left hand, and thence, by the tourniquet, apparently take them in the right, keeping the right hand closed as if containing them. While the attention of the spectators is thus drawn to the right hand, the left may fall carelessly to the side and deposit the coins in the pochette. End footnote. When the word 3 is spoken, he opens the right hand, which is seen empty, and the assistant behind the scenes, taking the same word as a signal, presses the connecting stud and completes the circuit. The flap is momentarily lifted, and the borrowed coins are heard and seen to fall within the box. There is another box, the invention of Robert Houdin, which goes by the same name and with still better title, inasmuch as not only the top and bottom, but the sides and ends are of glass, held together by a light metal framework. In appearance it is as shown in Fig. 308, and, being transparent throughout, it appears physically impossible that any object should be concealed in it. And yet, when the box is suspended and set swinging, the operator has only to take the supposed borrowed coins in his hand and to pronounce the mystic "pass," when the 8 half-crowns are seen and heard to fall into the box, and may be taken from thence by the owners themselves, without even this near inspection of the apparatus revealing the secret of their appearance. As in the trick we have just described, electricity is the motive agent. But in this instance it operates, not by its magnetic influence, but by another of its mysterious properties. If a tolerably powerful current be made to pass at some point in its circuit through a short length, say half an inch, of fine platinum wire, platinum being a bad conductor, the wire will, at the moment of completing the circuit, be heated to a white heat, or, if the current be very powerful, will even be fused together. A very few words will show how this simple scientific fact is made available to produce the desired result. The box measures about 10 inches in length by 5 in breadth and 5 in depth, so that its back, front, top, and bottom are of exactly the same size. On the top, which slides out, in order to give access to the interior, is an ornamental design, measuring about 4 inches by 3. This renders this particular portion of the top or lid opaque, and it is beneath this portion that the half-crowns are placed. Slips of glass are cemented to the underside of the lid, see Fig. 309, so as to enclose a space just large enough to allow 8 half-crowns to be placed, in 2 layers of 4 each, within it. The slips of glass serve to keep the coins in position laterally. Vertically they are supported as follows: the front of the box, i.e. the side which, when the box is suspended, is nearest to the spectators, is made double. The outer portion is a fixture, but the inner is attached by hinges AA to the upper edge of the box, and may therefore be folded at pleasure against the top, though when released it falls back to its normal position against the front, in which position it is secured by a spring catch until again raised. It is upon this movable side, thus folded up against the top, that the 8 half-crowns are supported. The opposite edge of the top of the box is arranged as follows: BB is a metal tube, with an opening of about half an inch in length between DD. CC are 2 metal hooks or rings, by which the apparatus is suspended, and through which the current passes. Each of these communicates with a piece of insulated copper wire, extending from C to D. The space between DD is filled up by a round plug or pencil of wood, see enlarged view in Fig. 310, along which lies a small piece of very fine platinum wire, EE, connecting the ends of the two copper wires. The movable glass flap is held up against the top by means of a little piece of black cotton, F, which, passing through a minute hole in the outer edge of the flap, is made to pass around the wooden plug, and thus to cross the platinum wire at right angles, and in immediate contact with it. The practical application of the scientific principle to which we have alluded will now be obvious. At the moment of completing the circuit, the platinum, becoming red hot, instantly severs the cotton, when down falls the flap, not altering in the least the general appearance of the box, but allowing the half-crowns to fall loose into its interior. In order to prepare the apparatus for use, it is necessary first to remove the sliding lid, to place the movable flap in position, and to fasten it with cotton as already described. The lid should then be turned upside down and the half-crowns placed in position, after which the box also is turned upside down, and the lid allowed to slide gently into its place. The half-crowns are now secure, and the box may be brought forward and set swinging, without any danger of their making a premature appearance. In some boxes the double flap is omitted, the front being single but movable, and working as already explained. In this case the box, when first brought forward, has the glass of the side towards the audience missing, but at a little distance its absence cannot be detected. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Blazely Dragon. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Lewis Hoffman. Stage Tricks, Part 6. The Magic Drum. This is in appearance an ordinary side drum, but being hung up by cords from the ceiling, it will forthwith, without any visible drumsticks, give either a single rap or a roll, or keep time to any piece of music. It will further answer questions and tell fortunes, indicate chosen cards, etc., after the manner of the magic bell. These mysterious effects are produced by two hammers or drumsticks, fixed against one end of the drum on the inside. Each of these is attached to the keeper of an electromagnet, but there is a difference in the mode of their working. One works after the manner of the bell, giving a single tap whenever contact is made, but henceforth remaining silent until the circuit is again broken and again completed. In other words, each pressure of the connecting stud produces one rap, and no more. The second hammer is differently arranged. By means of what is called a contact breaker, the movement of the keeper, when attracted by the magnet, of itself breaks the circuit. The circuit being broken, the iron is no longer magnetic and the keeper flies back to its old position, thereby once more completing the circuit. As long as the pressure on the stud continues, therefore, the circuit is alternatively made and broken in rapid succession, involving a corresponding movement of the keeper and hammer, and producing a roll of the drum. The use of the two hammers involves the necessity of two electrical circuits and two connecting studs, and of the three cords to suspend the drum, one being common to both circuits. With a little practice in the management of the two studs, the single rapper may be made to beat time to a tune, while the other stud brings in the roll at appropriate intervals. There are some drums, of an inferior character, made with one hammer only, such hammer being arranged for the roll. Where it is desired to give a single rap, this may be effected by pressing and instantly releasing the stud with a light, quick touch, but some little dexterity is required. In the case of all these applications, for magically answered questions, it is necessary that the assistant who has the control of the apparatus should be in such a position as to distinctly hear the question asked. In fortune-telling matters, the answer may generally be left to his own discretion, but for indicating what card is chosen, etc., it is necessary either that an agreed card be forced, or that a carefully arranged code of verbal signals should be employed, whereby the form of the question may itself indicate the proper answer. Considerable fun may be caused by the magician selecting an evidently engaged couple, and after asking how many months it will be before they are married, etc., inquiring in a stage whisper how many children they are destined to be blessed with. The drum raps steadily up to say 5, and this is accepted as the answer when after a moment's pause 2 more raps are heard in quick succession. This alarming omen is received with general laughter, amid which the drum gives another rap, and then another, continuing until the performer, scandalized at its behavior, unhooks it from the cords and carries it, still rapping, off the stage. This last effect is wholly independent of electricity, being produced by the performer tapping with his fingers that end of the drum, which for the time being is furthest from the audience. There are some few other tricks performed by the aid of electricity, but anyone who understands the principle of those above described may make a very shrewd guess at the working of the remainder. All tricks of this class, though ingenious and effective, are open to one of 2 serious objections. In the first place, the apparatus is very costly, and secondly, they are unpleasantly liable, from the nicety of their mechanism and the absolute necessity of perfect electrical connection in all their parts, to hang fire at the critical moment and leave the operator in a very embarrassing position. Imagine the feelings of a performer who, having just introduced his wonderful drum, which is to display unheard of oracle powers, finds that the instrument remains as mute as the celebrated harp in Tara's hall, and refuses to bear out, in the smallest degree, his grandiloquent assertions. Yet this unpleasant result may occur at any time from the simple breaking of a wire, or some even slighter cause. This, it appears to us, is a serious drawback to electrical tricks, though, where they are exhibited at their best, no illusions are more beautiful, or have more of a genuine magic about them. We should mention before quitting the subject of these tricks, that in order to avoid the trouble and expense of fixing the necessary conducting wires in a building not specially appropriated to magical performances, an upright brass rod, which may be detached at pleasure, is sometimes fitted on each side of the performer's table, see figure 311, and the apparatus in use, drum, bell, cash box, etc., is suspended by appropriate cords between these rods. The conducting wires are connected within the table with the lower ends of the brass uprights, and thence pass down its hinder legs to the battery behind the scenes. There are many considerations of convenience in favor of this arrangement, but the tricks performed are less effective than where the apparatus is hung fairly from the ceiling and apparently out of all possible reach of mechanical influence. The aerial suspension. This is a very old trick performed originally by the Indian jugglers, who kept the modus operandi a profound secret. The ingenuity, however, of Robert Houdin penetrated the mystery, and in 1849 he made it a special feature of his séances fantastiques. At that time the public mind was much interested in the aesthetic qualities of ether, which had then recently been discovered. Robert Houdin manipulated this fact into a valuable advertisement. He gave out that he had discovered in the popular anesthetic a still more marvelous property, viz., that when inhaled under certain conditions, it neutralized the attraction of gravitation in the person inhaling it, who became for the time being light as air. In proof of this, he brought forward his youngest son, then a child of 10, or thereabouts, and after having made him smell a small vial, really empty, but supposed to contain ether, caused him to recline in mid-air, with no other support than that afforded by, to all appearances, an ordinary walking stick, placed in a vertical position under his right elbow. It is characteristic of Robert Houdin's minute attention to the mise-en-scene of a trick, that while his son sniffed at the empty bottle, his assistant, behind the scenes, poured genuine ether upon a hot shovel, so that the fumes, reaching the nostrils of the audience, might prove indirectly but convincingly that ether was really employed. After the retirement of Robert Houdin from the stage, the trick fell comparatively out of notice, till it was revived in a new form by Fakir of Oulu, Professor Sylvester in England, and contemporaneously by D. Vera on the Continent. A full-grown young lady was in this case the subject of the illusion, and was made, while still suspended in air, to assume various costumes and characters. The illusion in this new form took the fancy of the public, and brought forth a host of imitators, but few have presented it with the same completeness as the two performers named. For a time it produced quite a marked sensation, equal crowds thronging to see Sylvester in London, and De Vere in Paris, St. Petersburg, Brussels, Peth, Dresden, Strasbourg, and other continental cities. Recent mechanical improvements, to which the last-named professor has materially contributed, have greatly heightened the effect of the trick, the lady being made to rise spontaneously from the perpendicular to the horizontal position, and to continue to float in the air after her last ostensible support has been removed. Apart from these special mysteries, which we are not at liberty to reveal, the trick is as follows. The performer brings forward the girl or boy who is to be the subject of the illusion, and who is dressed in some fancy costume. A low bench or table, say 5 feet in length, by 2 in width, and on legs about 6 inches in height, is brought forward and shown to be wholly disconnected from the floor or stage. On this is placed a small stool on which the subject of the experiment, whom in the present instance will be supposed to be a young lady, mounts. She extends her arms, and under each is placed a stout rod or pole of appropriate length. See figure 312. The performer makes pretended mesmeric passes over her, and in a minute or two her head is seen to droop, and after a few more passes her eyes close, and she is, to all external appearances, in a mesmeric sleep. The operator now takes the stool from under her feet, when she hangs suspended between the 2 rods. Again, a few more passes, and the operator removes the rod that supports the left arm, and gently mesmerizes the arm down to the side. Still the girl hangs motionless, and with no other support than the single upright rod on which her right arm rests. See figure 313. The operator now drapes her in various costumes, still keeping up from time to time the supposed mesmeric passes. Bending her right arm so as to support her head, he next lifts her gently to an angle of 45 degrees to the upright rod, as shown by the dotted line in figure 313, and finally raises her to a horizontal position, as in figure 314. An inspection of the diagrams will already have furnished the clue to the mysteries. Of the 2 upright rods, one, that is placed under the left arm, is wholly without preparation, and may be freely handed for examination. The other, A, is either of iron throughout, this was the case with the pretended walking stick used by Robert Houdin, or of well-seasoned wood with an iron core, and capable of bearing a very heavy weight. The lower end of this sinks into a socket in the low board or table, already mentioned, and thus becomes for the time being a fixture. In the upper end is hollowed out a small space about an inch in depth, for the purpose of which will presently appear. The subject of the experiment wears, underneath her page's costume, a sort of iron corset, or framework, similar to that shown in figure 313 and 314, and more in detail in figure 315. An iron girdle, A passes nearly round the waist, the circle being completed by a leather strap. At right angles to this, on the right side, is fixed an iron upright, B, extending from just below the armpit, nearly to the knee, but with a joint, C, working backwards and forwards only. At the hip, a strap, D, round the leg, keeping it in position so as to allow of bending the thigh. From the back of the iron girdle, in the center, proceeds a crutch, E, also of iron, passing between the legs and connected with the girdle, front and rear. A fourth strap, F, constructed with the girdle in front and rear, passes over the left shoulder and prevents any risk of the apparatus slipping downwards. To the upper part of the upright, B, immediately below the armpit, is riveted a short flat piece of iron, G, working freely upon it. The end of G, which forms the joint shown enlarged in figure 316, is welded into a semicircular ratchet with 3 teeth corresponding with a check, H, lying parallel with B, and which in its normal position is pressed up closely into the teeth of the ratchet by a spring, but may be withdrawn by a downward pressure on the hook I. The opposite end of G has projecting from its underside at right angles an iron plug, J, which just fits into the cavity before mentioned in the top of the rod, A. There is an opening in the under part of the sleeve to give passage to this plug, which when inserted in the corresponding cavity of A makes G, relatively to it, a fixture. The remainder of the iron framework, and with it the lady, remains movable to the extent that, by means of the joint at G, it can be made to describe an arc of 90 degrees to the upright rod. The mode of operation will be clear. When the young lady mounts on the stool and extends her arms, the performer, in placing the upright beneath them, takes care to let the lower end of A sink properly into the socket, and to adapt the plug J to the cavity at top. The apparatus is now in the position shown in figure 313, and when the stool is removed, the lady is left apparently resting only on A, but in reality comfortably seated in her iron cage, the different parts of which are carefully padded, so as to occasion her no discomfort. Her legs and arms, being quite free, may be placed in any position that the performer chooses, and when presently he lifts her into a slanted position, as shown by the dotted line in figure 313, the check drops into the second tooth of the ratchet, and thus maintains her in that position. After a short interval, she is lifted into the horizontal position, as in figure 314, when the check drops into the third tooth of the ratchet, and so maintains her, apparently sleeping upon an aerial couch. As the support terminates above the right knee, the legs are kept extended by muscular power. This attitude is therefore very fatiguing, and for that reason cannot be continued for more than a few moments. To replace the lady in the upright position, the performer places both hands under the recumbent figure, the left hand easily finding through the tunic and drawing down the hook I, thereby withdrawing the check and allowing the lady to sink down gently to the perpendicular. The stool is again placed under her feet and the second upright under her left arm before the operator begins to de-mesmerize her, which he does after the orthodox fashion with reverse passes. The lady, simulating as best she may the bewildered and half-scared expression of one newly awakened from a mesmeric trance. End of section 51. Recording by Blazely Dragon.
Section 52 of Modern Magic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Louis Hoffman. Section 52. Concluding Observations. It now only remains to give the neophyte a few parting hints of general application. In getting up any trick, even the simplest, the first task of the student should be to carefully read and consider the instructions given, and to make quite certain that he perfectly comprehends their meaning. This being ascertained, the next point will be to see whether the trick involves any principle of sleight of hand in which he is not thoroughly proficient, and if it does, to set to work and practice diligently till the difficulty is conquered. Having thus mastered the elements of the trick, he should next attack it as a whole, and in like manner practice, till from beginning to end he can work each successive step of the process with ease and finish. Having achieved thus much, he may perhaps consider that his task is at an end. By no means. Being perfect in the mechanical portion of the illusion, he must now devote himself to its dramatic element, which, as regards the effect upon the spectator, is by far the more important portion. The performer should always bear in mind that he fills the character of a person possessing supernatural powers, and should endeavour, in every word and gesture, to enter into the spirit of his part. As the true actor, playing Hamlet, will endeavour actually to be Hamlet for the time, so the soi-disant magician must, in the first place, learn to believe in himself. When he steps upon the stage, he should, for the time being, persuade himself that his fictitious power is a reality, and that the wand he holds is not only the emblem, but the actual implement of his power. Every time he pronounces the mystic "pass," or touches an object with his wand to effect some pretended transformation, he should force himself to forget the commonplace expedients by which the result is really attained, and to believe that the effect is produced by the genuine magical process. When he goes through the motion of passing a coin from the right hand to the left, he should have imagination enough to persuade himself, for the moment, that the coin has really been transferred as it appears to be. If a performer has sufficient imaginative faculty to do this, if he can so enter into the spirit of his part, as himself to believe in the marvels he professes, he will achieve an almost unlimited mastery over the imaginations of his audience. As we have already intimated, each individual illusion should have its appropriate words and gestures, in technical language its patter or boniment, carefully arranged and rehearsed, so as to produce the maximum of effect. These are, in truth, the very life of the trick. How much depends on mise en scène is forcibly illustrated by the account which we quoted in the last chapter from the life of Robert Houdin, of his exhibition in Algeria of the "light and heavy chest." We will borrow from the same high authority another illustration, purposely selecting one of the simplest of card tricks, the well-known feat of picking out a chosen card from the pack, placed in a person's pocket. The trick has already been described in outline, but we will recapitulate its effect in a few words. The performer offers the pack to a spectator, and requests him to draw a card. This card may or may not be forced. The card having been drawn and replaced in the pack, the performer makes the pass to bring it to the top, and palms it, immediately handing the pack to be shuffled. If the card was forced, he already knows it. If not, he takes the opportunity to glance at it while the cards are being shuffled. The pack being returned, the drawn card is placed on the top, and the pack placed in the pocket of a second spectator. The performer now announces that he not only already knows the card, but that he is able to pick it out, without seeing it, from the remainder of the pack, which he does accordingly. Presented in this barren form, the trick would attract only the most passing notice. We will now proceed to describe it, quoting again from Robert Houdin, as it should actually be presented. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall commence my performance with an experiment which is wholly independent of dexterity. I propose simply to show you the extreme degree of sensibility which may be acquired by the sense of touch. We possess, as you all know, 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. In the ordinary way, each of these senses enjoys one faculty only, but when the mysterious influences of magic are brought to bear, the case is altered. All 5 of the senses may be exercised through the instrumentality of one, touch, for example, so that we can not only touch, but hear, see, smell, and taste with the tips of our fingers. You smile, gentlemen, but I assure you that I am serious, and I venture to think that in a few minutes you will be fully convinced of the reality of the singular fact which I have mentioned. Here is a pack of cards. Madam, will you be kind enough to take whichever card you please? Hold it for a moment between your hands, so as to impregnate it with the mesmeric influence of your touch, and then replace it in the middle of the pack. In order to exclude all possibility of sleight of hand, we will now thoroughly shuffle the cards, after which, for still greater certainty, I will show you that the card is neither at top nor bottom, whence you may be persuaded that it is placed just where chance has chosen to put it. For the purpose of showing that the card is neither at top nor bottom, it may either be left second from the top, after the shuffle, if executed by the performer himself, or being actually placed on the top, the second card may be drawn instead of the first by means of a tirage. Will some gentleman now have the kindness to empty his breast pocket, and allow me to place the pack in it? This is done. Now that the cards are placed in perfect darkness, I will endeavour, by virtue of that fivefold sensibility of touch which I have just mentioned, to discover by the aid of my fingers only the card which this lady drew. To make my task still more difficult, I will undertake to draw the card at such number as you yourself may choose. What number shall it be? We will suppose that the reply is 7th. 7th. Be it so. Then 6 times in succession I must avoid taking the drawn card, and produce it on the 7th occasion only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He exhibits 6 cards, one by one, taking them from the bottom of the pack. Now to find the lady's card. Yes, I think I have it. Before taking it out, I will read it with my little finger, which is the cleverest of the 5. Yes, it is not a small card. It is not a club, nor a spade, nor yet a diamond. It is the king of... He draws out the card, and places it face downwards. Will you be good enough, madam, to finish naming the card before I turn it over, and we shall see whether my little finger has been correct in its assertions. The lady names the king of hearts, which the performer forthwith turns up. My little finger was right, you see. Will you be good enough, sir, to take the remainder of the cards out of your pocket, and testify that the experiment has really been performed exactly as I stated? The above example will show how, by the exercise of a little tact and ingenuity, a simple piece of parlour magic may be elevated to the dignity of a stage trick. The great secret is the directing of the minds of the audience into such a channel, that the dénouement for the moment seems to be a natural result of the causes artfully suggested by the performer. This may, to a considerable extent, be effected, as in the example above given, by the language and gesture of the performer in the individual trick. But still more may be done by the artistic grouping of one trick with another, a comparatively simple feat being employed to prepare the minds of the spectators for the greater marvel to follow. Thus, in the recent performances of the Fakir of Oulu, the aerial suspension which formed the staple of his programme was preceded by the exhibition of a wooden rod or wand, which, by means of certain projecting wire points, so minute as to be imperceptible at a very short distance, was made to defy the laws of gravity, by clinging to his finger-tips in various positions without visible support. This minor illusion, being somewhat similar in effect, though wholly different as to the means employed, prepared the minds of the audience to receive the greater marvel of a living woman made to recline in mid-air. In like manner, the trick of the flying money forms an apt preparation for the introduction of the crystal cash-box. The series of tricks, described under the title of Birth of Flowers, affords another instance of the artistic combination of 2 or 3 different tricks in such manner as to enhance the effect of the whole, but, in truth, examples might be multiplied ad infinitum. In arranging an entertainment, the performer should continually bear this principle in mind. The programme should consist not of a number of absolutely unconnected tricks, but of a series of 10 or a dozen groups of tricks. As compared with each other, the groups should have as much diversity as possible, but individually each should consist of the same or similar effect repeated in a more and more striking form, though produced by different means, or else of a string of tricks united by some natural sequence, as in the case of the production of the two rabbits from the same hat, followed by the rolling of the one into the other, and terminating with the reproduction of the vanished animal in another quarter. In order to make our meaning clearer, we subjoin a specimen working programme, arranged on the principles we have stated. Programme for performer's own use. 1. Vanishing gloves. Transformed handkerchief. Handkerchief ultimately found in candle. 2. Borrowed half-crown, changed to penny, and back again. Made to pass into centre of 2 oranges in succession. 3 more half-crowns borrowed, and all 4 made to pass invisibly from performer's hand to goblet at a distance, and finally into crystal cash-box. 3. Shower of sweets produced from borrowed handkerchief, followed by bird-cages, then bowls of goldfish from shawl. 4. Eggs produced from mouth of assistant, wizard's omelette, dove wrapped in paper, and vanished. 5. Chosen card picked out of a pack, placed in a spectator's pocket. Chosen card caught on sword, the rising cards. 6. Borrowed watch, made to bend backwards and forwards, made to strike the hour as a repeater, placed in pistol and fired at target. 7. The Chinese rings. 8. Rabbits produced from borrowed hat, one rolled into the other, and subsequently found in bran-glass. Multiplying balls and cannon-balls produced from hat. 9. Inexhaustible box, producing toys, reticules, and finally Chinese lanterns. The above, with proper mise en scène, will be found an ample programme for a 2 hours' entertainment. It is hardly necessary to observe that the programme of the same entertainment for distribution among the audience will be of a very different character. This is always drawn up in the vaguest possible terms, so as not to reveal beforehand the actual effect of the different tricks. Thus the tricks in question will be described somewhat as follows. Programme for distribution. 1. The enchanted handkerchief. 2. The flying coins. 3. A succession of surprises. 4. The fairy omelette. 5. The cabalistic cards. 6. The mesmerized watch. 7. The Chinese rings. 8. The bewitched hat. 9. The feast of lanterns. Between each of the items above mentioned, there should be an interval of 1 or 2 minutes, filled up by music, while the operator leaves the stage and makes the necessary preparation for the next trick. It will further be found an advantage, where practicable, to divide the entertainment into 2 parts, with an interval of 10 minutes or so between them, the curtain being let down during such interval. The few minutes' break is always acceptable to the audience, who are apt to become fatigued by too long protracted attention, and is especially valuable to the performer, as enabling him to rearrange his servante, removing articles that have served their purpose, and replacing them by such as may be needed for the tricks to come. An overcrowded servante is a fertile source of annoyance and failure, and an article accidentally falling from it reveals the existence of a receptacle behind the table, and therefore deprives the performance of half its effect. When a rearrangement of the servante between the parts of the performance is impracticable, it is well, if any tricks involving the production of articles from this quarter are included in the programme, to introduce such tricks as early as possible, so that the servante may be relieved of such articles, and left clear for its second use of getting rid of articles upon it. We have known a professor performing the flying glass of water trick, and in placing the glass on the servante, knock down a cannon-ball, placed there to be introduced later on into a hat. That cannon-ball weighed on the professor's mind for the rest of the evening, and the performance was practically spoilt. Having arranged his programme and the appropriate patter for each group of tricks, the performer should conclude his practice by a series of 3 or 4 dress rehearsals, with an intelligent friend to play the part of audience, and who should be invited to criticise with the utmost freedom. At these rehearsals there should be no make-believe, but each trick should be worked throughout with the same completeness in every particular with which it is afterwards to be exhibited in public. In the course of these final rehearsals the performer should tax his invention to see what amount of incidents or byplay he can introduce into the course of the different tricks. Thus, at the commencement of his entertainment, the trick of the flower in the buttonhole, or that of the vanishing gloves, may be introduced, not professedly as an item of the programme, but as a little preliminary flourish. Again, if the performer has occasion for an egg or lemon in the course of a trick, it greatly enhances the effect if, instead of having the necessary article brought in by his assistant, he produces it himself from a lady's muff, or from the whiskers of a male spectator. These little matters, though small in themselves, tend to keep alive the attention of the audience, and to create a sort of magical atmosphere, which will aid materially in disposing the spectators to receive with due respect the occult pretensions of the performer. With respect to stage arrangements, the professional, performing evening after evening, with full provision of stage appliances, will quickly learn by experience how best to arrange those appliances for the purpose of his entertainment, but the amateur, performing only occasionally, and in places not specially adapted for magical purposes, may be glad of some little practical counsel in this particular. We will suppose, for instance, that he is called upon to give a magical séance in a private drawing-room. The first point is to decide which part of the room is to form the stage. Having settled this, the seats for the spectators should be arranged at the opposite end of the room, leaving as wide a space between as can well be obtained, as many changes, etc., are effected during the journey from the audience to the table, and the longer this journey is, the more time is available for the necessary manipulations. At the stage end, the table will be the principal feature, and either behind or beside this should be placed a screen of not less than 6 feet in height and 4 or 5 wide, to serve as behind the scenes, and to afford the cover necessary for the various preparations. Supposing a regular screen is not available, one must be extemporized. A large clothes horse, with a curtain thrown over it, will answer the purpose very well. If, however, the drawing-room be of the regular London fashion, i.e., consisting of a large front and small back room, connected by folding doors, the screen may be dispensed with, and the rooms arranged as in Fig. 317, which represents a ground plan of 2 such rooms, with the adjoining staircase and landing. The larger room, A, will form the auditorium, and the smaller room, B, the stage, A and B representing the doors leading to the landing, and C the folding doors between the 2 rooms. The folding doors, which act as curtains, being first closed, the spectators are marshalled into A, and requested to take their seats, and the door B is then closed, to remain so throughout the entertainment. The room B is arranged as follows. The table, D, is placed in the centre towards the back, with its servante properly arranged. This may either stand alone, or may be supplemented by a couple of side tables, E. An ordinary table, F, should be placed outside the door, and upon this will be laid in due order the various pieces of apparatus and other articles which will be required in the course of the entertainment. A working programme should be kept on this table for the use of the performer and his assistant, with a note of the articles required for the purpose of each trick. This will enable them to have everything ready at the right moment, without delay or confusion. The door A should be kept open, so that the assistant, from his place by the table F, can instantly see and hear what is wanted. When the performer has made his bow to the audience, there are still 1 or 2 little points that he will do well to bear in mind. They may be summarized as follows. 1. Don't be nervous. The reader may possibly consider that this is a matter in which he has no choice, but nothing could be a greater mistake. A little diffidence is excusable on the first presentation of a new programme, but never afterwards. 2. Take your time. Deliver your boniment like an actor playing his part, and not like a schoolboy repeating his lesson. Further, give your audience time to see and appreciate your movements. Young performers are very apt to exhibit the second phase of a transformation without having sufficiently indicated the first to the spectators. The change of, say, an orange to an apple falls decidedly flat if nobody noticed that the article was an orange in the first place. 3. Don't make any parade of dexterity, and don't affect any unusual quickness in your movements. If you are about to vanish a coin, don't play shuttlecock with it from hand to hand as a preliminary, but make the necessary pass as quickly and deliberately as you possibly can. Don't talk about the quickness of the hand deceiving the eye, and still less do anything to support such an idea. The perfection of conjuring lies in the ars artem theiendi, and sending away the spectators persuaded that sleight of hand has not been employed at all, and unable to suggest any solution of the wonders they have seen. 4. Don't force yourself to be funny. If you are naturally humorous, so much the better, but in any case, perform in your natural character. 5. Avoid personalities. We accept the case of the often recurring nuisance, the gentleman who professes to know how everything is done, and whose special endeavour it is to embarrass the performer. When you can make a person of this kind look like a fool, by no means a difficult task, by all means do so. 6. Never plead guilty to a failure. Keep your wits about you, and if anything goes wrong, try to save your credit by bringing the trick to some sort of a conclusion, even though it be a comparatively weak one. If you are so unfortunate as to experience a complete and unmistakable breakdown, smile cheerfully, and ascribe the fiasco to the moon being in a wrong quarter, to a little misunderstanding between two of your controlling spirits, or any other burlesque reason, so long as it be sufficiently remote from the true one. Bearing in mind these parting counsels, and thus armed against failure as well as prepared for success, you may safely ring up the curtain, and begin to witch the world with the marvels and mysteries of modern magic. End of section 52. End of Modern Magic, a practical treatise on the art of conjuring, by Professor Louis Hoffman.